条要做到。
跟谭玉洁相比，我觉得优势的话，谭玉洁的话就是那种经验老道的指挥吧，就是按剧本走那种。其实我觉得电子竞技这个东西就是有比较很正常，这个东西你说到底谁强谁弱吧，只能说看成绩吧。等哪天我成绩好了，你可以说我强。这次节杯，我觉得我们机会还是蛮大的，可能因为秋决吧，因为一开始秋决没有抱有太大希望去夺冠嘛，因为2个新人才刚来半个多月。
暴打在不知道的一个角落已经拿下了对面，才能讨论
到了。
小恶魔还在，但这个分差已经拉大。
但是我们确实差一点就夺冠了，这个是让我们是信心很多吧。队内氛围的话，就是教练也好啊，队友也好，其实不太会给我有什么压力，就是可能即便我失误了，他们也相信我嘛。本身我们这个队伍就比较晚嘛，不管是磨合还是经验都比别人少，所以大家平时的努力真的要付出比别人很多，压力也很大。所以我更多的是去研究一些新阵容啊，就是契合我们队伍的一些打法、专门的一些战术啊什么的。所以说这次节杯，我觉得就是要拿冠军，这是我们证明自己的最好机会，给你们加油吧！
Qua ít giáp không có, 99% lượng nổ đã có rồi, thánh quang đã có, bật cho mình cái thánh quang lên và sau đó thì Spider sẽ phải sử dụng luôn cho mình cái nổ kỳ lân để có thể có được một cái bất tử khi mà đối đầu cùng với cả Livonorid. Làm choáng được là chiến thắng Livoid, làm choáng hay không vẫn chưa thể làm choáng được chứ nào đây. Chọn vào là và đó là diệp chi của chúng ta.
Em lúc thắng thì em vui, vui hơn khi biết là Spider thì em cũng không nghĩ là em thắng được Spider, mà đúng là không ai nói trước được gì. Thì đơn giản là em luyện mỗi ngày thôi, luyện thôi. Và những lúc em đánh em BBL thì đó là một cái kinh nghiệm quan trọng.
Hello J-Cup fans, it's Dusan Vlahovic. Good luck to all the participants in the tournament. May you all have a wonderful game. Big hug. Ciao.
要 BG 了，
看熟练度了，能不能摘下来？
摘下来也没什么用，
而且
对面技能太多了，可能还有奥义，
是后续的伤害也
看出来小麦其实这个熟练度还是在的。哦呦，打出一个主角，但是，哎，
连双处决了，
双主角直接拿下了。
护甲，哎，又被抓一套，那宝血要炸了。
是宝血这个时候护体自己再开启一个奥义，神意直接灌到他。最后这个机会其实是有机会的，发球指最后一刀闪掉了，花姐然后踏风继续拉开，再找一个机会，这一刀也没砍到。
又闪，难道说蓝甲蓝刀打赢了？
有奇迹吗？
最后一刀还真让他抓到了。但只能选择直出曲不拉开一个位置，
有虚影不，这波还想再度拉扯奥义，只差一点，但此边的奥义准备就绪，
再打一枪有了。
是的，一直只能是通过这个样子直刺
小野捉不住
奥义，但是对方也有宝血护命已经出发，就看这波咋说了。北地
必须要拆，不拆没有了，拆不在我把拆了往旁边拉就是神火。
看光球，北地有没有这一刀？北地的光球，这个光球还是没有成功命中，但对方的水箭只有1死。
的力量来的，
而且长剑秘籍毕竟是个眩晕，所以
来晕住。知道你可能要叫奥义，但这风封住了，先地炮燃烧，再接风，没有坠地，这个时候戳住，有沉默，先来一套满的顶在旁边，
看能不能再接一个球，接上了，秒了应该。
再戳的，这个伤害有了呀，身上有一个续命术小包，但是有风，有这个炮的灼烧，回不太起来，
秒不掉，看无风能不能换上。
他有一个
有点过不去，有点过不去，对方在赌桩上扎到了，
暴风燃烧，
再接炮，哇，只能交了。看两段后扑食效果怎么样？
扑到了，
是
这下连招天马长虹有吗？没天马长虹，
对，没有天马长虹。
打躲去干嘛？
要躲掉，这一刀不躲掉的话，对面回的稍微有点多，但是没关系。
扑到，
抓到。
但是这边是Spider的金甲吧？
还真是
换个金甲，
换到了，而且对方是玄武，但玄武马上结束了。但这个减伤其实刚刚还是实打实的。
但这边压起身又压到，
还有无效的，这波补到了，这边再打
秒掉了。
这一下一个四面飞花，
是往里走，
太帅了，哦呦太帅！
少年应有鸿鹄志，当骑骏马踏平川。
所有人见证他的卫冕。
只要我的水平一直保持在一个顶尖的一个水平，我一直有这个争冠的潜力。Hello， 大家好，我是 OAG Max， 我是2023年捷杯、2024年捷杯的冠军。23年捷杯夺冠是我第一次的捷杯冠军嘛，然后我觉得当时是比较激动的，因为当时在23年就是第一次打捷杯的时候是第6把淘汰的比较早嘛，然后当时感觉还是有一点后怕的，因为觉得当时如果是就是第2名就是甘蔗发力了，然后可能说追上来可能就没有那么轻松了，你知道吗？
说正盖加比一个中闪被压到，长闪被压到，对方位置起身
1-2-5，
来了这一个分数，
这个位置，
你们UNIQ拿下了这一个分数。
24年更多就是像是可能就是给自己23年的自己一个水平的提升，加上一个就是各方面的能力的一个提升啊。因为我觉得24年的冠军的话是赛点嘛，然后赛点制的改变，然后就是有点难打，然后也没有像以前那样就是第6把打完就比分了嘛。现在你更多的选择去怎么去终结比赛，然后才能顺利去终结比赛。
小木鸭持续上了一个抓到，起身先压一波血量，再一抓起来，
反告诉
结束了，
结束了。
我觉得24年的冠军对我来说意义还是蛮大的。
就是要我的春季赛总冠军，但是最终结果呢？最远的快的春秋双冠电子捷杯，恭喜周子耀。
可能唯一的问题就是可能就是在自己的心态上面的问题。我觉得第一天打完，当时发挥并不是很好嘛，觉得自己有点。第一的直观感受的话，就是感觉自己是明显心态变得非常差，就是很急。
执行力交出来，8队直接踢，现在2-4绝对优势。这一下
小中，那没办法
，3个虎啸都中了。
当时打完之后，我想的不是就是第二天单排怎么打，而是就想着怎么就是要打完就跑路，打完就退役的那种感觉，就打不进就退的那种感觉，就是我感觉就这种想法是非常错误的，我觉得是不能接受的。如果你用前2年的思路，就是一直用这个肌肉记忆去打的话，现在肯定是打不了的。因为现在首先选英雄也不一样，你在什么点该干的事情也不一样。现在目前来看，我觉得以前东西就是应该把它们全部抛弃，重新去学一些新东西来打。我觉得这一次是要就是可能下定一下自己的决心，去决定好自己该去怎么想。从一开始每个人同一起跑线都没有冠军，到后面就是慢慢的开始去拿到属于自己的荣誉，再到就是拿到荣誉之后如何去放下自己这个漂浮的这个心态，去如何想就是去慢慢的就是以后去稳定下去拿下这个冠军，我觉得都是比较有可圈可点的。2022年的3月份当时联赛刚开，对于当时的自己来说的话，我在竞赛那段时间学到了很多。如果现在就让我回去跟我以前说句话的话，他可能听不进去，但是呢，我觉得就是我还是会说，就是戒骄戒躁。我需要在任何一次有挫折的比赛中，去重新调整好自己的心态，然后再次爆发一次。
因为没有什么是比热爱还能支撑我更有信念的坚持下去的东西。大家好，我是 SR Spider， 2022年的捷杯冠军。我不想去挂有太多很夸张的标签，更想以一个正常的名字和称号去面对。从22年到25年之间有过高光也有过低谷，因为刚开始打职业就并没有，就是什么都没有去想，然后也莫名其妙的就拿了2个冠军。
来到这边续了个 B 机过来压了一下，直接把川哈尔带走了。
T25被淘汰，这一轮被淘汰，小蜘蛛捧杯了，捷杯世界总冠军 ，Spider。
就其实除了一点点开心之外，就没有什么太多的感觉了。就是23年俗称我的第2个阶段，因为那个23年输了，就一整年，每次都是心态有问题，很大的冲击。
再吸一套，这个血量不要冲我，抬走了，抬走了，
很难受，完了，直接秒掉了，王良
切入，想逃，去王良，抓人。撞球，
你好，
吓了一跳。斯派德尔，你看斯派德尔很难过，他很懊悔。恭喜麦克， 不要绝代双骄，今天麦克天下无双。
输多了就想开了，其实就明白了，勇于去尝试改变，其实都会慢慢变好。因为没有什么是比热爱还能支撑我更有信念的坚持下去的东西。那个阶段一结束之后，我的心态就豁然开朗。
我这里出了个2.0，对，还好有。哎，目前来说还差不多，但这下抓到了，这下抓到了，最后一个蓝底，没了。
看一下这个击败分是给到了 Spider。
你想铁脸是又打掉了一个跳位 ，Spider 愈战愈勇啊，3个击败分。那我最终要恭喜 Spider， 因为抛着我们的决胜关键的规则，所以他打破了魔咒。他在大赛里面阔别接近2年，取得了他的冠军。
冠军是来之不易的，特别是今年的冠军吧，是我来 SR 之后的属于我的新冠军。
B G 抓得好，虽然吃到这个水泡，但状态已经绝对领先，直接一个正刀。
这波淘汰分数看看是谁的。
第4还是拿下了，这个时候连段起没有了
发球指，第4血
没有了
，Spider
获得了本次 EWC 的冠军。那代表着 Spider 当拿下了1个冠军过后，冠军就都来了。
然后加上之前的一些经历，更加会去珍惜这个冠军的来之不易。现在对于我来说，倒是没有什么很远大的抱负。接下来的每场比赛都要去争取一个令自己满意的成绩，或者是令大家满意的成绩吧。每一次的大赛比赛压力其实都差不多的，因为他总会有人很强，所以说只是你每次面对强的人不一样而已。大家的水平都会慢慢变成同一个起跑线吧。可能最顶尖的上限他也会停留在那儿，或者是他那个上限的上升会非常的慢。用胜利来回答一切，可能就是更加有力，因为言语是无力的，是轻如鸿毛的。这么多年的节杯，唯一的期望都只有冠军嘛。因为它奖金又多，又能出皮肤，然后又是就是荣誉含金量来说最高的一个赛事。就还是那句话，就是50%，不是别人就是我。对于心态来说轻松一点，就更好的面对后面的比赛。希望大家能一起加油。
职业生涯的目标，那就是大满贯啊！如果达成的话，那后面就接着大满贯。大家好，我是 WBG Worth， 我是2025年春季赛跟秋季赛冠军。在我青训的时候，他们那群职业啊，就说新人上去就是要教经验的，就是送分的。其实我非常的不认可。能来到 NBPL， 我觉得都很厉害，都有自己的特点，所以我就比较发言啊，比较狂啊之类的。其实我是觉得对自身的一个实力的认可吧。
很机警啊，很聪明。
看一下呢，
跳 A 再跳 A，
没有空间 ，Worth 拿下了这波回合。
Worth 极具进攻性的一个打法方式，拿下了小龙的击败分。
最初的时候，大家都叫我小的 Spider 嘛。就其实我当时是看了 Spider 的录像比较多，其实 Spider 的一些思路啊，一些细节方面，其实我是可以学到的。
就我最初对他的印象就是在天人里遇到，我跟他打的时候，我发现完全这就是另一个我，你知道，我感觉在跟我的影子打，就他的博弈习惯或者是一些思路都跟我想到一块去了。
我觉得我的实力不差双骄。然后，但是在我节杯生病了，加上很久没有训练，这让我就是很难受嘛。
起身，但这个位置，但是后续没接上，
还被震了，没有 F 手
机，抓起一个翻摔，紫色长棍很痛，
上来
又抓到，又抓到，
上来接出。排在第6的是周子尧，顶着可能大病初愈的身体，也是在后面其实拿到了很好的分数，排在第6位。
非常不满意啊。但是当时也是比较无力吧，就没有办法。
24年结尾他确实那个时候已经是有一点起色了，但只不过24年结尾他吃坏肚子了，所以导致于他24年结尾没声音，你知道吗？大伙就可能就忽视了他这个人。我说周子耀的打法，目前我观察来看，我更偏向于就是稳扎稳打，然后用最后一波就是很关键的一波，但是他那一波角色做的就是比别人好，所以他每次最后一波都能赢，就是因为他的这个角色做的比别人好。在单排里面，就是所有人都是都不知道对方是谁的情况下，你就是要自信，比对面敢打，你才能有优势。
但是我觉得我这种一天会打回来，也告诉我的粉丝们说，春季赛我一定会打回来的。
贴脸强博弈，这波的话又被骗正了，对方是个飞刀，又被骗正了，没办法呀！
老虎的捕猎时刻，猎杀时刻就要来了，
往地气里面冲，但是这个几百分还是被周子耀在一个正道单段蓄力，就是华丽的一脚，周子耀关了，周子耀关了，恭喜 Weibo Gaming 周子耀获得春季赛总冠军。
春季赛夺冠，那就是自己变得可能更加自信了。觉得双骄并不是理所当然的夺冠，我觉得我可以打败双骄，确实证明了我这句话。
现在 VS 绝对优势，这一下
笑中，那没办法了
，3个虎啸都中了，
一个技能直接不要，接一个跳位直接拿下，最后一个月没有躲掉，让我们恭喜
春秋双冠剑指节杯，恭喜周子耀获得秋季赛总冠军，
恭喜周子耀！
你们肯定不能这么再说我了嘛，对吧？就是你们这样说，我肯定生气了，因为我现在拿到了2个冠军，证明了自己，也挺向往自己可以得到一个大满贯的，冲击后面的大满贯嘛。所以我觉得还是保持自己的竞技水平吧，就是尽力去拿下这个冠军。对。
我是主持人亚哥，现在呢，亚哥就在深圳卓越中心的勇武嘉年华的现场。今天呢，亚哥就来带大家感受一下现场的活动氛围。这个嘉年华的现场，今天来完之后感觉现在怎么样？
感觉现在氛围特别好，然后活动也有非常多。
平时看比赛的话，会支持谁？当然是麦克。
然后也希望他这次能不留遗憾，就是拿到他心目中的冠军。
选手，
笑龙。
为什么支持笑龙呢？
我特别喜欢他那个飞刀留恋的那个连招，然后当时看到他比赛，我自己私下练了很多飞刀。
当然叫他飞刀王是吧？但是现在被削了，但是我依旧希望，笑龙能在节杯取得一个比较不错的成绩。
这边白的打一个秘籍，结果秘籍太余力了。再看起来的话，
状态。
拿分数，他这个跳舞还要拿一个人上，
他一直刀好，
距离3.6了。
这么距离3段，上来再压住一个快刀，就捏住了，再想利用这个防区去躲掉。
我又可以看进图里面了，美拳攻击周子耀。
没有奥义，没有受击，没有朱顺一个，
没有机会了。也很好，开启这个巴掌
没了呀！
再来一个985接枪。
希望不然比血量拼不了。无锋状态
感觉是无锋的了，
一直下来
是无锋的。
让我们恭喜2025 J Cup 单排冠军T1吴锋。
屏幕前以及现场的解宝们，你们好吗？
Good afternoon.
欢迎大家来到深圳，来到捷杯。我是主持人陈瑜，大家好。相信很多的观众朋友们还沉浸在昨天单排的精彩比赛当中，而在今天，我们也即将迎来3排的巅峰对决。但是在比赛开始之前，我们首先要为大家带来的是2025勇武斗剑发布会的现场直播。 接下来，就让我们有请关哥为我们带来发布会的最新内容。有请关哥。
听说有位用膳的绝世高手，风流倜傥，一把平平无奇的折扇，点穴、格挡、泄劲，无所不能。
老头儿，今天该讲哪位天下第一的故事了？
这天下第一飞刀，
非我莫属。
幸会。
影子是抓不住的。
你的心不诚。 这便是天下第一飞刀。
成为天下第一，不靠刀剑，靠你的心。心中若有刀，飞花摘叶，皆可伤人。 你的刀够快了，你的心却还不够。
老头儿，你这书都老掉牙的故事了，谁还听这陈年旧事啊？
对呀，是得写上新的名字了。
大家好啊
！Hello everyone！
欢迎各位莅临深圳捷杯啊，同时也是我们2025年的勇武斗剑发布会的直播现场啊。我是永劫无间制作人关磊，邀请各位一起来看看永劫来年新计划的第一手情报。都说文无第一，武无第二，对吧？ 预祝打进决赛的战队啊，今天能够凭借着百练的修行与意志，拔得头筹，取得天下第一啊！ 我们更为了
For all NARAKA
所有
players
不断修行的永劫玩家们
we're setting the stage
布置
for
好
you
了
to
加
become
冕
the
天
greatest
下第一的
warrior
舞台
alive。
今年决战
Clash
紫禁
of
之巅。
Weapons。
作为古龙 IP 联动的现实玩法，你将在月圆之夜
You
登
will
上
step
宫
on
顶，
rooftop
用
in
你
the full
最擅长的
moonlight
武器
using your
与
best
对手
weapon
一决
to
高
fight
下
against each other
拿
for
下专属
exclusive
的兵器
weapon
称号，
titles。
请看影片。今天勇武斗剑的这个直播现场，我们现在展示《永劫无间》与古龙联动的第2期啊，正式上线啊！除了玩法之外，还包含了我们全新的英雄外观和魂域。期待各位大侠一起登上我们紫禁之巅，问鼎天下第一。历年的勇武斗剑大会啊，我们曾经携手整个武林也曾经拜会了各大宗师。今天永劫就要以李寻欢为起点，正式启动内容开发计划，侠盗无拘。长线铺开与各类的经典武侠 IP 的内容合作，对就是那个曾经令你印象深刻、热血沸腾的电影、动漫，都会在《永劫无间》与你们再会了啊！相信这些经典武侠 IP 在你们手中依旧能打，也真的能打。侠的本意是助人啊，就像你团队里面舍身拆火的岳山还有那个昨天晚上全心全意替你牵线的胡桃啊，24工作室发扬永劫的侠义，携手中华思源基金会以全体永劫玩家之名，为多所的乡村学校捐建了建设名为“我生无拘”的体育教室。并且开设了武术课哦，请看我们介绍影片。
下雨了，
缺人、缺资源，很难出成绩。我想了很多办法，尝试教授武术，让他们去看更大的世界。
一家公益组织邀请我来给学生们上一节课。我当时就下定决心，这节课无论如何我都要来上。同学们进来吧，今天我给你们上课。
Now, the kids can enjoy a brand new space to practice martial arts and maybe even pull off a few NARAKA moves. We cannot make such donation without you. To commemorate this goodwill, we are releasing a martial art master certificates tomorrow onwards for you to collect.
让孩子们好学上武的心愿可以被更多人看见了。好吧，接下来我们要上猛料。
Let's watch the new PV.
虽破一劫，却再造一劫。穷尽一生天机算尽，只为重炼阴阳。 再开乾坤，却偏偏算不到，最终竟生出了那个东西。此天地早已是万劫不复。冤兮冤兮，似万物之宗。 这无状之状，又怎甘屈居一隅？他会通过裂隙绵延万劫，迟早拖着一切归于无尽混沌。你们的世界会如何面对那无名的恐怖？又能否找到一线生机？ 我真想看看彼界的无尘，你们能算到？
In a distant parallel world, Sun Wing and Moonbane emerge as one, an ancient deity of chaos has returned. It can break the space and gather fragments from different universes. Here, NARAKA BLADEPOINT Season 19, Skybreak. And with its new season comes the first shuffle map, the Maelstrom. Let's take a look.
在混沌神域中，每场对局都是新的冒险。这一片险地由多张地图的破碎板块随机拼接而成，数万种可能性等待大家探索。破碎的大陆之间地势险峻，混沌之毒、怪物诡异和暗域对英雄们构成了多重截杀。但危机之中总有转机。 特殊区域万界地的掉落特别丰富，甚至有概率获得神兵碎片。抢先集齐，就能组合出扭转战局的开天斧。
This is the Maelstrom, a mysterious, ever-changing world, a grand stage to test your ability and tactics. Make sure to check it out on December 30th Pacific Time, the first day of the new season. Let me introduce a new hero in the Skybreak season, Xander Wu, Agent of Chaos. She's the steadfast, spirited figure who will not stop until she gets what she deserves. Xander's arrows aren't the only thing blazing through the battlefield. We also have NARAKA's brand new ranged weapon, the dual flintlocks. It will arrive midway through this new season, slicing your path to victory. We've got all new roguelike mode, the evolution. Seek out the Chaos Zero upon the battlefield and use them to forge your own martial arts style. In February next year, use your imagination to conquer the battlefield. From Tao of Bizarre Immortal to Slay the Gods, all of the collab cosmetic are perfect. Am I right?
啊，还有我们刚刚上线的战神联动，是不是全部都可以说是权威啊？对不对
？Am I right？
啊，美术这么给力啊！当然新赛季啊，
Of course, in the new season, we also have new original cosmetic series. They are the new martial arts series.
还有笔走龙蛇
The new Chinese calligraphic series. On top of that, there will be new regular treasures and extreme rare level outfits for Ino One. We will be posting sneak peeks of the new season cosmetic on our official channels later. Please stay tuned. On January 22nd, a new traversal chapter, River Runs Red, will arrive. January 22nd, a new traversal chapter, River Runs Red, will arrive. You will step into a South Zone map that can switch between PvE and PvP. In River Runs Red, you will enter the outer wall. Here, instead of attacking each other, you will sneak into the city and break out together. But do watch out for mysterious sundial. If you move its hand, you will switch to the inner world and back on PvP. At the same time, you have to save our hero Yue Fei.
各自为战，解救岳飞的同时啊，重新展开对抗。
Seems we've got new map. NARAKA will also work with Xilin Steel Art Publication to create exclusive steel designs for upcoming chapters. We'll bring in the rich world of NARAKA to real life.
接下来看看，
过
去1年24工作室为了全面提升游戏体验，到底做了什么努力和成绩啊？各位最关心的，首先就是帧率啊。 目前全体玩家的帧率中位数是116帧，相较于去年同期的102帧，我们提升了12%的性能。 优化效果啊，在中低端的电脑里面更加明显了。此类机型的性能在1年内提升了22%。老生常谈的高帧差异啊，也会在陆续几次的专项调整下已经得到缓解了。此外啊，我们还在12月有一个大幅的优化，深度优化的引擎底层与代码编译器，游戏的帧率还会提高的更加明显了。这个就
Engine architect and coding. We emulate a trio teamfight scenario to test it out. Before implementing the new framework, it was around 80 FPS, but now it's close to 150. We have worked hard for a year, hoping to bring everyone a smoother gaming experiences. We never waived when it comes to anti-hacking. We banned 200,000 accounts from hacking in 2025. Arrested 2 criminal organizations and 7 individuals. Thanks to new virtualization technology, we can even handle tough issues like DMA hacking. We have already banned 2,254 accounts. Next, let's look at our optimization plans in 2026. We will be launching spectating and recording features very soon. Also launching is the illegal team inspector, the mentor system, and Guild War will be optimized in middle of the season. Lastly, let's end up with a big reveal. Aside from the Maelstrom, we will be releasing another new map and new mode in 2026. Please stay tuned.
还有好几个好消息啊，还没完，还有好几个好消息要分享给大家。有请官方解说查查。
好，现场的捷宝们
，Hello everyone. Good afternoon, everyone from the stadium and online. I am Jaja. Welcome to the NARAKA Fest live stream. Before introducing some special friends, we'd like to play a song.
眼睛瞪得像红绫，射出闪电般的毅力，耳朵竖得像天线，听着一切可以比别声音。你我快了坚持地抓到出讯息，你给我们带来了神欢迎。哈哈哈哈哈哈，黑猫警长，哈哈哈哈哈哈，黑猫警长，森林公民向你致敬，向你致敬，向你致敬。
I'm sure many of you recognize this familiar melody. Yes, the embodiment of justice will come to the world of NARAKA. Nobody can stand in way of justice. NARAKA BLADEPOINT crossover Mr. Black.
决定12月30日。
December 30th, PT, Tenhai and goalkeeper Shio will be taking on a new form as a part of the Black Cat squad. Next summer, NARAKA's Project Unchained introduced a special crossover featuring classical IPs, The Legend of Qin. While we have new friends, please don't forget our old friends who will be returning to NARAKA. It's the second round of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT crossover 洛天依。 The part 2 of the NARAKA Armor Hero collaboration has been confirmed. It's the 4th of the NARAKA Fests. We know that rewards must be abundant. Following the new version on December 22nd, we have got mysterious buffs for you all and 5 legendary cosmetics to dress you up. All you have to do is to log in during the event, and you can open a mystery box to get a legendary cosmetic you haven't owned yet. Take part in range of activity, rank up points, and you will be able to open up even more boxes, up to 5 in total. Awesome outfits, weapons, and effects, among other great rewards, can all be yours. That's a tons of excitement already. But there is still more. In fact, there is an offline party for players to go to Shenzhen's One Avenue Mall right now.
那么我们现场的朋友们可以拍照保存，我们屏幕前的解码们可以去截图保存。大家看一下左下角，别忘了领取我们给大家准备的福利哦。
Opening on December 19th, we have seen NARAKA fans make their ways to join the event, watch the incredible Zheng show. Everybody's having a blast. Tomorrow night, the annual Gold Tier Award will be held as scheduled. All your favorite content creators will show up. The J-Cup Solo Finals ended yesterday. Congrats again to our champion, T.E. Wu Feng. We will be holding a stream for Trio Finals soon, so come join us and witness a champion team rising. After tomorrow's version update, don't forget to log into the game to collect your rewards. 6 primal treasure chests of your choice and 5 splendor treasure chests, choice of gifts, and more. That's all for this NARAKA Fest. Thank you so much for watching.
你要的全拿走，你要的全拿走，你要的全拿走，你要的全拿走。2点3点，已经沉默寡言，好久靠在镜子也楚楚可怜。看见你站在上街，等着满足不管的回接，一个接着一个，一百接着一百的今天的笑面挂了吗？我们两不相欠。开头都是你在问，结果总是我在等。说话留着分寸，气氛却不见降温，爱没有了库存。你说的这么认真，显得我存心敷衍。这是套路的情节，苍白的上了台面，是不是分开一定要留恋，才觉得不那么随便？你要的全拿走，把回话成空，不要在乎感受，请变得有所保留。说过的话当成并不说，我不必再以为你迁就，说一句分手紧扣，1遍2遍3遍，最后百口莫辩。幸好只是偶尔兑现的谎言，残爱的单刀也要为过去了一切尊严，散了我们就干脆一点。你要的全拿走，剩下的我承受，留下我们的狗，别怪我没有用，我怕他以后会认错，哪怕他不懂我的痛，我不必再为你强求。1点2点3点，已经沉默寡言，好久好散听着也楚楚可怜。看见人都在收钱，这钱满出不管哪归件，一个接着一个，100接着100的今天的笑面快乐吗？我们两不相欠。你说的这么认真，显得我 心敷衍。这是套路的情节，苍白的像了太远，是不是分开一定有留恋，才觉得不那么随便。你要的全拿走，把回忆化成空，不要在乎感受，请变得有所保留。说过的话当成平复说，我不必再为你迁就，说一句分手借口，一遍两遍三遍，最后百口莫辩，情话只是偶尔兑现的谎言。曾爱的午夜，也为过去的一些作业，散了我们就干脆一点。你要的全拿走，剩下的我承受，留下我们的狗，别怪也没有用。我怕他以后被人宠，哪怕他不懂我的痛，我不必再为你将就。一年两年三年，已经成了惯用，好聚好散情节也楚楚可怜。看见的都在消遣，大家满处不管难归结，一个接着一个100接着100的情人在上面挂了满。两不相欠，说过的话当成平复说，我不必再为你迁就，说一句分手借口。兑现的谎言，曾爱的午夜，也为过去了一些作业，散了我们就干脆一点。全拿走，剩下的我承受，留下我们的狗，别怪也没有用。我怕他以后被人宠，哪怕他不懂我的痛，我不必再为你将就。一年两年三年，已经成了惯用，好聚好散情节也楚楚可怜。看见的都在消遣，大家满处不管难归结，一个接着一个100接着100的情人在笑面挂了满，我们两不相欠。
Hello， 所有永结无间的朋友们好！很高兴今天可以来到现场，为今天的比赛加油打气。今天是一个最终的角逐，希望每一个选手都可以在这个比赛当中拿到自己想要的成绩。然后接下去这首歌依然为你们打气，送上这一首《尽自己不为谁》。这边的朋友，这边的朋友，
干一杯，尽自己不归谁，尽力就无畏，辛苦也不悔，今天也可畏，经过心无愧，不醉不归，心碎的机会。干一杯，尽自己不归谁，尽力就无畏，辛苦也不悔，今天也可畏，经过心无愧，不醉不归，情岁月也记不回。这一杯敬，什么是青春？下一杯敬，什么算缘分？再一杯敬，未知的旅程。醉了又醒，什么是人生？有多久没有流过泪？多久没有人安慰？自己走的累不累？多久没有人来陪？要看得远，就要踩得够高，爬到山顶，未必被世人看到，想被拥抱，被人知道，懂你的、疼你的，真的越来越少。也许我没有走的只在到处游，也许谁把你住的我该往高处走，也许还没放弃就不想空着走，也许人 浪冲过了一关又一关，那种迷着自信的感觉上翻。但是比起暂时沉迷的满足感，我更爱未知的挑战和下一站。不停地走，不停地冲，却跟着自己的呼唤节奏。有时的痛，有时嘲讽，躲进了沉默的人海之中。不管外面多么风浪，态度挺胸，风起云涌，走路的风，面对感到大声就是我口。要看得远，就要站得够高，爬到山顶，未必被世界看到，想被拥抱。被人知道，懂你的、疼你的人越来越少。也许梦寐以求的只在高处有，也许是我的出路，我该往高处走。也许还没放弃就向空着走，也许人生赢要我还没看懂。但一杯敬自己不会睡，敬你就不会，敬多点不会，敬人也可畏，敬过心。不醉不归，几岁几代一杯敬自己不会谁，敬你就不会，敬多点不会，敬人也可畏，敬过心无愧，不醉不归，几岁爱也记不回，这一杯敬的什么是青春，下一杯敬的什么是缘分，再一杯敬未知的旅程，醉了又醒。什么是人生？
然后前一阵子，我很荣幸可以跟永界无间有一个合作，你们知道是什么吗？是我跟永界无间和盗墓笔记一起合作了一首联动主题曲，希望你们会喜欢这首歌，在这里送上这一首《无间度》给你们。
下雪后，抬头看着屋檐，母亲还没有睁眼，看她写的字，走过时间，那些诗卷压的古卷是给我的信笺，还是杂片？静静地闻着贪念，静静地等在人间。所有茶放在门外，我都没有听见。他心上说，常规的山间，闻不到我儿在哪个人间。菩萨说，众生也承受冰滴的脸，在魂魄缠着轮回的结。恋爱是不停的修剪，都是最后一人，困在无尽心的火焰。我念这个佛在你变心之前，你结伴一念战士落丝间。但是你可听见，精灵踏破无间到你身边。 所有茶放在门外，我都没有听见。那心上说常规的善间，问不在我耳，在哪个人间？菩萨说众生与生是并蒂的链，分魂会缠着轮回的结。你还是使不停的修剪，到是最后一人困在无底心有火焰。我们沿着个佛界，在你变心之前，用键盘一能展翅螺丝结。但是你可听见，支离踏破，我见到你身边。
谢谢。
Mục tiêu của em năm nay là tốt hơn năm trước. And play the tournament at our best and leave no regrets.
em nghĩ ba người cần nên vui vẻ với nhau thì nó sẽ có khả năng quán quân.和去年相比，感觉今年信心不会比去年少。
这是杰杯，赢了一起狂，输了一起扛。
今年卷土重来，这次定要弥补遗憾，圆梦巅峰。 那肯定是幻想过自己杰杯夺冠的场景的。我们目标是杰杯冠军。 这次校队第一目标肯定还是去拿杰杯总冠军。
Welcome all NARAKA fans to the 2025 NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship. I'm your host and caster Seb, and after yesterday's exciting solo competition where TE's Wufeng won the championship, today we are moving on to the Trios Arena. Let's take a look at all of our great performances for each player. And now, NARAKA fans, let's welcome our Trios team with the loudest cheers.
恭喜昨日 TE 无锋夺得了单排冠军。今天在我身后，12支战队集结完毕，将要向冠军奖杯发起冲击。那么现场所有热爱永劫的玩家朋友们，再次拿出你们最高的呐喊声，让我们欢迎他们！欢迎 BBE
Team BBE Roy Hehe, Dofu, and Asbon.
Dofu, Asbon. 欢迎
Team Hex with Wooey, Korean, Sachiko, and
Wooey,
Squeaky.
Korean, Sachiko, Squeaky. 欢迎
Team YZG with CXZ, QGG, ZXL, and Fu.
陈玄之、钱滚滚、张新兰、小付。欢迎维恩
Team 521 with Peppy, Ivan, and Fat Milk.
一兵 Pat Milk. 欢迎
Team OA with AB, Kukutu, and Tutik.
Kutu. 欢迎
Team Bauda with XEM, NY7, XXMU, and Lin.
小恶魔李烨。欢迎 SS1
Team SS1 with Shuan, Yuan,
小
and
炫
Lu Yin.
方圆落叶。欢迎
Team SR with Xiao, Rico, and
小豪
17S.
周涛、小兰。接下来欢迎成都
Team Chengdu GG with LXM, CJS, and 330.
李新淼、陈江生
Team Alliance
330
with PP, Yuma, and Jiang Jiang.
A 队。皮皮、有马、将将。欢迎 OUG
Team OUG. SS, Baby U, Shin U, and
小玉
SXJ.
宝、小雨、水星记。
Last but not least, JL.
晚风、
One
旭
Fong,
杰、
TXJ,
俊杰
and Junex. We fight together for glory until the end. The 2025 NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship Trios Grand Finals begins now.
开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT J-Cup Trio Grand Finals. My name is Seb, and I'm joined alongside God Moxie. We will be your hosts and casters tonight, and here we go. Looking absolutely amazing, Moxie. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Raven, by the way, if you didn't know.
No, I am Moxie. We are all Moxie, Seb. It's wonderful to be here today. JL is absolutely dominating during group stage, but we've seen in solos that OUG Mike dominated. It didn't really matter in the end. Will the same trend happen for this trio's finals for JL?
Yeah, and it's looking like it's anyone's game already. We saw TE's Wufong with the absolute insanity of a win in game number 7 that we saw here. But quickly, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you join the Discord server, get your comment brought up on the broadcast at Grand Finals with your chance to win a bunch of really cool gifts and some cool prizes that you can get in-game. It's going to be very nice to have those.
Very nice indeed, Seb. Now, even though JL has a huge lead, it's 20 points. Any of these teams can do it. OUG is just behind. And guys, the J-Cup baseball cap, we're finally here. It's the Grand Finals. Everyone wants this cap. You gotta lock in. Make sure you tune in today. Get your cap. I know after seeing the cap in real life, maybe it's starting to grow on me, Seth, but I gotta say, hats are not my thing considering the hair.
Taking a look at the comments, Xiaolong said, watching J-Cup solo, pure tension, every breath counts. Watching J-Cup trios, 30 ultimates go off at once. I can't even see the floor. I love it. I love it. It's so accurate. It's so 100% accurate. You can't see the floor. You can't see anything when it's going on in trios, except for crazy, crazy non-stop actions. Euphoria, shout out Euphoria, Team JL, take it all the way. I like it, like to see it.
I mean, not being able to see the floor, that's a lot of particles, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe, you know, in the mid-game, there's definitely some crazy situations. I think the particle effect's a little bit blinding, but Nani Samba. I wish good luck for our non-CN regions in this trio finals. I hope Hex will keep surprising us again and again. Shout out to Nani. Hex, the first EU trios team to finally make it to the finals. Sachiko, Squeaky, Wooey, they fought tooth and nail to get here, but now on the big stage, how are they going to be able to keep that momentum from group stage? I'm super excited to see what they have to show for us today.
Same here, but Raven, we've got our question. Who will be the ultimate caster? Will it be you? Will it be me? Will it be Moxie? Or will it be Dunking? We are all going to be picking a trios team that we think is going to be crowned champion, and we have to predict it right. The winner of the prediction today will get 4 flowers and claim the ultimate caster prize for themselves. It means Dunking can win, it means that I can win, it means that Raven can win, it means that Moxie can win. The only catch, we are allowed to pick the same team. Solos, we weren't allowed to pick the same players. Right now, we are allowed to pick the same teams. Raven, I'm gonna let you lock yours in first.
Ooh, you switched it on to me. I mean, I didn't get to pick the favorite to win last time, and to be honest, it wouldn't matter whether or not the favorite. Every single year, I've always been a big fan of TXJ, no matter what organization he's been a part of. So I'm gonna pick JL to win it, and TXJ to be the MVP of that team.
Perfect. Looks like Raven is going to be locking in JL. Myself, though, I'm going to stick with it. Even though the last time I bet on them, they steered me the wrong way. I'm keeping with my gut, and I'm going true. OUG will win the Trios Grand Finals.
OUG,
I mean... He's going to FMVP as well.
I mean, I'm not a mathematician, Seb, how this went bad last time. I'm not going to lie. If it wasn't JL, I probably would have went with OUG, just because, again, I was a big fan of Mr. Baby U. But speaking of math and numbers, the total grand prize for today, $1 million up for grab with that $200K before taking it down. But something interesting, just like solos, those MVP rounds, as the rounds continue, we start being able to win cars round by round.
Oh yeah, no Ferrari money until you get to the championships or second place. But 200,000 for the champion, and so on and so forth. You can see a breakdown of the prize pool. $10,000 to $100,000 for the single game winners. Starting in game 1, it's going to be $10,000, and then it goes up by a little bit every single time. The group stage is only $5K per win, but now since we've got up to 8 games, if you MVP game number 8, you get an extra $100,000 to take home with your prize. Taking a look at our initial scoring come through with the pre-post points. BBE's at 8.2, 9.1 for Hex, YZG is at 11, 11.7 for 521. Taking a look at the top 6, JL already starting with 21.1 points, 16.2 for OUG, Alliance is going to start with 15.9, 15 for Chengdu's GG, SR with 14.5. It's looking pretty good right now. They've got a decent lead. Our match point threshold is going to be a little bit higher than what we usually see for the solos. It's going to be 58. Oh my goodness, no, they could get that in one game. JL could get it in one game. They could win it 2.
Indeed, Sebulous. We're going to be starting out with the mirror matchup, though, and as we saw in solos, just like solos for trios, if you win this first match, you're going to get a ton of momentum going for you. For trios, the meta has been Viper, Justina, Syra, the variation of Attack on Titan that just has no brakes. It's full gas, going all the way with Syra replacing Wu Chen. Still, though, the drops, Seb. The drops were finally here at the Grand Finals. This is the last day of Jacob to get your drops. And you just, gotta load up, get up late at night, wherever you are, and just lock in for 90 minutes. And it might just go 90 minutes today. JL could do it in 3 or 4 if they have all the momentum going for them.
Yeah, they're looking really strong right now, especially coming into this. But we saw the downfall of the strong players. Mike won MVP 5 games in the last day of trios, or in the last day of solos of the group stage, and then he was not doing too well, barely passing that match point threshold for one of the last 2 games, and then he was not able to come away with the MVP. He ended up dying pretty early. Light Polaris doing a really good job of taking down both the Titans, Spider and Mike in that early game of game number 7, preventing them from getting a win in that grand finals. It was definitely an unfortunate situation, but all of the top players ended up taking each other down, which allowed TE's Wufeng a come from behind victory. If we would have gone to points, he would have finished around 8th or 9th place. But because of the match point system, it allowed him to come through with the win. And we could see that happen with one of our trios teams today. So a team that normally isn't going to be the front runner putting up so many points could get that match point threshold, MVP the next game, and then all of a sudden they are going to be crowned the J-Cup champions. And if yesterday has taught us anything, anything can happen.
Yeah, it was super unlikely that someone could end it really quickly, but Spider showed even with the 12th pick, he was able to basically go right to the door and be slapped away. I'm hoping we have that same type of energy today, that someone makes sure to gatekeep the match point, just so we can have an extended series to see the most beautiful NARAKA. Unfortunately though, Seb, it is trios, and unlike solos, there is a lot more variation, but it's a lot easier to win on the 4th phase as a trios team. You don't really have as much character depth, but unlike previous years of trios, we have so much strategic depth when it comes to the new compositions and the new flavor of J-Cup, the Yushan Enor, Shuhan, and JL showing how devastating the comp was. Traditionally, compositions in trios, everyone is reluctant to change. I mean, even in Immortal War trios in CN, people are playing Transformers 4 years in a row. They will not get on the composition. But when it comes to J-Cup, everyone is forced to evolve. And we finally see Yushan back into the meta to slow down this Viper dominant meta. We saw during group stage a lot of teams kind of resisting it, still sticking to that phase 1 pick of Viper, Syra, Justina, but JL, they dropped almost a 40 bomb using that Yushan Inor Shuhan, and since then, for 2 weeks, everyone has been scrambling to dust off that Yushan to get ready for this J-Cup Trios Finals.
Yeah, it is looking really fun, that composition. As a person who typically doesn't appreciate Yushan in composition, I just think that his value is incredibly annoying when fighting against it. Using him, playing him, he's a very difficult and technical hero to learn. So I have developed with this new composition a new appreciation for the Yushan Inor combo together. Now that is it's just diabolical. And then you add the Shunhuan Li on top of it, especially this is pre-damage nerfs that have been coming in the most recent patch that we just received. It is going to be one of the most dominant comps for a while. Even with the damage nerf, I think that it's still going to be very good. The amount of CC that you get off of the ultimate of Shunhuan, all you need to do is keep that line of sight for the ult recast. All you do is left click.
All you do is left click, Seb. Yes, indeed. It is a rushdown composition. There is nothing you can do as a Zai or anything that doesn't transform. Shuhan did recently get nerfed. Now, we are on one of the older patches, so Shuhan is still busted. Very, very hard to lock down, and he's running a different ultimate in the unlike the solo variation, where he takes to the skies and he guarantees the lockdown for Yushan and Inor to connect. Now, we've seen different variations of this, just because Hadi was one of the few characters that could get his teammates out of trouble. Putting that cube down, zipping, Kylan able to kind of delay and stall that double ult combo of Inor and Yushan running one of your characters down. But we've seen the delayed ultimate rotation coming out from JL, showing that Hadi is not all it's cracked out to be. We saw a lot of early adopters substituting Shuhan for Akos V3 to lock down the Hadi composition, and that's what I think is going to be very interesting today, Seb. Every single year for trios, we've always seen some type of composition come out of the woodwork, some secret weapons used that no one else really thought of that countered the J-Cup flavor. Now, I'm really excited to see how Sachiko and Hex, they have an EU secret weapon for a composition. Now, will it pay off? I saw them have a ton of success in Immortal War, and these guys feel like it's an ace card up their sleeves.
$10,000. It's a down payment on a good car. $62,000. $10,000 for the first game is going to be our winnings if you get the MVP here, as we are going to be seeing later on. One of our games is going to be worth $62,000. So you MVP the first game, you get 10 grand. But you MVP game 5, game 6, game 7, one of those games is going to be worth a whole lot more money, closer to $100,000, which is absolutely insane. The boys, BBE, getting ready to lock some stuff up, and like you were saying, Raven, those compositions that these players bring out of the woodwork, and they come through with something that is completely unexpected that we've never seen before. That was the birth of our Viper composition. Then it was the birth of our Viper Syra composition. It creates so many new opportunities for these players to show the innovation that they've been working toward all year. And I am really excited for these global region teams like BBE, like 521, like Hex, to show off their skills that they bring from the other regions. And I think that we're going to see some really crazy stuff coming up from them, and I really hope that it's going to work. I'm also really hoping that we get to see some Valda V1 coming out from Bauda. We know they like to run it every now and again. I don't know if they will end up doing it here, but it would be really cool to see.
Well, the global teams almost took it down last year, just like Frostibus almost took Solo's J-Cup finals this year. They got their work cut out for them, because the top 6 this year, we got some newcomers. SR challenging the old guard of JL, GG, and OUG. SR has had a spectacular year. Starting out, most people don't realize that they were originally OUG's B team, but at Koikot they showed how well they did versus the actual NBPL teams, and they were finally picked up by a lot of other teams. Now, most of their players got split up, but 2 of them did go back to SR, and they have been, I feel like, since watching TXJ and FPX way back during the first J Cup, the first team that I really saw innovate the playstyle. They play very similar to JL, but JL I would say is a little bit more experimental. SR kind of does a new take on the old school compositions where they just don't play very conservative. They play epically aggressive in every position that they can, and because of that, they've seen a ton of success this year winning EWC.
Yeah, looking really strong at that EWC. They have the opportunity to come through with a really big win here. And it's all going to come down to who gets that momentum early, who keeps the level ahead, who keeps getting their eliminations that they need, and who gets the placement in that top section. You need to be minimum top 5 every single time with at least 10 kills if you want to keep up with the likes of JL, if you want to keep up with the likes of the teams that are always putting up so many points. OUG, one of those teams that when they pop off, they go really crazy. They put up 20, 30 elimination games. They put up those high kill games, and they stay consistent with the amount of games that when they're playing that are higher than the average amount of points. So we see a lot more games with a lot of points than we do without for OUG, for SR, for JL. But these teams that are, they might have a pop-off game or 2 every now and again. They need to stay consistent with the amount of points that they're going to be putting up on the board right now, as we're going to be seeing all of these teams getting ready to lock it in. Oh, look at Fumio. Absolute legend, looking amazing in the suit right there. Taking a look, our mirror match is going to be Syra, Viper, Justina for game number 1. Raven, you must be excited for this one here.
I actually enjoy this mirror matchup. I think it's very technical with the V1 variation. We've seen the Silence Viper always come back into the meta, but something that always happens every single year, we saw a little bit of an experimentation with that F2V2. Will we see it today? Now, traditionally, everyone has it super dialed in where it comes to the opener for this composition. You got the Justina Viper opener. JL flip the script. They like to open up with the Syra ultimate. It's a little bit more adaptable on different terrain, and you anchor with the V1 stun. Now, is anyone going to really switch it up this time? Before, Viper has always been one of those hit and run characters, but this new composition took this year by storm. It really has no weaknesses. It's very good off spawn, it's very good in first Yang, it's very good at cleansing even if you die out of Yang just because of the silence potential, and you can just not allow another team to play. It's also probably the most effective at picking off those stragglers later on during the Spirit Well, leading into the Spirit Well. Justina's ultimate is so versatile where you can't really get away from her in trios. If she sees you, she can get to you, and if she can get to you, her teammates are going to catch up.
Here we go. The only variation that these people could possibly have will be ultimates and abilities, but we're not going to see that change very much here. Imagine one team just decides to go like Viper V2 or something like that. You see like a crazy Viper V2, or Viper V2, Justina V2. Oh!
Well,
oh my goodness!
Well.
I called it! Sachiko.
This was the secret weapon that EU was cooking. I personally watched them wipe the floor with JL during Immortal War. If you didn't know this, in CN, JL, or TXA specifically, is the rank 1 trios player by a long shot. And on this stage is one of the hardest Yang fights you can possibly imagine. and Hex really struggled to find a footing to go Yang. They didn't really use that Yang strategy at all through their group stage run, but with this secret weapon, the boys are feeling confident. I hope to see a run back versus JL, Hex versus them, take him down. Let's slow things down and let this go in an extended series so we can see who's gonna win. I'm not gonna lie, Steph, you saw the percentages there, JL versus OUG, but I'm gonna just let you know again, those numbers are not correct. I'm not a mathematician, but it's not that close actually between these teams' performances on the big stage.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what's gonna be going on once we get into the games and we actually get starting, because game 1 of the Trios Grand Finals is starting right now. Let's kick things off and get ready for one crazy night of matches. Here we go. 5-2-1 gonna be taking that first fight, looking for the Fireflies. It looks like Pampy going to be getting that first. We see weapons going towards 5-2-1's side. Ultimate gonna be coming out immediately here, as we're gonna see Junks getting absolutely annihilated right off the rip of this game. Bauda gonna be fighting SR in the kill feed. We're gonna see that happening too. TXJ getting brought really low, losing the off spawn. 5-2-1 gonna be picking up their first 2 eliminations of the match.
Now going over to GG versus Hex. Hex really takes a ton from GG. Can they find the solution after studying them for so long? CJS is going to be stuck against this Syra ultimate, slowing things down. One of his teammates is down. LXM is going to be jumped on by BBE. The global teams jumping on the GOATs, GG and JL being challenged off spawn as the Doofu is going to be coming in. Viper V1, not more than places to go. CJS just throws a Hail Mary and he's going to get opened up and parried.
We're going to see Hex try to make some waves here into the fight. Sachiko with a nice parry onto Asbon, but he is going to get defended. Syra Ultimate is going to be coming in here doing a lot of healing onto the members of Hex. Able to save them for a little bit. Bamboo Esports, though, looking for a very crazy opening in the kills, and Sachiko is going to go down. That full nunchuck meter dump just going to deal so much damage. Squeaky going down to Dofu as well. We're going to see Asbon trying to pick up CJS, but he wasn't able to do so in time. We are going to see now LXM coming in. Wooey still alive for Hex, but we're going to see the stun coming through. 330, incredibly low in HP right now, is going to go down. Roy Hehe picking up that elimination. LXM going to go down as well, as Fat Milk coming in and picking up another elimination in the kill feed. Wooey trying to survive, but BBE, such a dominant force at the start of this game.
Yeah, that's how you really want to start off spawn. Just picking up a ton of freebies with some great timings. This is what I was worried about for JL, for GG. They are dominant with their static locations, but Jacob, 2 weeks, lots of scouting. The global teams came out swinging with some great counter strategy off spawn. Now going to the north for these jugs and the money location on Predoria. Alliance Jang Jang is going to get jumped on by Loye. Immediately popping the V1. No need any type of silence, but Jang Jang is going to try his best to line of sight the stun. He's not able to, as SS1 is able to collapse on him and execute him.
Yeah, beautiful elimination right there to be able to continue to keep putting points up on the board. That's their second elimination so far in this game, as we're going to see Alliance's Jiang Jiang heading back to the Soul Altar. Rest of his team's still alive. I don't know where the rest of his team is. We're going to see him link up with them in a second here. But taking a look at the initial fights scoreboard, we're going to see BBE and 5-2-1, 7 eliminations for BBE, 5 for 5-2-1, 3 for OA, 2 for Bauda, 2 for SS1 as well. The rest of the teams, OUG, Alliance, GG, and SR, all with 1 elimination on the board. YZG, Hex, and JL, all with 0. So it's a bit of an interesting off spawn that we've seen here. Oh my goodness. Is that a double purple weapon that we just see come out there?
A double purple weapon indeed, and as a result, Seb, Viper doesn't really benefit so much by the purple weapons. Syra does, But because it's a V1 composition, anytime there's that V1 in, you're looking for those high burst weapons, even over a purple armor. The fact that you're able to line up so much damage using the Cyrus Sun or the V1 Viper Sun, prioritizing damage is definitely the name of the game. And that's not what I want to see. OUG getting lucky with the loot. But it's still very, very early. And I would still say, Seb, the top 10 are pretty much neck to neck going this. JL had such a huge lead, but the fact that they only took 10% of their 200 points to grand finals, I don't think it's as much of an influence as the lead Mike had, being that his points was 20%. In trios, teams can drop 20 bombs like hotcakes, and the top 10 teams are all capable of doing it.
I think every single team here is capable of dropping the 20 bomb, getting themselves with that MVP, getting the kill multipliers. It is definitely possible. So I think that's why we're seeing only 10% of the points coming in, because you give them 20% of 200, and then you tell them, okay, we're going to be making the score 58. They're maybe a couple points away from that. So they have to get maybe 18 points in a game to get there. So you know, getting that 20 points, I think, is a good lead and advantage, but it's not enough to make it completely unfair. We are going to see, though, XXMU going to be taking a lot of damage, does end up going down here. It's BBE picks up their 8th elimination of the game. They're going absolutely crazy right now.
Yeah, so much momentum going their way. They have to use his Moonbane before the Yang's coming up to try to get some value, but it's also going to signal the rest of the lobby to come in, see what's what. And remember what I said about this composition, Seb. It has no weaknesses. It even thrives in the 3rd and 4th party as far as having that ton of aggression. And we saw with these building terrains, there's tons of outplay potential when it comes to the Viper ultimate. On flat ground, it's pretty much a match fest of who can stun first, but when there's buildings, when there's trees, when there's line of sight, there's a lot of interesting things you can do with the Viper mirror matchup to space out the stun. Now, we are going to see SS1 and GG a little bit of a calm before the storm as the first Yang is going to be coming up. I'm very curious to see what the team's overall strategy is going to be. We saw Hex have a ton of success even without going Yang, able to do well on the Viper composition. But in general, the teams that do win Yang have a huge advantage.
Yeah, winning Yang is going to give you, first of all, it gives you a sense of relaxation, because that means that you don't have to worry about dying if you're winning that first Yang. You don't have to worry about very much if you are in that situation. You have extra loot. If you die, it's okay. You can respawn. You have Vermilion. You get the gold weapon. You get another purple armor. And you get a lot of extra resources for your team. So it creates a level of calm that could really help these players' mentals. Second of all, losing that Realm of Yang, being on Yang depletion, needing to get a kill, it's going to make you more frantic. It is going to tear down your mental compared to how it would if you would win. And we're going to be taking a look here at some of the shopping going on. These Yang spawns are coming through. We see all of these teams just getting prepared to try and mash as hard as they can to get themselves in. Spamming that interact button. Getting into that Realm of Yang, claiming one of 6 spots that could be coming in here. One of 8 spots, actually. I think we've got 4 Yangs coming in.
Yep, first Yang is going to be coming up. It's very, very sussy, though, because everyone matches in. That leaves 5-2-1 and OUG to duel off. And you see the triple ult pop off from OUG. But Pampi getting out of line of sight is going to be able to pop his B1. And they're going to be able to connect onto OUG. Wait a second, Seb. The global teams have been absolutely picking apart the veteran team, but Bad Milk is gonna fall. We're in a 2v2 situation. My boy, Baby U, absolutely going crazy on the Justina. And now 5-1 in a suspect situation. They're able to get the Soul Bloom. Baby U's combo break is gonna be going down. Pampy is gonna get flanked by Baby U. Ibin with a nice cover. We're gonna drop down the cliff. Who's gonna get the focus? This guy, Pampy, doesn't want any part of this 2v1. He comes back down, gets the ISO fight. Nice flank from his teammate. Pampy looks for the silence, not able to get it. Baby U draws it out. Shinyu with the Dragon Slayer flank, not able to connect. Pampy with his re-flank, jumping in, trying to collapse. I've been popped the heel, but Pampy's taking so much damage right now. OUG has the momentum right now. Pampy's gonna fall right now, but 2v1 situation, not gonna matter. And OUG, I spoke too soon. They find the 2v3 win.
The 2v3 comeback, very beautiful indeed, as we are going to see now. GG winning their Realm of Yang against the members of Hex. Do end up going down there, fighting immediately as soon as they back out of that Realm of Yang. TXJ, 1 HP in a dream right now, goes down before the Viper World can even make fruit of its labor. We are going to see GG's LXM trying to scale rush away, using that fan to get a little bit of extra distance. JL's One Fang trying to back off, incredibly low in HP. TXJ is down, One Fang is incredibly low as well. Junex now getting absolutely sliced up by the members of GG. 330 trying to jump through. And it looks like we are going to see One Fang going down to LXM and Junks going down to the members of G. Picking up those eliminations is going to be BBE as well. Is going to be losing their fight in respect to fighting against Alliance here. Actually, the health back is going to be huge. What is this comeback with the Justina dashes coming through from Dofu? Dofu's going to take down, and the 3v2 is turning into a 2v1. Oh my goodness, Bamboo Esports bringing it back around. Huge heal potential coming out. Oh my goodness, what a parry. Into the 1-2, into the shotgun burst, into the jump LNB. And Bamboo Esports coming back and short-handed.
SR though, coming in with a nice timing attack. Justina is going to be popping through. Xiao able to pick up the first kill. A bunch of freebies with the Justina. Not much ult investment right here. They are going to be able to cleanse as 17S pops at Justina dolls, locks everyone down as Xiao is able to clean it up on the Viper. Now, this is something, I'm not going to lie, was gate kept for a lot of this year, but it's become super prevalent in Jacob and solos as well as trios. But first on that thought, we are going to go to the matchup of GG versus Hex right here. Cyrils are going to both be invested. It looks like a triple ult opener. CJS is going to try to lock them down, but with that stun, LXM is able to find a juicy silence. And unfortunately, the EU secret weapon did not work versus GG, as Wiki is left in a dire situation. Gonna get lifted off the ground and shredded.
Absolutely rinsed through, as we are going to see them needing to get that cleanse. If they do end up winning their next fight coming through, they might be able to get themselves some extra loot coming through and cleansing that Yang depletion. OA, on the other hand, fighting against SR. AB with a beautiful parry on Rico. Rico going to back up a 2-tick, 1 HP in a dream right now. He's going to die to zone if he's not careful. He is able to make it out, but Rico 1 HP as well. The range battle is coming through. 17S is going to go down to QQ2. The ranged musket shot from Rico claims the bloom, able to get a bit of a health reset, but 17S has gone down. Now it's a 2v1, 2v2, big parry gonna come through. Now it's a 1v1 situation. QQ2 versus Rico. We're gonna see the holds coming through. Zyra Ultimate invested to be able to prevent any damage. Alliance's Jung trying to come in. He gets the stun on the QQ2. Rico just gonna back off this. He knows he needs to get out of here. No revives for his team available. And look at that, Jung spotting QQ, absolutely eliminating OA and taking them out of this tournament. What a sneaky elimination there from Alliance.
An absolute elimination indeed, Seb. Jung waits behind the corner, pops the ultimate, dumps all the stamina, and is able to secure that first kill. BBE now rotating into zone next to SS1. Everyone wants to slow things down a little bit, but this is that mid game that a lot of people overlook. There's absolute wars that go down with the Vermilion buff teams. But again, I'm not going to be able to complete this off, but we are going to get the highlights of 2 of the favorites to win this. TXJ versus Zhao. Nice job from TXJ, able to dump his stamina, get around the corner, get the stun, setting up Junks to find those Justina's dashes. And now Rico in a tough situation as the Cyber ult's going to be coming out, finding the staggers on him, going to the sky, but TXJ has them in his crosshairs. Now in a 3v1 situation, SR just got picked apart from JL.
JL doing a really good job of winning their Realm of Yang, and that's one of the things that they're able to execute best when it comes to NARAKA BLADEPOINT. And oh no, as it looks, we're gonna see 12 seconds left. Oh, SR knows what's going on here. Oh, the stun comes through. QGG is gonna get caught out with 3 seconds left. They do manage to take down Xiao, but the rest of their team is gonna get eliminated here. Oh my goodness. YZG and SR. Are SR fully eliminated? Or we do see one cleanse coming through from onto CXZ. He is gonna end up back into the zone. SR have lost one member here, and they've lost 2 members, as now both YZG and SR, one member.
This is the matchup, Sebulous.
Oh my goodness.
We got JL versus OUG. We're going to be looking at the mastermind himself, TXA, on the Viper. Going to scale rush left and right, looking for his priority target. He's not even going to go for the silence. He's immediately going to pop the V1. They're open up with the Justina Viper combo. OUG reacts, popping the Cyber ultimate. TXA has to get away from the Cyber, and SS is able to find the stun onto them. OUG turns the offense around with the precise stun coming out from the leader of OUG's SS, and now JL's Junks has to do something miraculous right here. We are going to get a double parry though, a little bit of life for one Funk, but a 1v3 situation. Does OUG drop these? I just don't think it's possible with the lockdown coming out from Baby U. Big win for OUG.
OUG taking it in the Realm of Yang. Music to my ears, picking themselves up a gold greatsword, which they might actually keep a greatsword. We've seen that being the trend in most of the games so far. GG doing a really good job of winning a 2v1 situation with that gold greatsword. So we might get to see it getting clanged, as Moxie says, to a pole sword. But we are going to be seeing them with that golden armor and the Mystic Might buff. That's going to help them a lot as well. SS1 ended up beating out GG in their Realm of Yang. You're going to see the Viper ultimates coming through, and it's whoever gets the kite first. Luyi, oh my goodness, what a freeze. Myriad Wintersweet going to come through. The powerful Dazzle does come out and prevent a lot of damage that Luyi could output. We are going to see all the healing from, oh my goodness, what a Myriad Wintersweet ability coming through here. Look at this Soul Jade, just absolutely crazy amounts of damage coming through there that they're able to send it off with those purple flying knives. The shotgun burst is upgraded and it is outputting so much. SS1 able to come away with that win. We're going to see Sachiko buying a Rebirth Charm, which means that we're going to see them back up at full strength. I believe they managed to cleanse 2 of the Yang depletions, but they hadn't picked up any eliminations. Oh, there we go. We get the Rebirth Charm coming through, back to full strength for their team. Rico, though, only one member of his team remaining, might have to find some extra bits of loot if he wants to get himself into the rest of this game. He needs to get his team back up. Oh my goodness, Wooey going to be fighting against JL's Junks. Oh no, the 1v1 situation against the Justinas. Wooey going to go down. Where's the rest of the team? We're going to see that Yang depletion already cleansed. Sachiko hiding, not wanting to fight against TXJ right now. I think that's the optimal position to be in right now. Now we're going to see Bauda fighting against Alliance.
Yeah, one of the big finesses in the Viper Mirror matchup is Phantom Step. Even though that's gold right now, if you're able to dodge and gank priority over the other Viper, it allows you to land that stun that we saw in Yang. But we are seeing Bauda just running into the juiced up Alliance. They just got so much loot going their way as they do get low inside the zone. Bauda's doing a really good job of forcing this back, but NY7 gets taken for a ride. The uppercut 3v1. What can you do? Maybe Green Focus? You know, everyone was saying Green Focus were going to be OP. And we just haven't, I don't think I've seen one Green Focus situation yet in trios or even solos. Now transitioning
after this second Yang, we have GG and JL, both with Yang depletion, as we are going to see Sachiko run into one bong right here. Sachiko with the V2. Can he lock it down? He does. One bong is going to get deleted by Sachiko, as now Junks is going to try to run away from Squeaky and TXJ. Wait a second. Hex, a little bit of grief here, knocking down one of JL's players, as Sachiko is going to take the catapult, get out of here. Squeaky left behind though. Shadow Corruption is coming up, as TXJ is going to find a focus tag onto Squeaky, but Squeaky does get 2 blues through. Unfortunately, gets dodge buried, and JL is going to find one of the kills, but it looks like Sachiko was able to get out of there.
Yeah, Sachiko being able to make his way out and picking up that elimination is going to bode well in his favor. The only issue that it does pose is that Hex only have 1 remaining player in this game. JL still have 2, and they're going to be able, they might be able to obtain some rebirth charms to get their teammates back. OUG chasing Rico into the zone. It looks like they might decide to run back in. They don't want to run that far, as now GG on Yang depletion as well. Still on Yang depletion. They've got a minute left to try and cleanse that. And now we're going to see Hex with 1 player, YZG with 1 player, SR with 1 player. The rest of the teams is still standing strong with 3. BBE on 14 eliminations. Wow.
I was just looking at that. Wait a second. How come we haven't seen a BOV of BBE yet? They got 14 kills. They almost have double the kills of most of the teams in the lobby. We are going to see GG connected SS1. LXM pops a V1. Nice flip side situation. Nowhere left to run. They try to go high, but it's not going to matter. A little bit of a misstep by Shuwan as he lands on the cliff and gets 3v1 exploded. Now, SS1, second player, is gonna find a parry. Yuan fighting for his life. Left and right, he gets another parry onto XM, but Alliance Jung with the V1 drop down is gonna come in with a juicy third party. CJS is gonna get punched in the back, and Alliance, with a sneaky time in, is gonna take the lead at 28.4, but now SS1 with the B1 cooldown, not gonna be able to find the sun. Jang really good job to dodge it out. Now Alliance still has their Justina and Syra ultimate. Syra ult is gonna be invested. They're trying to connect to Luya right here. Luya on the Viper, trying his best to dodge this focus fire where his team's no ult zone is gonna get hit, and Alliance is on an absolute tear, Seb.
Alliance, the third parties have come in strong. They managed to take out GG, and they've managed to wipe SS1 to 1 remaining member. And now we're going to see that Yang depletion coming through onto some of these players. Yuan getting dropped incredibly low. The solo Rico able to find the elimination. Oh my goodness, SR still staying strong with 1 member remaining on the team. It's the most ideal situation they could be in. BBE managed to grab themselves that Mystic Bite buff, as OUG managed to get themselves the Yang Spirit Well. So we're going to see them holding on, looking to see if they can get those third-party opportunities to try and get some extra eliminations on the board. Alliance and JL, 2 members on Yang depletion. Alliance with 3 members alive. JL only has 2 though, which is a little bit of a problem. Hex is, Sachiko does only not have that Yang depletion, as well as YZG. No Yang depletion for them. BBE, or SR's single player as well, managed to cleanse that Yang depletion after eliminated SS1's Yuan. We're now going to see the ults coming through. Sachiko getting caught out in this Syra ultimate. Looks like BB hungry for the extra kill, trying to see if they can chase him down. He is putting up a very good fight to try and run away, but it is looking pretty, oh my goodness. The F going to come in, protecting Sachiko for a little bit. No ult zone has gone down. He might try and pop it again, but we are going to see him go out. 7th place for Hex, 1 elimination, a couple of placement points. Not too bad for their first game, but they're just warming up.
Yeah, the bottom of the leaderboard all separated just by a couple kills. Every kill is going to matter when it goes to getting to the match point of the day. JL still a man down with 2 minutes and 40 seconds for this Vermilion's buff. Syra ult is invested from Rico of SR, trying to get away from the grasp of TXJ and Junks. But both of these guys willing to push the aggression, acting like a trios team as a duo, and Rico in the middle of multiple teams getting hunted and fiended by Junks against this tower. BBE did a little bit of math right here and look to the side. We got 3 free kills going at it, but Rico doing the ring around the rosy, trying to stay out of line of sight of TXJ's silence. TXJ desperately trying to cover the flank as Junks controlling the high ground. And now the game slows down a little bit with 80% movement coming out. All these teams are going to be posturing, waiting for the next Spirit Well. It's like I said, everyone was saying that JL had a big lead going into this. 20 points in trios is not a big lead, as you see it here, ladies and gentlemen. Alliance able to immediately take that lead away from JL with 11 people left alive for this first game.
OUG SS now look to bring the third party over. Jung incredibly low. He burned his Viper ultimate. He's able to get the double stun. Oh, he gets a stun onto BBE's Asbon. Asbon looking a little bit worse for wear right now, but he is going to get the reset in. Jung now could become the target of the lobby. Alliance's PP is going to go down. Asbon picking up the elimination. It looks like Alliance now down to 2 players. Yuma and Jung going to have to cancel that ultimate too. PP the only one with ult, and he's down. They're going to guard that body for as long as it takes. No ult zone has been released. It looks like OUG going to claim this Spirit Well. No ult zone is very, very good tech right here, as it looks like OUG going to try and get themselves over. Oh my goodness, Roy Hehe going to get absolutely melted. Dufu trying to come in on the peel with the Syra ultimate. We are going to see the powerful Dazzle coming through, but Shinyu is able to bring this back around with a Syra ultimate of his own. Asbon getting powerful dazzled in, is going to go down. OUG picking up those first eliminations, but now TXJ with the ultimate on the Viper, going to try and see if he can land a stun. Does manage to get the stun onto Baby U. BBE is going to go out, last player going out to the zone, and now Alliance coming in. Triple berry from OUG's SS. Now trying to bring it back to the other side. Baby U getting brought incredibly low. The peel's going to come in, but the red tome going to assist the members of OUG, trying to peel out of the way for the rest of his team. Baby U still alive, and TXJ on the bottom side losing his life. And now we've got Alliance, OUG, and JL fighting it out.
Yeah, OUG is the they're the only ones who can contest for the MVP of this round. JL in shambles right now. We got an Alliance versus OUG to seal out this game 1. PP, Yuma, Jung, their execution is spectacular in mid-game. They're super stacked, but so is OUG. In fact, triple gold armor on OUG. Alliance realizing JL is going to be out of here. We're going to get a fair 3v3 to close this game out, controlling the high ground. OUG already using the Justina ult, already using the Viper ult, only has Shinyu with the Syra ultims. SS looking for the focus attack flank. OUG not willing to give up and commit to a cliffside fight. They're down to wait this out a little bit to let their Viper regenerate her ultimate, as Alliance does have ult advantage right now. If Alliance doesn't take advantage of their ultimate advantage, OUG is going to pick up, and I spoke so soon. Jang, he realizes it. He comes to the top. He's trying to cover SS retreat. Instead, he is gonna get, I believe it was Shinyu. Nice parry gonna be coming out as Yuma is gonna activate the Justina ult. Find SS. He's gonna connect with the Syra ultimate, and now Baby U in a tough position as he's losing his teammates' support, but we've seen it before. 3v1 spot, Baby U versus Alliance. Goes for the double charge release, has the combo break, but he breaks it a little bit too soon as Alliance is gonna devastate this end game, the mid game, and take down game 1.
Alliance, the winners of game number 1, are gonna best OUG for the crown, for the MVP. 17 total eliminations are going to go to Alliance, putting them up to the top. But it was a valiant effort from OUG, a valiant effort from JL, a valiant effort from BBE. all coming in that final circle and fighting their hearts out. And we see down to the final fight, the ult advantage really paid off for the members of Alliance as they come through with a victory in game number 1. And that is the first step towards eternal glory, is as the champion of your J-Cup trios.
Eternal glory. I mean, a lot of people were predicting that JL was going to go with a sweep, and I managed to catch TXJ in the hallway. He did not believe a 3 or 4 round was possible. It was going to probably go to distance to that 5th round, so they're in it for the long haul. And I was saying, the top 6 of NBPL, all of these guys can have massive, massive games. Alliance has always been known for their Viper composition. Their coach, one of the Ooga Booga coaches of NBPL, always touts tons of aggression, make up for any lack of strategy with just pure aggression and fighting. And that's what Syra Viper Justina brings. Just the full send-it mentality with a lot of finesse with the V1. We saw a lot of tricky situations happen with Phantom Step. Normally the name of the game with Viper, first to win the next thing is, if you got Phantom Step, you're able to invis that stun. But for our first question of the day, ladies and gentlemen, which hero has not been picked in game 1? Is it A, Syra, B, Justina Gu, C, Viper Ning, or D, Kylan Zhang?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a pretty easy answer. Make sure you are locking that answer in the chat on Twitch. And one lucky winner will be selected to win some pretty cool items. And this is where you can get that Eternal Radiance. It's where you can get that really nice outfits and extra prizes. So make sure you drop your answer below in the chat. You can get yourself some boxes. You can get yourself some other J-Cup goodies. It's going to be looking pretty cool. Congratulations to the winner of the answer for treasures.
I mean, OUGJL, I'm not going to lie, Seb. It's going to be a close one, but I'm wondering if Moxie or Duncan are going to gamble something else, because they do get to pick a little bit later than us. And like I was saying before, the top 6, we already see the first part. Alliance is going to slow things down. JL's not running away with it. OUG's not running away with it. Nah, Alliance is coming through. We're going to lock in that first round, but this is where things get a little bit more tricky. The lobby's gonna mix up, and I'm very curious to see if we're gonna see something new. The Transformer composition did get switched recently to Temi and Balda, and I believe that the solution to the Enor, Yushan, Shuhan, it has to be some type of Monk variation. I'm wondering, just like every single J-Cup, just when you think Monk is not viable, he just jumps up and creates value on this big stage. Will we see something spicy moving forward?
I think that we could definitely see some really cool compositions coming out towards the later games. I think we're going to stick to the meta for the first couple of games, and then we might see some explosions coming out around game 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 3, I think we're going to stay pretty close to the regular meta on this one.
Now looking at the overall leaderboards, Alliance with a massive, juicy game at 17 kills, plus the multiplier, 1.2 to the face, 24.4, dropping the 20 bomb. Almost, I mean, halfway to the 30 bomb. But BBE, dude, we didn't get to see a lot of their fights. They had like 14 kills transitioning into endgame. They had a spectacular off spawn, sniping the veteran teams off, getting a 70.5 game out. But looking at the overall stats, Jang doing that Jang stuff on the Viper. Counterplay, spectacular. And PB, you think Syra's a support character? Nah. She's also a damage character. The synergy between Viper and Syra is just one of the strongest synergies we've seen in the game so far. It really reminds me of how Takeda and Temi were so strong for so long. This modern day NARAKA Syra and Viper took 2025 by storm.
Here we see our overall standings. Hex is going to be in 12th place with 11.1. YZG is going to be in 11th. Now we're going to be taking a look at the top of the scoreboard. Alliance now leading the scoring with 40.3. They are only 18 points away from getting themselves that MVP match point threshold. JL at 29.1, OUG at 28.7, and BBE, who started the day with the least amount of pre-post points, now in 4th place with 25.7. And that just shows you one game can change it all. One game could change the course of history forever. Chengdu's GG had a lot of pre-post points coming into this, so they're still going to be in the top 6 in that 5th place position. And then we are going to be seeing now some of our replays brought to you by China Unicom.
Yeah, this 2v3 situation, this is what Baby U is known for. Opens up with a parry for I've been able to space out the flank right now, and Pampy ends up getting 2v1, but Baby U wisely covers the retreat with the double charge. F is going to come out, but it's not going to matter because Baby U has created so much space and momentum for its team to take down that 2v3. And from the top ropes, Jang with the V1 stun, put it GG in a ton of pressure as 3-3-0 immediately gets executed off the start. A little bit of moonbane surfing by Alliance. Sussy situation for Jang, but he turns that bad situation into a good one, using the V1 to lock things down. And unfortunately for OUG, SS does get taken down as Alliance Yuma gets maximum value off his multi-dash with Destina. Baby U, I was hoping for 7. I was hoping for some W comeback right here.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see the OUG win, but just no Viper ultimate available is really going to affect the flow of that final circle gameplay. And it's all good. It's all good. We'll take the 2nd place right now. OUG still having a phenomenal game, being able to come back from multiple 2v3s, winning the Rummy Yangs when they needed to, and getting themselves in a good position to keep a consistent number of points. Alliance, although they had a very good game, they're going to need a lot more to get themselves up to the very top, as we're going to take a look at our MVP. It's his 4th time MVP for our J-Cup group stage and finals. We're going to see 9 eliminations, 14,000 damage, advanced heal and group heal. It's a W combo coming through. Most of his damage coming from the nunchucks, dual blades, and the whip sword with that blazing cyclone and palm lightning in the back pocket just in case. Varja's grip in case he gets parried, and one last damage reduction Jade, just to add a little bit of stat padding going through. Needing that bit of extra damage reduction. He's got 2 attack, 2 health, and 2 damage reduction. Very spread out across the board, looking incredibly strong right now, as Alliance are going to take game 1 and potentially getting themselves one step closer to that championship.
I was wondering how Alliance was able to survive the Scuff Moonbane situation. Advanced heal, group heal, Exodia. Just that, the 2 comboed right there. If you look at most of the 20 bombs, most of the 30 bombs, and the 40 bombs, those teams always have group heal, advanced heal. It just provides so much sustain in the end game. And when it comes to the Syra Viper composition, normally you don't think of it as this very durable composition, but Syra really enables the glass cannon aspect of Viper by providing that heal, by providing another version of stunning that allows you to coordinate a ton of bursts. Really, really cool stuff. And I can understand from one of the comments earlier of seeing all the sparkles come out. I'm not gonna lie, every time I see that Syra ult come out with a little rubber ducky, I always look at that thing and it just distracts me. I have to use all my concentration not to look at that skin when it happens.
Look at the duck, it's going crazy. Oh my goodness, it is looking absolutely incredible. And I mean, NARAKA does an amazing job with the customization, but lucky for the players, they won't get distracted by the duck because they can only see the default customizations for everybody else. I mean, if they've got the duck by themselves on their own team, that's their own problem. But we haven't seen, you know what I noticed? We have a Viper customization for her ultimate effect now, and we didn't get to see it in game 1.
Not gonna lie, I don't have that Viper ult. I don't even know what it looks like, so I would love to see it in the games moving forward. Now, we did see what you're looking for, Seb, is OUG to get on the Kylan composition. When Baby U is on Kylan, they had their
biggest games when you enable him with a good weapon, and OUG is one of those teams that loves going puzzle for Holoroth. So if they're uncontested, I could see this is what you're hoping for. Now, normally, they do have a couple Moonbane strategies and Firefly strategies contesting OUG, but we've seen what happens when the lobby doesn't take puzzle away from them. They get that gold weapon up, they cut to the south, gather all the money, and they're just absolutely stacked going into the first Yang.
Yeah, and we saw that happen. We see them snowballing, and that's really the whole name of the game for the strategy with trios. You need to be a snowball. You need to turn into a snowball and roll down a hill, get bigger and bigger as you go, and everything will get wiped out as soon as you hit the ground.
Yes.
So it's the perfect analogy to describe what Alliance was managed to do. We saw other teams snowballing out of control, but sometimes you overheat. 5-2-1, for example, they were doing really good off spawn. They picked up 6 eliminations. They got greedy. They went for more. They went to fight against OUG, and they got the first elimination, but then ended up losing in a 2v3 situation. Baby You and Shinyu, just the ultimate duo. Taking the win, bringing it home. Oh my goodness, it was beautiful.
I mean, fortune favors the bold. What we've seen, I never got to complete the thought, but in solos and trios this year, teams have figured out a little bit of finesse in the Vermilion's buff situation after that first Yang. A lot of the times we saw buff teams, buff solo players go for non-buff players, but because you go with got nothing to lose, you can instantly attack each other coming out of the Yang and double dip. You get the salty run back as a possibility, and you both know where your cooldowns are, doubling down of taking a fight next to the cave. Look for what we're calling the war zone to happen a lot more in trios, where you're going to see all the sparkly effects going down, because everyone is going to rotate in that mid game to the teams playing slow. The teams slowing down, trying to play Spirit Well, trying to play Cave, and because these Vermilion buff teams have nothing to lose, they're going to fight each other, they're going to go for those other teams, but more importantly, they're going to run salty run backs. Just because there's so many teams in this situation, we're seeing excellent positioning, a lot of very, very greedy plays. Normally, people feel very, very scared when their whole team doesn't have ultimate, but a lot of these teams have figured out how to cover and move so effectively that they're getting so much value. When you re-look at how JL was able to get 200 points over the rest of the lobby, it is absolutely clear that they get way more value after they win Yang. They're able to leverage so many Yang depletion situations that other teams weren't doing, but there was 2 weeks during J-Cup, and we live in a copycat league. Everyone went back and wanted to see what was the secret sauce for JL. Now, will it be enough? We already saw a lot of really great off-spawn counter strategy, slowing down the veteran teams like JL and GG. Any one of these teams are capable of taking down one of these top teams. The difference that I think is going to make for the J-Cup Championship is when you get in a good spot, how far do you take it?
Yeah, it's the question of, will you carry this momentum? Will this game win help you advance, or will it make it more difficult because of your mental? You're going to get so cocky to the point where you're just like, oh, I'm unstoppable, but then you get stopped. You stop playing your heart out. You stop playing to the best of your ability because you start to lose. You start to lose that mental edge. You start to relax a little bit, and you're not 100% focused on the game. And I think that is a question that all these players need to take into consideration. Is when I start winning, will I start to relax? No, you can be relaxed mentally in the state of like, okay, I'm feeling good, I'm not too frantic, I'm gonna win, but you can't be relaxed into the state of point where you're like, oh, we're gonna win, I don't need to try, I don't need any sort of ambition. But I don't think any of these players are getting to that level of cockiness right now. They know that they've got to put their head down and grind to get this win.
Yeah, it was funny to me. I knew what Sachiko's secret weapon with Hex was the F2V2, but something that Sachiko kept saying, the hill they have to climb off was the sheer amount of practice that these guys have. When I talked to TXJ, I wanted to get a little bit of the inside scoop. TXJ, are you cooking anything up? What's your secret weapon? And he's just like,
we practice more than everyone else. And I was just like, all right, my man. Hard work pays off. There's no secrets here. His posture is due to him sitting that way for 4 years. I'm pretty sure TXJ might turn into a tree from how straight he's been sitting up for this long.
Yeah, I've been sitting up for only the times that we're on camera in the broadcast, and my back is hurting, so I can't imagine the discipline that he's been taking there, as we are going to be seeing all of these teams and all of these players getting ready to lock it in for our next game. Bauda, these guys are very chill, seeing them hanging out with Bauda backstage, looking ready to go. $14,000 on the line for game number 2. We're going to see the draft coming in just a second, and I'm excited to see how this meta has been shifted. Are we going to be seeing a lot of Viper coming out? Are we going to be seeing a lot of Syra being played, or are we going to be seeing mainly our Enor, Yushan, and Shunhuan Lee composition for our pole position spot? We've also got the Hadi Kylan available. We have our Monk Baldatemi available. There are some other compositions that we could see come out. Do you think, and I know this is a long shot, but do you think we might get to see the return of Matari Zai?
Matari, Zai, they just can't exist in this current meta. Both Matari and Zai are just so squishy, and those compositions really benefited from getting a nice power spike timing on the old Siphon, where Takeda needed so much loot in order to get online, and Zai could just get online with a purple weapon and purple armor and really 1v3 teams. Now, unlike before, she ain't 1v3ing any of the current meta. She's been pretty nerf heavily on her ult duration, and everyone's so accustomed to dealing with her F. Would we see some type of Zai variation? Something that's very interesting because of the match points and just how little points you have to navigate character picks. In the early part, we see a lot of posturing of teams really wanting to play certain comps under certain circumstances. Fireflies being one of them, and the actual map, just because end games are very much shaped by the terrain. Holoroth, Perdoria, tons of cliff sides, tons of open area, so Viper just has so much of a no man's land to win a lot of easy situations versus a lot of the compositions, as well as the Hadi Kylan. Both of those characters can just batch you into zone using Spirit Row and endgame situations to its advantage by its mobility and its durability for these endgames. Now, sometimes just the nature of the game, phasing is just not going to go your favor, or people pick some weirdo things that you're just forcing onto a different composition. I'm very curious if anyone has some character pick shenanigans. Moxie really pointed this out one time where Transformers was dominating, how other teams could get more monks in the lobby by picking it on and off phase, allowing 4 monks to go through instead of just a normal 3 in each phase. I don't know if we're going to see shenanigans like that today. This first game is really going to be telling onto what everyone has prepared between the 2 weeks of group play all the way to this Jacob Finals.
Here we go. Our draft starts now. First round, Alliance, JL, and OE. Oh my goodness. First, this is a crazy first round. Second round going to be going BBE, Chengdu's GG, and SR. SS1, 521, and OA taking the third round. And our last round is going to be going Bauda, YZG, and Hex. Wow. This is it's pretty crazy seeing here how rewarding it was to do well that first game, and how much better Bauda. Oh my goodness, what?
Well, already we got the curveball going in. We saw a little bit of Takeda Temi running in with Monk, and like I predicted, the second I saw the new Enor Yushan composition, it was going to be the first round pick, as Alliance and JL are going to open up with the Shuhan Enor.
It's Akos. We're seeing Alliance locking it in with Akos instead of Shunhuan.
They like the variation to punish this composition. Akos, V3, Hadi wants to be a bird, wants to fly white, wants to set the queue. gets your booty back here with that Akos cage. I can't believe, just like when Zai jumped into the meta, I never thought I would see a Zai. I really never thought someone was going to pick an Akos. People did gimmicks before with like Temi Akos, but never a real practical application. And we've seen it do such wonders versus originally the second strongest composition, the Kylan Hadi zipping, and we're seeing BBE open up with the new hit and run comp. Wu Chen finally has new teammates with the Tessa, Akos, Viper getting moved over, but that cage just being able to create such great value in that mid game.
Oh my goodness. This is third round. Viper, Syra, Justina has been moved to third round. We're only seeing one Viper, Syra, Justina. The other one we're going to see is Temi. Now 5-2-1 with the opportunity to lock in. We are going to see a second Monk in this lobby. We see a Monk getting first picked out. No Monk available for anyone else, and they are going to go Temi with the Monk and the Valda. A little bit of a variation from what OUG is running, but with only 2 Monks in the lobby, this might be an incredibly difficult game for both OUG and 5-2-1, as they are going to be locking that in. We have one last round available. Almost everything's available to play, other than your Hadi Kylan, other than your Enor and Yushan composition.
Yeah, I was saying someone was going to try to put in Monk versus the Yushan Enor, and OUG is going to step up to the plate, put Takeda with Temi and Monk, a little bit of a Siphon variation. Instead of having a true support, having that Monk anchor with the Takeda Temi synergy. Last pick is going to go to the hit and run strategy with the Wu Chen, Akos, Tessa. YZG, what do they have cooking up? This is actually Hex's favorite composition when it comes to this tough meta. Sachiko is able to maneuver their team after watching so many VODs. Shout out to Tacky Technology, making that VODs so easy for Sachiko to go through and digest. He just has the vision. It's like he plays here normally. The only problem with the 3v3s, TXA just let the world know the secret to the sauce, as you just got a 3v3 all the time. JL, 5-2-1, big dueling buddies. JL doesn't give all their strategies to their opponent, their main opponents, SR, GG, and OUG, but they do scrim a ton of the global region. So, you know, if any of the global teams are able to get here, you immediately have something to exchange with one of the top teams who've discovered that 3v3ing does pay off dividends when it comes to tournaments.
I was sitting next to, in the practice room in Shanghai, was sitting next to the BBE's coach. That's where my setup was. And I saw every single day they would scrim, then they would 3v3, then they would play Immortal War. They would play for hours and hours, and then, you know, after Immortal War, they were relaxing, playing other games, just hanging out. But every day, like clockwork, scrim, 3v3, Immortal War. Scrim, 3v3, Immortal War. Every single day. It didn't matter who they were playing against in the 3v3. Didn't matter how they were doing in the scrim, but they were practicing and practicing and practicing. And we saw practice is going to be paying off a team like BBE. They've just put in so much work, and they've gotten themselves into a very good position already after game number 1. Now they're going to try and keep the momentum rolling.
Yeah, a lot of times Trios is overlooked because it's the mechanics in it. Everyone wants to be this like demon mechanical player, but as mechanics have been topping off, there is the teamwork mechanics that I judge players heavily on. It's not just how well you can win your 1v1, it's how well you can extract value in your 1v2s, your ability to back up your teammate and peel for them going down, how well you can synergize and play off your teammate's call and make calls yourself. There's a lot more mechanics in the game besides just holding focus attack and landing parries. Teamwork makes the dream work, and that's a fundamental difference between the CN teams
and the global teams. Seb was talking about just how much volume it takes in a year's span in order to see the level of coordination that you're witnessing today. You see laser tight timings off spawn, precise mid-game executions on multi-way fights, and there's so much to consider in trios now. Gone are there days do we just have one comp dominating a certain day. We always have a buffet of different characters, and everyone's in a different position when it comes to loot, and choosing the right play in these circumstances is incredibly different if you're just gonna play it by feel. This is something that Hex has been struggling with since they've been here, but they've overcome a lot of it with their ability from Sachiko to rotate well, to still get loot. As the loot gets gobbled up by the rest of the teams, they're able to play this guerrilla warfare in the war zone. That is the Chinese region of these Titans. I hope that Hex can get something going, because when you get an MVP, Seb, it's a car, man. You gotta stay locked in that you win an MVP, you basically win a car. So doing well each round, it doesn't matter if you're not competing for top 3, top 4, you're not trying to ladder up, just having one great round, I believe any of these teams on this stage is capable of.
Here we go. Kicking things off with game number 2, we're going to see Chengdu's GG fighting against VN's 5-2-1. Right off rip here, we are going to see Fat Milk in the 1v3 situation. Not looking to be in the most perfect of areas, as it looks like we are going to see the 3v3, but Fat Milk with no weapons, Pampy, sorry, with no weapons. Ivan going to get himself a nice parry coming through here. Ults are going to be popping up. Temi ultimate going to be coming through here. Oh my goodness, double parry onto the other side. Pampy is going to be able to make a comeback from this. Oh my goodness, another parry coming out. Pampy incredibly low. He has that Monk ult available though. We might get to see it. Oh no, he doesn't have the Monk ult available. Sachiko going to go down off spawn as well in the kill feed. We're going to see OUG picking up those eliminations. Pampy incredibly low in HP. The peel going to be coming through, and now the third party from the members of Y and Z and G. 330 is going to go down. Now we've got the attack coming out from the Akos. Immortality proc going to be coming through on the Keeling Guard. Oh my goodness! 5-2-1 on the Ballista! CJS is going to go down. Ivan going to get knocked in the air. ZXL goes down. CJS go down. Wuchen Windwall are going to be dissipating after a couple of seconds here, but now LXM going to get hit with a terror. F ability pop. ZXL in the back end trying to go for the reset. LXM trying to get out of here, but QGG is not giving up the chase.
Again, we see the same trend. GG, normally Kings of the North, they get weirdo timinged and challenged by 5-2-1, and then followed up by YZG. The Firefly Ooglers of GG end up eating a taste of their own medicine, as we're going to move over to JL versus Alliance. JL have had so much success on the back of TXJ's opener on the Enor, coming through, trying to get a kebab going. The Yushan ult connecting to Jang Jang for a second. Jang Jang running for his life, but TXJ is smothering him. Yushan is going to connect as well. Jang Jang low HP now, as PP is going to de-transform. Jang Jang fades back, but TXJ using that F2, using that jumping LB to magnet in, close it down, looking for a little bit of a cheeky play. That might have given Jang Jang just enough space to find a kill right here. And Jang Jang finds the trap onto TXJ. 8 grapples left and a missed grapple. Jang Jang able to break TXJ's ankles.
Oh my goodness, TXJ gonna come through. Beautiful dodge coming out. He's got his F recast available. That's gonna get him the elimination. And Zhang Zhang is gonna be able to get out of this situation. He is still alive. Thank you to the Frozen Butterflies for saving his life there. TXJ now with a bit of extra loot coming through. And Baby You on the Takeda, his signature character, which is why he's my favorite player, has gotten himself a purple greatsword and a gold pole sword. Stacking up that loot is going to be the most ideal situation for any Takeda composition. That purple ultimate, they're so close to that gold variation of the ult. They might need to just buy a weapon bag, pick up a few more weapons. One more purple should do it. One more blue might do the trick. as we're going to be seeing them trying to keep themselves up into this game. Getting a few more eliminations and a few more points will be perfect for their standing. They're on 3 kills so far. Alliance back to the Soul Altar with 0. No ult zone has been popped, but Ivan has already been connected onto. Big parry gonna come out. Pampy able to do a good job of blocking. We now see the Temi ultimate getting popped as well. Ivan in a bit of trouble. Fatmel gonna get hit with his attack in the parry as well. And ZXL trying to come through full force with the big meow.
Big meow indeed, Sebulous. And ZXL trying to connect to Fat Milk right here. Not no ult zone, put a big wrench into it. But YZG, we got triple ultimate still here. We can dump this in, but the Valda Monk team rolling in. Roy Hee on the ACOS as well. You don't really want to be in this position as a 5-2-1. Moonbane is going down, so it's going to put this area as a hotspot on the maps, calling all the teams. We are going to move over to... we got a JL versus OUG. Last time, the score is 1 to OUG, 0 to JL, but SS is gonna get kabobbed by the IGL of JL. TXJ puts him down out of his misery as Shinju is gonna fall, and the score is now tied up. JL versus OUG, 1-1.
The thing I don't get with OUG right now is they're playing this composition. It just doesn't fight that well into this comp. Shunhwan Inor, it just does not seem to fight too well into that. So we are going to see Asbon getting hit with the big meow into another big meow coming out from ZXL. We're now going to see the Wuchen port coming through right at the time of the Tessa Charm getting popped. We now see the members of BBE with their ultimates still available on the ACOS. Might try and lock QGG down here, but they have that Wuchen ultimate available. They might just try and go for some straight up and down eliminations. Oh my goodness, Wuchen ultimate has been popped. They can chase this. Roy Hee still has that ultimate for the Tiger. And the meows could get very big at this point in time, as we are going to be seeing ZXL on the back end trying to find an armor reset, and it looks like he did manage to find it here. ZXL able to get incredibly far in distance. Dofu though getting incredibly low, could be losing his HP here. Does get eliminated. Now in the 3v2 situation, YZG might be able to make a big comeback here. Delays the wake up to get back into this fight. So we are going to see the parry attempts coming through. Stuck in. Roy Hee getting hit with the 1.0. The ultimate charge is going to go down, and now Bamboo Esports on the back foot. Big Meow going to come out saving his life, but the one charge from the fist blades of ZXL going to be taking him down. And now Asbon not looking too strong. Tessa Charm is popped, and BBE go out with no eliminations on the board and in 12th place.
The big meows indeed. Now shout out to Duncan, he said it once and now I will never stop saying F2 Akos is now the big meow. The combo between the F2 and Tessa just super strong after the buff of Akos. That stagger just lasts so long that guarantees the Tessa ult. Tessa ult kind of fell out of function just because it was so easy to dodge. Low ping, just over and over meta, being beaten to the ground, just made Tessa not as strong. Her ultimate, 2 chambers of it just got worse and worse. It started out as something ridiculous where you could just drop back-to-back Tessa ultimates quickly, and now it's to the point where you don't get as much value. They've recent buffs though allowed her to have some more sustain, and combined with the big meow, we've seen her being paired not with Viper anymore, but instead Akos. Really good hit and run strategy, very much favors this guerrilla warfare. And in the mid game, there's tons of great third-party situations where teams are struggling to buy, teams are coming out of Yang, there are teams in Yang depletion, and you can get out of dodge if you miss a double. Oh, wait a minute! A big mistake from JL. They do get hit by the Ice Cube, but Junks is able to get in. Wait a second.
Alliance.
It is Alliance. But Alliance has a ton of momentum right here. If JL hopes to put that momentum back, they're going to have to win this one. TXJ with the gold weapon.
Yeah, TXJ, gold pole sword in hand, they were able to take that off of the bodies of OUG right off the rip. We are going to see the ultimate coming out immediately here, as we are going to get the first impale off right away. Akko's ult coming through. We saw this fight earlier. TXJ does end up winning in the earlier fights, but now coming through, big impale is going to be able to be brought out onto the Yushan of Alliance. So much damage coming in. Alliance's Yushan goes down. Jung taking so much damage. Now we're going to see the ultimate coming down, but the stun is still there. Jung's able to do a lot of extra damage with that Yushan ultimate, and now the 3v1 situation. 1.0 is going to come through. Oh my goodness, the Shunhuan ultimate just dealing so much damage as well. Into the uppercut combo, into the 1.0. Follow-up for the win is going to be JL.
Now we're gonna go over to GG versus SS1. Yuan on the Siren, gonna be popping the beams off, flying through the skies, trying to lock down LXM. He is gonna get followed up with that Cavalry Bloom. GG gonna get taken down by SS1. Luye very, very low. If 330 can find a kill right here, it's still gonna provide value. Nice! One armor is stripped for one of them, but Yuan does got the uppercut. We're just sending 330 flying tap dodge roll, but it's not gonna matter. All options covered. But TJS has a chance in his 1v1, not able to win it, as we are going to go to the outside. OUG now versus Away with Shinyu's Muff Pop.
And we're going to see one of the ultimates has gone down, but one of the players has gone down already from OUG, and they haven't managed to pick up any eliminations off of their Realm of Yang victory. Because they won with nobody else joining in, they're still stuck on 3 eliminations. That Vermilion Birdmite very short lasted, but they managed to pick themselves up another gold weapon. So it is boding well for them for setup into late game. But this Decada composition really just not playing too well into these other comps. We're going to take a look at some of our replays. This is going to be SR versus OA. OA does end up winning here. We are going to see now beautiful ultimates coming in from Cuckoo 2. He's able to take out the stun onto Rico with the bow shots from downtown. Oh my goodness, doesn't even go for Xiao. He knows that ultimate timer is going to be coming down any second here, as we do see him getting absolutely stunned out. Tries to get away. Now that powerful dazzle on the 17S just annihilates him. Palm Lightning into the back end with those blue flying knives, and then the meter dump comes in to take that last bit of damage. SS1 now fighting against OA.
SS1, OA, Vermilion's bumping around. Shuwan gonna find a nice parry on the Cuckoo. No combo break for this poor Viper. He goes for the half charge. He needs some space right there, but it's not gonna matter. Shuwan's gonna walk right through him as he's gonna find another parry onto OA's Tudik. Walking through all of OA as OAB in the background is gonna get sold off by U1, but JL, the Vermilion's buff. This is what I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to this mid-game, the absolute war at the long range. Everyone's gonna be able to spot this no wall zone, but the Vermilion's buff teams, they're double dipping, they're just going at each other, investing so much into each other. We have to be a little bit careful though. 40 seconds left. TXJ with that gold pole sword, he doesn't want to lose this to them. Big scale rush coming out, practically focuses that against Bowda's. N57's going to come in with a flank. JL's Johnson's ready to go down, and now with 25 seconds left, one bong. TXJ, what is their play right here as Tetsuo's going to come down? Everything's sparkling. We can't see anything anymore, Seth.
Oh my goodness, Lin is going to go down. We are also going to be seeing the members of YCG coming in on the third party. Tessa Charm's getting popped left, right, and center, but Lin goes down. The members of SR are starting to lose. SS1 are starting to win this fight. We are going to see the Tessa Charm getting negated by the Wuchen port. We're now seeing that no ulti coming through. Big parry coming up from Shuan. Tries to bring that back around. Lui following up with a focus attack. Palm Lightning coming up from GG. They all have those blue flying knives available for them, as we're going to see Lui actually going to get hit by a lot of damage coming through. They have 22 seconds on that Vermilion Birdmite. They're trying to use it as best as possible. We see him go down. CJS is going to be able to facilitate a lot of damage coming through with that Kylan ultimate. LXM picking up 2 eliminations. SR17S getting the elimination on a Jung. PP is also going to go down. GG still trying to bring it through. Alliance getting fully eliminated out of this game, as GG continue to try and cleanse this Yang depletion. All of these other teams collapsing onto each other.
Just teams on teams on teams. It's not a third party, it's not a fourth party, it's not a fifth party. We just got a festival, NARAKA festival happening at Jacob right here.
Kukatu with the V1, getting paired with 2 days. Justina on LXM is gonna be a victim, but from downtown, 521's Fat Milk with the sniper shot. And Bauda is going to be coming in with the Aiko's ultimate. This is a house of pain as the Syra ult is coming out to keep his Viper alive. Kukatu gonna be able to get out of that Akko's cage as they make their way through Bauda. YZG joining the party with 521.
Here we see OA on the back end. I do believe that Kuku's got that Palm Lightning in his hand if he needs. XEM looks to play a little bit more aggressively into this. He knows that there's no ults available on one of these Viper teams, so this could be the opportunity for him to make a stand and jump right into the combat, as we are going to be seeing, taking a look at our scoreboard really quickly. SS1 in the lead with 11 eliminations, OUG on 4, SR on 7, JL on 8. GG with only 1 player remaining have 4 as well, OA with 9, YZG with 9, able to pick things up as well. Not looking too bad, and now we're going to see JL versus SR. This is a Titan matchup right now, and we've got one more Rumble Yang as a possibility to jump through. Starting things off, Raven, take it away.
This is the counter comp to the Yushan Enor. We've seen JL come up to a solution. This is a delayed ultimate strategy. We're going to slow things down, and we're going to open up. No, we're not slowing things down. We're going with the double transformer ultimate. One Fong is going to hold on. He is going to execute, though. Who are they trying to lock down right here? The cubes are coming out as they move over to Xiao on the Kylan, but nice shot from Xiao, knocking one Fang down to the ground. They're trying to get the proc off, switching over to the zipping. That synergy is going to be coming down, but Xiao on the Kylan can't survive the pressure. The Bash brothers of Enor and Yushan doing too much damage, but everything's invested right now. Trunks is going to go down, and we got a 2v3 situation. One Fang going to try to stabilize here, looking for the flank, but his teammate is going for a ride. One Fang goes to the nowhere. Oh my goodness, gold pulls or parry. One Fong looks for the F, gonna get the stagger, putting 17S against the wall, but Rico's gonna come with the flank, Scalers are gonna come through, and SR, they're gonna pull an upset onto JL.
Oh my goodness, what an upset it is as we're flipping over. Pampy going to be able to pick up that elimination onto Luo Yi, but Yuan gets a huge parry. F ability has been propped with the scale rush to track that down. Ivan's gonna go down. 3v2 situation turned into a 2v2. Now it's a 2v1. 521 had the upper hand, but oh my goodness, the aerial dash into the bug from the spear, into the 1.0 from Yuan. What a comeback for SS1, who are on an absolute roll this game. Already 14 eliminations for them so far. They are looking incredibly strong. Teams like SS1, teams like Alliance, they have their moments, they have their pop-off games. And let's see if they can keep that momentum rolling, because they are getting themselves closer and closer to that champion spot.
Can I get a number 5, a family meal to go? Just a 5-piece combo with teamwork as we're going to go over to the Global's Hope. Hex Wooey trying to get away from YZG and the Draco's Storm. It's looking cooked for my man, but Bowden's going to be showing up. XEM with a big meow coming through. YZG, they're going to pick up Wooey, but at what expense? Bowda, they load up the cannon, they blast, and they're like, wait a second, that's a Draco Storm, and they kill the solo. A little bit of a no-value double ult coming out from Bauda. Luckily, they don't get aggressed on immediately by the Draco Storm. So we're going to go over to the winners. SR showing how great that Hottie composition is versus the Enor shenanigan. Zhao on the Kylan. Gonna come shredding through, breaking up a little bit of this Alliance pressure. 17S. The Bash brothers of these two characters trying to lock down Alliance. Jang doing a good job of helping his team get out of here. PP as well trying to follow up, but SR, their teamwork and coordination, able to hit and run, creating space for their teammates. They're able to take down PP, and now just one player left alive, slowly cooking him, and you got the 3-piece surround. SR looking locked in already into game 2. Didn't have a spectacular game 1, but their game 2 snare started, as Sebulus likes to say, the snowball down the hill.
Snowballed indeed, got themselves up to a very big amount of eliminations. We're going to see 4 kills on the side of the members of 521. Blueberries all around, though. It's looking a little bit concerning. They've got a bit of money. Could buy some armor, but it looks like they're going to buy some other things. Choosing to spend their money on some other stuff instead. GG is going to be holding it out in the storm. They've got one player remaining, so they need to stay vigilant and staying alive. They have that ultimate to try and keep them alive into the zone if he needs, because he is on that zipping in. It looks like he's just going to keep himself into the zone for as long as possible. He knows Bowdo's going to be watching it. There, we're going to see the revive coming through. 330, he needs to get himself back in to that zone fast, as LXM going to be able to give him that chance for a revive here. We're seeing that ult come through to no avail of help, by the way, as it doesn't help too much. The revive is going to come in, but oh my goodness, they see it. The Tesla Charm is going to come through. LXM is going to be taking this L here. Unfortunate to see that happening. Is oh, we're going to let the revive come through? Looks like they're not willing to risk their lives in that zone. They're going to let the revive come out, but I think they might have griefed him for good.
We are going to move over to the puzzle. SR and JL. JL in a tough position right now, 1:40 for the Vermilions, but they are up to 9 kills. SR's up to 10 kills. SS1 at 14 kills, but they're all 3 of these teams in contention to MVP this round. Now, unfortunately for YZG, even though they have 9 kills, Akos, Tessa, Wu-Chen runs out of gas near the end. The power of the composition slows down as being able to secure Spirit Roll becomes the name of the game. But the problem is, if you don't start snowballing, you end up getting melted like a snowman, as JL is going to posture for Bowder right here. 1 minute left on their Yang depletion. Things are going to get a little bit desperate, but One Fong going to the top roads, lining everyone up, sniping everyone down. Big damage going to be coming out as Bowda getting caught by surprise from the opener with the Shuhan, and Lin is going to get taken down by Junks. Now Bowda's the XCM hiding right here. They don't got their Wu-Chen poured out. JL though, they smell blood in the water. Where did these slippery Bowda players go? TXJ, nah, better in play. We're gonna turn around. They are going to get triple cage right here, buying some space for them. And TXJ, wait a second, he's inside zone right here. Oh my goodness, he gets so close to dying, he gets pushed into zone, and a little bit of a miscalculation as YZG comes out of left field and finds a kill onto them.
Oh my goodness, they were able to make the misplay from JL going into the zone for a little bit too long, work in their favor. Big Meow's going to get a dodge, but the 1.0 isn't, as One Fang going to take out the members of JL. They are going to be eliminated fully from this game in 11th place. They've managed to climb up to 40.6 points, but that is our top 2 teams fully out of this lobby right now. 40.6 and 40.3 for JL and Alliance. SS1, however, as not stopping their snowball effect, as they're going to wipe out the members of 5-2-1 fully from this game. 5-2-1 finishing out with 5 eliminations on the board. SS1 with 17 now, who've climbed up to 36.8 points. OUG though, gonna be going for the big claim on that Yang Spirit Well. We're gonna be seeing 2 gold armors for the members of OUG. 1 blueberry still though, so it's looking a little bit scary. But their Monk Takeda composition, it needs a bit of refining, I do believe.
It's just one of those compositions that it's a scaling comp. It really gets online for these end games, claiming these Spirit Wells, and then capitalizing on it. As we are going to see Owe grab the flag right here. A little bit of a game of chicken. They're not chickens right now, but they're about to get lit up like some rotisserie chicken.
Oh!
OUG's SS is going to melt some fat and get some points off of OA. No Yank depletion cure for you, senor, as OUG is going to make their way left. Baby, you stacked, juiced up on the Takeda, but away, they've been getting tons of value off this wiper. They are going to find the stun, and the cannon shots are coming raining in as YZG's QGG is going to be a victim of this. Kukatu, he set up the lobby to get a bunch of kills, and now he's getting dove on by OUG. Baby, you shoving him, limiting anywhere he could go as Kukatu is going to fall, and the lobby's dropped down to 14 players.
Oh my goodness, they managed to claim both of the Spirit Wells. They managed to get themselves into a very good position with with their ultimates and get themselves another elimination onto the board. 6 kills for them, 17 still for SS1, so they are in the lead with the amount of eliminations that they've got right now. But Yang Depletion falls onto one of their players. GG with only 1 player remaining in their team, as well as YZG and Bauda. They've got themselves into a very precarious situation, but Yang Depletion cured for most of these team players. And it looks like YZG has been fully eliminated from this game. Oh!
It's spicy. Shinyu gonna get lifted off, you know. The third party, the paid acting, Moonbane, laying down that hot breath. 80% of the area being taken up. We're down to 4 teams right here, but OUG, they need to get a ton of value out of this end game. Remember, they didn't go with the Yushan pick for that first round pick. Instead, they went this slow, methodical play where the puzzle really benefits them. Unfortunately, they did get picked off in rotation, but they still find themselves in a nice, juicy position as Loye goes a little bit Moonbane surfing, a little bit of wipe off, gonna scrape his knees against the coral as he tries to get out of here. Yuan, though, is gonna be swimming his way to the side right here. OA's is like, wait a sec, or OUG's like, wait a second. We don't want a piece of those sharks, but the Spirit Well's gonna be coming out, and now Shinju's gonna pop that monk hold. Can OUG hold this?
I think that they are going to be able to make something happen here. There is no other monks in the lobby. 521 was eliminated. The only monks in the lobby. They are going to be able to make this work. Temi ultimate pop, Draco Storm activated. Now Shinyu trying to use that last few seconds of the monk ultimate to get some grabs and bring some of these players who have kept their distance. Look at this. Everybody is on the opposite side of the map as the ulted players. We are going to see some fights happening though, because we do need some Yang depletions still to be cured. Tessa Charm's going to be coming out every which way. GG's LXM going to get dazzled. His team doing a good job of peeling for him. Always 2-tick going to try and come through. LXM is going to end up going down though. Xiao picking up that elimination. Bauda's NY7 now becoming the brunt of SS1. Bauda goes completely eliminated. SS1 picking up their 19th elimination of the game, and it looks like they managed to find the cleanse as well. OUG on the backside looking to see if they can get the members of SR. So much Draco Storm damage coming through. SR's Rico going to get the elimination on to 2-tick from OA as OA gets fully eliminated from this game. We've now got 3 full trios, SS1, SR, and OUG. OUG on 6 eliminations with a lot of scaling and a lot of buffs. SR on 12 eliminations on the Hadi Kylan composition. On the Tumult Viper Syra is going to be SS1 on 19 eliminations.
OUG does have Draco Storm right here. They need to pressure and figure out how they can set this up for a win. The problem is we got a very, very tough position. SR is basically not killable with a Hadi on their team. And SS1, also, you go on them, their wombo combo of Viper Temi, a classic, is going to burn all of your cooldowns. Now, at least OUG has a monk to help peel for the Temi exchange, but they don't really have anything for that D1 Viper Sun. There's a little bit of terrain to work with, a little bit of rocks, but a lot of open area right here. OUG is going to opt to try to pressure SS1 and SR to spark off a little bit of fire on the edge. None of these teams seem to have superior range as SS1 is going to get forced in by the zone. A hut, a little sliver of a rock cliff. OUG is going to make their way to the backside, and SR going to keep these rocks, and it looks like SS1 and SR are going to crank up the heat on the Monk team. OUG stuck on the side, and they got a lot of horsepower behind the Takeda Temi Monk triple ult. We're gonna see fireworks here, Serve, and the fuse is lit.
Here we go, jumping in. OUG's SS going, he does have that unseen current available for him as well. That's going to be a huge Jade to have if he's going to be able to make any value happen with it. They have the Jades to make this happen, pushing everybody to the huts. They're playing the outside round. Will they be able to become victorious? The heal-ups are coming through, but baby, you're taking a lot of cannon damage from the side of SS1. as all these teams are being forced closer and closer together. Who is going to be the team to make it in? Luo Yi just sending cannon shot after cannon shot after cannon shot. Silence going to get brought out. Back in they go. We're going to see the cannon shots coming through to attack them now, as they're going to be forced to be the ones to start the healing up. SR on the backside. They are in the most precarious position, I do believe. We've got a minute left to play in game number 2. Who's going to ult first? Will anybody be running their ultimates soon? We're going to try and see who will be coming out. Oh my goodness, the cannon fire is absolutely crazy. All of this damage is not getting blocked. SS with the group heal, I do believe, is going to be helping his team get a bit of HP back up. But now we need to see that ultimate maybe starting to come out here, as the group heal is not advanced. There we go. Monk ultimate coming through. Temi ultimate's going to be coming out. One grab in. Another grab to come. Tries to go for the second, only gets the one punch. Luo Yi going to be going to the top. Everybody breaking to the top side. Viper ultimate getting released by Luo Yi. He is going to be able to get the stun off. Xinyu going to be taking a lot of damage, but SS is trying to get the peel coming through. Baby Yu with the dual blades trying to hold off for as long as he can. SR Shout's going to go down. Xinyu's going to go down. SS is going to go down. Baby Yu killing Luo Yi. SS1 look to be the ones to try and save the win. 3 seconds left. And Baby Yu is going to stay alive. And oh my goodness, SS1 are going to take it. And OUG second place again. OUG of the T225 curse right now.
Not gonna lie, Seb. It looks like Duncan and Moxie are in a great position to choose other teams who can potentially win. I don't know if we're gonna go to some type of tie situations. An easy situation would just be JL snowballing out of control, but SS1 shows OUG had the best composition when it comes to an end game, but that Viper, Temi, Syra, it's just so versatile in the early game, in the mid game, inside game, for the Spirit Well, and they're just constantly picking up skills. They're just gobbling up the lobby like a vacuum cleaner, just slurping up all of the kills. Now, SR, they did play the counter composition. They did show that Enor Yushan does have a weakness, able to take down JL, and even though JL had figured out a couple strategies, they end up losing the no-all situation to them. But SR did a valiant play right there to scoop up as much as possible. They try to play, neutral. SS1 was like, get the Monk team. And SR's like, we don't want to get the Monk team. We're not going to go for you. We're just going to sit in our spot. OUG's like, get the Viper team. Nah, we're just going to chill and wait to the end. And it really benefited SS1 Syra. We saw SS1 Syra go to the sky, able to keep her health super topped off. Now they're not able to get that first place 1.2 multiplier just because on the back of Baby Yu, if I can't win, we're going to draw to a tie, and every point's going to matter. We saw how important match point was for solos. It is the same for trios. You don't want to get caught 1 point off of match point where you could possibly MVP and end the tournament earlier.
Yeah, and it is looking really good for some of these teams right now. OUG being the most consistent, but which team got the highest points by now? Is it going to be ASR, BJL, CSS1, or DOUG? You're going to have to do a little math to figure this one out, guys, because, wow, this is looking incredibly difficult to try and figure out this question right now. I think we could say SS1 has the most amount of points, but they didn't get that kill multiplier, so I don't think it was able to push them over the edge. The amount of most points after the 2 games without the pre-post points has been OUG, because they've gotten second place twice. I do believe that we're going to be seeing that, but I'm not sure. Drop your answers in the chat. The lucky winner will be selected and getting that nice special gift. So make sure you guys are sending that answer in with the 3, 2, 1 screenshot. Shout out to Leah as we're jumping through.
Oh my goodness.
Seb, the calculus professor of NARAKA, you're gonna have to square root that answer. And for me personally, I like to just be lucky. We're going with the C. For me in school, we're going always with the C answer. Some people were B's. I go with C if I'm not sure. But you can do what's actually optimal is just copy off the other person in chat. Whatever's being spammed, just go with it. That's been the name of the game.
It takes one person to say the wrong thing, and everyone starts spamming the wrong answer, though.
That person just wants to see the world burn.
That's me.
Absolutely spectacular. Grief, one of the names of the games of this J-Cup. And OUG's Baby U, griefing SS1's huge multiplier, getting that 20 kills, but not getting the 1.2. 1.2? That would have pushed their points way further, getting closer to the 30 bomb. But SR with the 13 kills, they salvaged that situation, being completely outscaled in that endgame to SS1 and OUG's full gold armor, full Jades, full cannon arsenal. YZG, JL, and OA still a solid amount of points, even though they're not in there for that last 3v3v3. And looking at the overall damage, we've seen this trend all the time. Temmie is just a damage demon because he's just getting funneled all of the free hits by his two teammates, Viper and Syra. You just got so much potential for that wombo. You're either getting stunned by Syra or you're getting stunned by Viper, and all of your stamina is gone when Temmie pops that ult.
Here we are going to see the answer to our answer for Treasures in just a second here, but taking a look at the bottom side of the scoreboard, Donut for BBE not boding well. They dropped all the way down to 9th place from 4th. Not looking too good for them there. They were down in 12th, they went all the way up to 4th, and now they're back down into 9th. So now OUG leading the scoreboard. Raven above JL for 42.2 points.
You are a mathematician, sir.
SS1 is 41.3, JL 40.6, Alliance 40.3, SR 38, Chengdu's GG 28.5. So we still have a ways to go. 58 points.
Well, I'm not a mathematician, but I was a poker player at one point, and the standard deviation really is more telling of what the answer here. There's only a plus or minus of 5 points with the top 5 Sebulous, as we are going to go to the highlights of China Unicom. YGG off spawn with the big meows coming in hot. ZXL with those RMBs, throwing them out like hotcakes, getting a nice flank onto BBE's Roy Hehe. The Wu Chen heals coming up big as YGG on the edge right now, as Vaughn doing his best to try to secure a kill, but YZG will not bend. They find the kill, and SR slugging it out. The aggro on the classic comms. Like I was saying, this is why this team won EWC. They're consistently aggressive. They're just consistently there every single endgame. In the mid game, they're able to pick apart Alliance. Now, this last part was gifted to SS1 by no one forcing out their ultimates, trying to play the heal-off situation from there. But Baby U does a great job of griefing this multiplier, and I imagine this 1 point being very key as the day is going to go on. That couple points will make a huge difference, I believe, on who ends up winning this J-Cup.
Oh, 100%. The small amounts of extra points are always the difference makers. Beforehand, when we always went to final score, there were 0.5 of a difference for whoever won the qualifying stage, for whoever made it through. So it's definitely something that is very possible to be happening. SS1 Shuwon, his first time as MVP, group and advanced heal, 13,000 damage with the spear. 9 eliminations, 30,000 damage total with Benthic, and he's got Quick Charge and Thundercall for himself on the F1v1 Temmie. We're not seeing the reload Temmie anymore in the trios. They're going for that ult duration over recasting the Wisp, which I think is the optimal play. Being able to use that jump in the Temmie, it's very similar to the not a similar mechanic, but very similar effects as being able to use that that jump C attack with Shunhuan. So, you know, something that gives you a little bit more control into your fighting, especially mobility-wise for that Temmie F ultimate ability. It's been really nice to see that actually get used in the pro play.
And peeking under the hoods, pro play, big points, Groupio Advanced Heal. That's it. That's the secret sauce, ladies and gentlemen. If you got Group P Advanced Steel, drop the attack Jades, be a team player, give your team that durability, and everyone's going to get a ton of damage. I'm sure if you flipped the script and saw how much healing Temmie was doing, he's probably looking like a Kurumi out there, but he's pumping out the damage as well. He was quick shot, and the spear bonks left and right. Man, absolutely great stuff from SS1, able to capitalize that situation. A lot of teams could navigate that endgame in a 3v3 and overextend, but they managed to slow things down, really deny an option of some type of monk aggressive situation. They bluffed the threat of the Viper ult, but instead play it all the way to the end, sending their Syra to clutch it out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking our first break here as we are going to continue to the third game just coming up. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Shenzhen, China for our last day of this J-Cup Finals. I am Remo PLZ and I'm joined by the notorious, the lucky Seb. And today, are you going to get lucky with OUG?
I might.
I believe someone has to get lucky today to be the ultimate caster just because of how even the top 5 was. Seb pointed out that he is currently in the lead, but I had to bring up an unfortunate point that he's only in the lead by maybe 5 points with 5 other teams right there ready. So nothing is set in stone right here. Match point is going to be coming up soon with the amount of pacing these teams are going. You need to have some good games. You need at least 10 points a game.
Yeah, 10 points is going to be at your base threshold to keep up with these players, and getting so close to match point already. We are 18 points, 17 points away. 58, I believe our threshold is, or if it's 48, we're gonna have to double check that. But it is getting closer and closer. These teams have the opportunity to get on match point within the next couple of games here, and it is not far off. OUG leading the scoring right now. Let's go. But they have the opportunity to get themselves a huge win over these next couple of games. The snowballing is where it's going to come through. The top of the leaderboard always gets their first picks, so I think that's why we saw the Shunhwan, the monk pick in this game. Now we're going to be going to the draft. We might get to
see a little something different coming out of the side of OUG. They might get to play that Enor Yushan pick now because they are still in that top side, or they could be saving it for when they already get on the match point. $20,000 for this game, ladies and gentlemen. Raven, what do you think we're going to be seeing comp-wise? Are we going to see any counter comps? Are we going to see any special shenanigans coming out? What do you think?
I mean, $20,000 is a good sorry for picking the wrong composition in this situation. But you're going to be very sorry if you don't win that MVP. And we've already seen the shenanigans coming out. OUG going with something a little bit different. Same with JL. They believe that their Yushan composition was going to do super well. SR put in a wrench in everyone's plans right here. And still, the meta has not settled for this J-Cup. Everyone is struggling to find some ground. And it looks like we've rotated back to that Viper composition, getting a ton of value. And now, normally we see Justina in it, but I think in the mirror matchup, Justina Viper Syra is a little bit better versus Temi Justina Viper. But Temi Viper Justina is just very, very solid to execute on. And under these bright lights, you really just want to get as much value in so many situations. And we've seen for those old school players, the origins of Temi really being used in trios comes to the box composition, where Temi would secure a location by putting the Temi wall up, claiming boxes. In the modern NARAKA, that location is the spirit wall. I saw what OUG was cooking. They got the Temi Takeda, they brought the Siphon over, and instead of having that Zipping or Karumi as support, they have the Mum come out. And what can push out the Enor Yushan? Mum. They're able to secure these spirit walls in endgame. The problem is they got slowed down by JL. They lost all their momentum. They need a ton of loot to go up. Transformer super benefits from a ton of loot, and JL comes in with that mid game and absolutely devastates them with a rushdown strategy with that Enor Yushan.
Yeah, the Enor Yushan just so powerful when it comes to that mid and early game as well. Especially against the Takeda when you're trying to scale up, it's just not the greatest thing to put yourself into that situation against the playing as a Takeda against Enor Yushan. It's just really difficult to gain any sort of momentum unless you have that full scaled ultimate. You're not going to be able to fend off every single one of their attacks. You're only getting those 4 fear end shoves. So taking a look now, we'll be seeing YZG getting themselves ready to lock in for game number 3 here. We've got the draft coming up in just a second. Oh my goodness, you're right. The posture, it's so stoic and like, boom.
Every time I see TXJ, I'm kind of ashamed of myself. Like the gamer posture, my tight hips, my man is just, he's been a tree trunk for the last 4 years. Just every single time, super disciplined. Just how he's reflected all of his teams and his posture. He never looks nervous anymore. He always just has that locked in face as we go from game to game. And a lot of people thought JL was going to run away with it, but there is one of those curses that people like to bring up from the days of TE with TXJ. I think it's shenanigans. I don't really believe in curses. I really just think that all these teams are very talented, and they're able to counter strategy a lot of these old titans. Now the gods are actually bleeding. GG and JL, led by TXJ, they like to land in very static locations, and because they're so dominant, most teams don't really opt to challenge them. But as all of the loot spots get gobbled up, I feel like some complacency showed up for JL and GG, where their strategies became so static, too rigid. And when you become too rigid, you gotta be like water under these lights. You gotta be able to bend. You gotta be able to change under these circumstances. Still, we're not even at that halfway point, Seb. There's a lot of NARAKA we played, and I believe a lot of these teams are going to adjust, and as the pressure ramps up, I imagine an exciting series moving forward. I really wanted things to go to the distance, and it looks like it's going to be that way.
Yeah, and I know you love the distance, you love the game, playing for as long as possible, going all the way to game 8. I think that it's one of the most incredible feats, a team winning in more or less, or in less
than 5 games. I think if you're able to win in 4, it is one of the most incredible things. Oh my goodness, look at them. Look at them.
Oh my, that's the Asian perm?
Oh my
Fumio, he looks like an anime character. Fumio looking just a handsome boss right here. Now, Hex, they came out with the game plan. Looking to like rotate through, and the preparations these guys have made to try to navigate this field. Unfortunately, they felt like Yushan was too much of a hill to climb over. None of these guys really play Yushan, and he became super, super important 2 or 3 weeks into Jacob, and now they're opting to go for more of a hit and run strategy. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to get a ton of momentum, but one of the things that we have to bring up, even though they don't have momentum right now, it's because of that mirror matchup. It's because of the pre-post points. All the teams who scored very, very high early are able to pick the strongest competition and really get to decide what they're going to do early on. But just like we saw in solos, Frostabus didn't have good characters till the tail end of the event. I imagine that the lower half of the lobby, as they move up and as other teams get the match point, it's going to be on them to shift momentum.
Yeah, I definitely think that you bring up some really good points with that. They need to get that momentum shift coming in sooner rather than later, though. I think that is one of those things that needs to start happening right now, because when we start getting to games 3, game 4, we start to see a few teams jump onto that match point. And with so many teams in the lobby that are very, very close in points right near the top, within 5-6 points of each other, we could see a jump from no teams to 6 teams on match point after this game. It is possible. There is a possibility of that happening.
Possibilities indeed. You are very observant, Sebulus. You're my man when it comes to the numbers. That 5 to 6 points, an ideal point going forward, and 5 to 6 points in previous trios was like a decent round. Now I would say, ironically, with less teams in a lobby, you would think it would be less points, but it's actually more points just because that Vermilion buff situation in the middle, what we're coining like the war zone that happens after that first Yang. All of these teams are just double dipping off the Vermilion buff. They're throwing caution to the wind and just getting in there and trying to get as much value in that mid game. And you saw SS1 get so much value off their Temmie Viper, just being able to find that wombo combo by either using Temmie Viper or Temmie's Syra, and because of the Temmie wall allowing to get that ISO fights out, you're able to feed Soul Blooms and keep that rotation going, keep that churn going, get that buttery goodness of the 20 points. I missed the buttery goodness. Chinese food, not very buttery, Seb. Not very buttery here. Just very, very healthy with spices and just delicious. But you know, buttery points just. I miss it, you know. I miss the buttery goodness.
Oh, Raven, you crack me up, man. And it is, it's hard to stay straight-faced when I'm casting with you, but it's why I love it so much. We love to have a good time here at the J-Cup Grand Finals Trios. We're about to get underway with game number 3, our last game casting of the day, and then we're going to leave you in the very capable, very lovely hands of Moxie and Moxie. But as we're jumping through here, it's going to be 19 Esports' 5-2-1. Team 5-2-1 has done themselves a very good job of keeping a consistent number of points through the first couple of games, but they haven't really snowballed into that middle and late game. They get a good bunch of kills off spawn, and they end up going out in the first few teams. So hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more coming out from them, because I think that they've really got it in them. I was speaking to them before the game. They're really confident that they're going to be able to perform at least in the top 5. And that's what they said. They were aiming for the top 5, hoping to win the championship. I think that they have it in them to do so, but I do think that OUG is still going to win.
I'm hoping that Moxie doesn't pick JL, just because I have no option of winning if Moxie picks JL. I hope someone else kind of blows past, and then in quick fashion, JL just wins it in the end. I can't recall the last time Trios has gone to a points ending.
not for a very long time.
We've seen such big shifts in rule sets and big changes in characters that we really haven't seen a pure meta be established for this Jacob. It's kind of like every single year though. Big patches come out right around Jacob, usually a new character, usually a new weapon. We got Shuhan coming in. Flying Knives changed the playing field of trios forever. We thought Monk would be more dominant here just because of the synergy of Flying Knives and Monk, but it turns out Monk has been struggling. I'm wondering if anyone else is going to pull something together to get more value off Monk. He just doesn't get as much value as he used to with the double grab end games, and it's really because the Spirit Wells provide so much sustain for so many teams, and no one is able to get to that point like they were before. I'm hoping that we get to see what SR has cooked out with Monk. It really carried their trios team during EWC. Back when Kylan, Monk, Zipping was very, very strong. Now, they've played other comps very, very well, usually right in the middle of the meta, just pedal to the metal, flooring the aggression, but it was really what made them stand out the Monk. I'm hoping they have something special for us prepared moving into the later stages of this tournament.
I think that they've got it. I think that they've got some extra stuff up their sleeve, and that's what I'm really excited to see, is the tricks up the sleeves of some of these teams that they're gonna drop in after a couple of games. We're gonna see some pretty crazy things start to come out when the bans get insane, when the teams are low on hero points, because right now in match point format, we do have hero points. Lots of these teams already have 5 hero points left to use. No, I don't think anybody's got 3 or 2 left, but we are seeing the hero point rules in effect. When it comes to that 8th game, you're going to be in a lot of trouble if you are low, using a lot of the same heroes twice, using only 1 comp. If you use it once, you can use it 1 more time after that, and then you have to play something different because you only have those 6 hero points available for you.
Well, one of the sleeping giants I predict that's definitely going to wake up later in this tournament is GG. They got really unfortunate with really, really well-calculated timing attacks from the global teams, so they're not able to get to their bread and butter. Their end game has always been spectacular, and it probably goes to show why they haven't been as dominant this year as they were in 2024, where they were going for the Grand Slam only to be stolen away at Jacob by Wolves. But going into this year, they vowed that it just goes with that theme. Is it worth it to lose the whole year and win Jacob, or win the whole year and lose Jacob? Everyone remembers who wins Jacob. It is their most prestigious win, and GG is one of the titans of the lobby. They're just a little bit sleepy right now. First 2 games, I can't even say that GG has any type of jitters. They definitely are one of most professional teams inside NBPL. They lose, they feel nothing. They win, they feel nothing. They just look like they're clocking in, and they have one thing in mind. It's winning this Jacob. But now, they didn't have all that momentum for the whole year. Now they're going into this Jacob a little bit more of the underdogs. Is that going to play to their favor? Hopefully, they get something going after game 3, 4, and 5. But I imagine we're going to, again, the top 5 plus or minus 5 or 6 points, as Seb pointed out. We're going to keep things nice, close, and tidy. I'm hoping for a nice rotation between the top teams with some spicy stuff, hopefully, as Hex has something special cooked up as the later rounds go up and they move up the phases.
As we begin to lock this in, these teams start to get ready for the win. Oh my goodness, I'm lyrical genius over here. we are going to be seeing these teams starting to get ready for these hero point picks. But right before we start, we got to make sure that everything is in tip-top shape on the side of competitive integrity, making sure that all the servers are online and working properly, making sure that nobody is going to be lagging out of any games, just keeping all of the technicalities and the technical problems to a minimum by just double-checking, triple-checking, getting themselves ready to jump into this game. 5-2-1. We're going to take a look at some replays really quickly while we are waiting for the ban picks to come through. This is an SS1 Realm of Yang against 5-2-1 here. Oh my goodness, the grab into the double grab. And then SS1 on the comeback here, they are going to be able to get a lot of value out of that Syra ultimate with the amount of healing that they get. And then the powerful Dazzle comes through, but the ultimate gets canceled out. And now we see the heals coming in from Pampy as they try to bring this back around. Blue Yi gets absolutely minced out of his health bar. And then the double catch from that Volda Spear into, oh my goodness, Yuan. Remember this now. Yuan able to come through with the parry onto Ibim. And then he has the parry onto Fat Milk into the Bong. Pampy tries to get the play off, and look at this. They started off getting double grabbed, and now it's a 3v1 situation. The bonk with the gold spear, and then that aerial dash Soul Chain just looking incredibly strong.
Yon with the craziest call out right there. He gets blended up by the fan after getting overheld on a berry, and he's like, you know what, you're throwing the follow-up. You don't think I'll bury in this spot. I'm mashing red. We're just going full all in on red, and he just gets maximum value off his parry. Usually, the name of the game in this modern NARAKA is sneaking in blues. We've seen the evolution. Everyone thinks about the one charge, but the secret sauce is just putting a little bit of sauce on your focus attack, just putting a little bit more timing. That 1.2 that we're calling, it's just a normal one charge with a little bit on top of it. But what that allows you to do is stop a lot of parry situations, forcing your opponent to have to play this weird timing. A lot of the times in trios, you just see a lot of hold and focus, staring each other down. Just like we're staring down, waiting for game 3 to happen. Now, this is one of the tough parts, though. You had a ton of momentum going in. After game 2, SS1, they were on fire, right? They're probably feeling it, feeling the nice jazzed up, and now, boom, computer's not working. Just like solos, we got 3 more people, 3 more times the chance of a problem. We slow things down. You gotta keep your heart rate up in this spot. One of the things I thought was very telling yesterday in solos, you could see a lot of the old guard, like Mike and Spider, or not Spider, but Mike, Arano, Chen, their heart rate wasn't pumping until they got to the match point. It was very, very slow, but you saw the entire time Mike and Shen Yuan just 140 average. They just wanted it so bad, or they had a ton of caffeine, but I think they just wanted it so bad. And when you're in this position right here where you're kind of just sitting around, do you go with the Zen meditation where you close your eyes, you visualize holding the J-Cup, you know, holding your potential Ferrari? Or do you keep things joking, as some of these could go, kind of keeping a chatterbox, keeping the vibes going? It's very, very tough after a long delayed break to keep that momentum up. But on the flip side, for all those teams who needed to get going, now that everyone's slowing down, we've evened the playing field right now. We saw JL coming with a ton of momentum. They've a little bit slowed down. Now, the teams with the most volume of practice, I would say, have an edge moving forward.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be the case. Is you know, the momentum is going to slow down for a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, but it is going to give other teams who needed this break to kind of catch their breath and chill out for a second, a much needed time to really just get that rest in, get that relaxation until they can get to the next game. I don't know. Me personally, I'd get a little bit antsy, be like wanting to play and get ready. And the second that you finally do get let to play, you've got all this pent up anxiety from waiting over and over again. And you you are going to see that happen over and over again in this situation here. As some of these players are going to get really, really hyped up. Some of these players are going to get a lot of anxiety and just chill. It really depends on who is going to be running through for the win. It looks like the Hex boys are smiling, laughing, having a good time. Looking absolutely amazing. And Fumiya, yeah, look at the camera. Look at the camera, say what's up. There you go, Sachiko's looking. And they're all just trying their best not to make eye contact with the camera. Trying to play it off like they're cool. Look at, as well, let's point out, look at Squeaky's mouse. Look at how tiny it is. Very, very cute little mouse.
I held that thing, and it was the lightest mouse I've ever touched. I don't know about the pure fingertip gaming. Not my style of choice when it comes to mouses. Now, Seb, who do you think, if you had to pick one of us to win, besides you for the ultimate caster, who do you think is likely to win?
I think that Duncan and Moxie have better chances than you do to win. Ooh. Because first of all, Moxie can just snipe your choice. So no matter what, if you get it right, she wins. Because she has more points than you right now. I think that Duncan winning would be absolutely legendary. He's got 3 points, and the correct prediction is worth 4. So if he gets it, but he isn't the same as Moxie or you, he is going to be in a very good position to win. As now we're going to see, look at this, JL on the Hottie Kylan. Now OUG gets the chance to run the Enor Shunhuan composition. SS1 gets a chance to run it as well, and there's only going to be 2 of them in the lobby. So now JL knows that OUG is going to be running it. Oh my goodness, this makes for a very good game. And look at this, Viper Justina Syra coming up in the pick order just a little bit more. We are going to see the Temi Monk. Are they going to be Takeda or Valda? I think Rico's a Valda player. I think we're going to see the Valda coming up from him here. No Takeda for SR, but we are going to see another Viper composition. We could see triple Viper. We could see triple Akos. This is going to be spicy. BBE OA on YZG next to pick.
Well, TXJ hoping to line up, having a ton of hottie compositions, but it looks like everyone has a mind of their own. Every single phase, a little bit of everything. No one really agreeing on a specific comp strategy depending on the phase. We've seen that pattern line up before where first, second, third, and fourth were all pretty much the same composition, but not going into this Morris. We are going to see OA on the Transformers, BBE onto the Hottie, and then YZG with it. So they are still going to calculate correctly and still have an edge onto the Enor Yushan. But going into phase 4, this is one of the shenanigans. The tactician of TXJ finding a great play here, predicting exactly how his opponents are going to pick in the top 3. Now, phase 4, are we investing any points? Hex at 5 points, 521 at 6 points. Bound to have 5 points. What are we looking for? We're going to with the ACOS on 521. A little bit of hit and run strategy. And remember, ACOS is the counter to the Hottie. If you can capture him and deny that cube before it goes down, you can get a ton of value. You see a little bit of smiles from Squicky. Are we about to do something sussy? No, we are not. We are going to go with the EU secret weapon. Remember, Sachiko was on the F2V2. It opened up, not doing super well. We're going to get them run it back one more time. And one thing that's good about the F2V2, unless Hottie gets that cube down immediately, the F2 of Viper really nerfs a lot of Zipping's healing, taking away a ton of that durability that comp has.
Yeah, it is interesting to see the vulnerability come into play there for them, and hopefully they can make it work this time. We're going to see them going for the attempt one last time to try and make things work. Everybody getting ready to lock things in now. We finally got the draft done. We're going to see the spawn locations picked in just a second. Everybody locking their game in. Game number 3. This is make or break time. This is match point crossing.
Wait, I just realized something. You had crazy amounts of analysis on how the points were going to go down for the Ultimate Caster. Where's that effort for every other composition? You just mapped it out. He's like, by the way, Ribbon, you're like a 10-to-1 underdog just by just Duncan just being in the worst position ever, but he's going to be able to win there, and Moxie is just going to be able to nerf you out of the situation. You're just like the TXJ of this Ultimate Casting nonsense. Like, are you staying up in the middle of the night just plotting my demise? You put me in 4th
I stayed up to practice drawing. I tried to get my drawing practice going on here.
Drawing Squeaky Sachiko. Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
I respect it. You know what? I respect the hustle.
Yeah, but no, I think definitely that they've got vulnerability-wise when it comes out with that F2. I think situationally it works really, really well, but I think the silence does pose a lot of extra value. But we saw this earlier when it came to the this was back in the first season of MVPL when players were running Viper, Wu Chen, and I think it was Viper, Wu Chen, and Yodo. The very first iteration of that competition.
Okay, we're going to the Fossil days.
We saw OUG running Tai Chi Rift Switch instead of the teleport because it was activated faster, and instead of, they would use it to cancel their opponent's teleports. So they were using the other ultimate ability just to specifically counter that composition. So I think in the mirror matchup, it poses a lot of value. Or it doesn't pose a lot of value because they are the only team running it. It's going to get them spotted out. In the 1v1 fights, when it comes into this big fighting and they're fighting against other teams, I think that the F2 does pose a lot of value.
Wow. You brought me back to the Wu Chen days where Wu Chen could still pick the wrong ultimate and it was just totally grief. The portal going back and forth. It reminds me of Poobie choosing that portal one time, and it's just Wu Chen is a thankless character. Yeah, if you're just getting into trios, don't play Wu Chen. You can only disappoint your teammates, and you'll just be remembered forever for porting them into zone.
I've done that a few times. I've got the wrong ports going on.
You're not supposed to be proud about it. You're not supposed to be proud about it.
I'm not proud about it.
Yeah, I see you smiling right now. I think he did it on purpose. You know what?
Sorry guys. I ported us into the zone on purpose so that we could lose out. We still ended up doing very well that game, I think.
Actually, you just reminded me, there was a tournament where I ported perfectly onto Tryhard in the wrong position back when Intel existed, and I remember Oni was like, I was like, my bad guys, I threw the wrong port. He's like, no, it was a great port for the enemy team. It was the best port you could have possibly done. You literally used all of our cooldowns perfectly so they could kill us. I've never seen such a good port for the enemy team, and I was like, thank you, Oni. He actually made me feel better for one of the most trash ports of all time. Wu Chen, well, this is a great
difficult hero to master.
I mean, have we seen a sussy port this Jacob? Oh, I mean, Squeaky did port the team onto the treehouse on Morris. Even though if they got 0 points, they still would have qualified. That heartbreak at that moment. His teammates will always remember the cookage of that situation.
Always remember, they'll never forget. When you make a bad move, you are immortalized in the game more than when you do something good. If it's something small that you do and make a mistake, it gets noticed more than the good things that you do in regular gameplay like this. When it comes to these finals, these bad mistakes are coming in. Oh my goodness, look at the backpack keychains. I actually got myself one of those, so I can hit the ha 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 emote in real life on people when I'm feeling like it, when I'm feeling a little devious. I got that on my backpack. Very nice to see that there. As you guys can go pick those up if you are in the arena. You can go pick those up at NARAKA Fest 2025. Some very cool things coming out with NARAKA Fest 2025. We've got our Switch map coming up, the Shuffle map. We've got a new hero getting released soon. We've got a new ranged weapon coming in for the first time in forever. We're seeing a ranged weapon being added to the game. We had this, actually, this was a trick question in a NARAKA Jeopardy I played. Shout out to Dooney, by the way. All of the ranged weapons were released on launch. And now we're getting our first post-launch ranged weapon.
It's been a long time. I mean, I would count flying knives as a ranged weapon, practically. But
For Battle Royale as a genre, we've seen a little bit of staleness in the genre. Back when it first launched and everyone was on the Battle Royale craze, one of the things that I think was stale was maps weren't as exciting anymore. Once you've landed the same place over and over and over, it was very hard to get excited to trying new locations. And now with the new Switch map, the new puzzle map, multiple parts of the map are always going to be different, and I think that's what made me fall in love with Battle Royale. It was a very quick way to have a really great adrenaline push and to have so many unique endgames. But after playing thousands of Battle Royale endgames, mapping out scenarios became just so much more easier. Rotations make a lot more sense. Off spawn, we just have such a decent framework with it that the fact that they were able to implement multiple areas of the map with the combination of PvE, I've been wanting to see more PvE in the PvP aspect of the game. I'm curious what the execution is going to be with all the items, but definitely going around and collecting stronger red items. I know there's competitive players out there, they're cringing inside more red super OP things, but to everyone else having fun, the best part of fighting games is mashing other people. You gotta spill the gravy on the mashed potatoes, knocking everyone around. And the game has changed just so much. I still feel like one of the things that will probably change in the future is green focus being buffed, because even though everyone dreaded the day green focus was released, I have yet to see a practical application where someone had green focus up and got out of a bad situation.
Well, the issue is with green focus, even though that we're not seeing the use of green focus happening too much, caught us lacking, man. We gotta get up here. But green focus, it only works when you get continuously hit over and over again to the point where the green focus bar charges up. If you are able to dodge at any point, your green focus goes away. So in a trio scenario, there's often times where you just get caught off of your dodge because you're dodging this person's attack right here, so you dodge here, and then you have another person coming in on this side going in for the final attack. So you're getting staggered repeatedly by 3 different players, and it oftentimes your green focus timer will get reset. We're exploring running green focus with Enor. We've explored running green focus with a couple of non-combo break players with my team, and it just was not worth it. The value was never there.
I see the point. I was there. I was following. We took a little bit of curbs going all the way over here. But the new point that I thought was crazy, that a collab I never saw, was the Overwatch and NARAKA collaboration.
Oh, yeah. You guys didn't get to see that on the broadcast, but it looks pretty cool. I believe you can go check it out on all of the CN-based social medias. But we are going to be getting an Overwatch x NARAKA CN exclusive. So, you know, we're not going to be getting that on the NA side. But if you do play sometimes on the CN side, you can grab yourself a Feria Shen Diva mech skin, which would be very cool.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, when they added Feria, I was just like, this is basically Diva from Overwatch. Now, I do like NARAKA's version of Diva a lot more. The cannon mode, way cooler than the actual tank Diva. It's not as good. But Overwatch NARAKA, imagine Overwatch has a NARAKA character going in there. You just running in there with some Dragon Roar on a character, just a new variation of Ghost, but it's because of NARAKA Jades. That would be some curse things, Seb. I'm down to make my way back over there and run some NARAKA Overwatch. Would be a very, very...
I bet we could see some cool Genji skins, you know?
Damn! I mean, Genji Ball was basically added to NARAKA. Very, very fun stuff, and I feel like we're at the point in video games that collaborations are everything, and Overwatch, definitely one of the... I just never really thought NARAKA was going to make their way to Overwatch, just because the games, I've always felt like Trios was pretty close to Overwatch. We've seen kind of like Capture the Payload implemented in NARAKA, but I hope more collaborations with other games come to NARAKA, just so more of the global scene is able to follow up. And the future of NARAKA in the global stage, we saw ourselves at EWC, and in the future, I've heard a lot of rumors, a lot of shakeups
for the next NBPL, a lot of teams, a lot of players might be retiring. I know MTF announced he was retiring in solos. There's a lot of vacant spots. Even Mike was saying that he was potentially going to retire when it came to next year. He kind of fought back. He's been asked a lot to kind of hold the position just because, oh wait, the old days, you got to hang out with Huang Fly, but I'm a fossil. I remember Huang Fly and Shang Shang before the Spider and Mike days. And are we going to see a new era where Mike, the only one who can take him down is Mike. He's finally going to tap out. No one's going to get close to a two-piece yet. I mean, Wufang has to go back-to-back next year. It's going to be so hard to fill in the shoes, but in the future for NARAKA is looking very, very bright. It might be NARAKA forever.
NARAKA forever is definitely something that could be close to happening. We were talking with the people over here. They've said that we are going to be getting NARAKA for a good long while. This is definitely not the last J-Cup ever. This is not going to be the last NBPL ever. There are going to be so many things that we are going to get to see coming out in the next couple of years. We've also got some collabs, the global collabs as well that we got to see. We're getting a new mode, limited time mode coming out for you guys. So there, by February, there is going to be so much new stuff coming out in NARAKA over the next year. The game is going to be completely different again. Right? We're going to see all of these new changes coming in, all of these new opportunities to be made. Hopefully we'll get to see EWC 2026. You know, we haven't heard too much about that, but it would be really nice to see that happening there as well. A lot of crazy global shenanigans will be going on, and I think that the global scene is looking really good. We had a very good step up this year. We had a lot. Frostivus having an amazing finish in the global region for his solos. We saw Lipo doing a decent job as well. Mines making it to the finals. Hex, our first EU team to make it to the finals in trios. We're going to be seeing more global teams progressing and making it further and further into J-Cup as the years go by. This is just the beginning. You thought it was the end, but it's just the beginning.
You just reminded me of the how close Frostivus was in that end game. Shenyu and Wufang.
The armor pierce.
and Frost, the one armor pierce shot just made the whole difference between that one kill. Shenyu was like, if I can't win, you're not allowed to win, Frost. And he just turns and all-ins Frost instead. Just an unfortunate event. But I got to hang out with Frost and Wufang. Wufang in super high spirits, very, very happy. And Frost, you know, took it on the chin. I think it's gonna be tough for that one. I think everyone's taking it pretty harshly. I ran into Verse going back to the hotel. I was telling him he had a great job, and he just looked at me deadpan. He's like, no.
It's the exact same thing that I said.
No, not a good job. Yeah. I mean, 225. I definitely saw that he didn't have the highest energy going in, but he stuck it out tooth and nail, and he was literally on the cusp of finally breaking his curse. Same with Spider, just opening up with the three-piece. I feel like out of everyone who took that loss, though, Spider definitely was just like, whatever. I played out my heart, and Wufang was able to take that one down. Now today, though, we're only 2 games in.
Oh my!
We're finally up to the 3rd game, and just in case you're tuning in, after you went out, got dinner, came back in 8 at the all-you-can buffet, we're finally here with the mix-up of everyone countering the Yushan comp with going the Hottie zipping Kylan. Now, it's in my best interest that JL does beat out the other 2 strong teams, mainly OUG, and get their things going. But just like Seb said, I need the other casters, mainly Moxie, not to choose JL. So I hope JL slows down a little bit, just so Moxie goes with something else.
I think she's locking in JL, I'm not gonna lie.
Don't do it to me, Moxie.
But Hex and OUG spawning on top of each other again. This is a heartbreaking fight, because I predicted OUG, but I want Hex to win that fight off spawn, no matter what. I will be happy and proud to lose Ultimate Caster so that a global team can claim their glory. As Hex and OUG down on the bottom side. Dear Shadow Jade Mine, we're going to see Celestra getting JL, YZG, and Bauda. 521 and BBE taking up that top side just above Celestra. Cave is going to get SR and GG. OA taking Sunwing's Rest. The rest of the players over on that western side of the map. As we're kicking things off for the final game for me and Raven, but not the final game for you guys. Game 3 starting now.
We're gonna be going with the daytime Morris, a classic slow game, but not so slow anymore. We've seen the mix-up where Firefly maps end up being a little bit slower than the normal daytime maps where there are no Firefly and ultimates going, and that's because of everyone's secret weapon. A lot of the CN teams right now are using initial rage, meaning they get that ultimate very, very early, and GG is going to be going against SR on their monk composition in the cave. They've been landing here for 5 years. 70S is going to get frozen right now. Tyra ult's going to be invested. Looks like SR isn't gonna get the best of this ultimate. GG, you can't beat them on their own home turf. SR, as LXM is trying to put his hands on to the likes of Rico. Oh no, the Brandoro is gonna come out. LXM not able to secure the kill, and 17S is gonna be very, very low as GG's gonna come in. Wait a minute, Rico! He's getting some hands in. He created a spot up, but nah. GG is gonna get that snowball rolling as they're gonna secure their cave.
Oh my goodness, look at the kill feed, Raven. Sachiko eliminated Baby You. As we are gonna see now the members of JL trying to fight against the members of YZG. As we are gonna see ZXL getting eliminated by the members of Bauda. As Bauda jumping in, trying to see what they can do against JL now. Junks doing a really good job of just keeping targets on XXMU, as now they're jumping through. Big Parry going to come out for One Fang, tries to get all this chip damage off. XXMU not able to do too much here. He's just getting chipped away ever so slowly, and then there's the big burst of damage coming out as JL's Junks picking up his first elimination of the game. Slap's going to be coming in from NY7. I believe he's without a weapon right now. He does have that ult available, so we might get to see that pop come through, but he's just going to save the ultimate for the respawn, as we do see JL picking up their second elimination of the game. And that's going to be One Fang with 1, Junks with 1, OUG with 1, but Hex on the board with 3 as they take OUG back to the Soul Altar right off the rip of this game.
I'm surprised that Bauda hasn't got things going lately. We are going to be going over to BB and Alliance. No, ult's going to be coming out. Big Meow coming out from Pampy, finding the first kill onto Alliance Yuma. Wuchen F's coming out, picking up his teammates. Fat Milk not going to put the port down just yet. They're going to circle back to the left as BBE is going to get juggled up. Dofu, Toothpick right here, but Fat Milk coming in with that banana peel. Get off my teammate. Slip on this with this berry. Whip Sword's going to be coming in. Nice stagger from Ivan. Asbon on the zipping, very, very low, and the Moonbane is gonna come out. 5-2-1, trying to find the res onto his teammate as the Akros ult is gonna come down, holding these guys in for this barbecue of Moonbane, but the Moonbane not giving them much here. BBE able to kind of finagle the way back into the no ult zone. Tough break for them.
JL getting eliminated in the kill feed here, as we are going to see some of these players starting to go down. YZG back at full strength, fighting against the members of Bauda. Bauda managed to take them down before. I bet they can do it again. So we're going to see JL's TXJ still alive here, facing off against XEM. XEM getting brought incredibly low. He knows that would have killed him, so he has to pop the F ability here, trying to run away, seeing if he can find an armor swap. It looks like he's just going to back off. NY7 getting caught out on the other side. Big parry coming out here, but that F ability is going to get launched out. Big overhold is going to connect for TXJ in the 1v1 situation. JL. I believe this is JL's last life. No, they're still alive here. As we are going to see now the Hottie ultimate getting invested. Bauda not looking too good right now. Oh, big dodge, big dodge. Triple charge, ready to come through. Big parry going to get brought out but now we're going to see everyone focusing on the members of JL. TXJ trying to get himself out of the situation.
Cube's gonna get put down by Mr. TXJ, creating a get out of dodge situation with SR. Gonna find a nice ISO fight versus the saviors of EGU. Sachi gonna get looped up by the Balda ultimate. He is gonna finally pop his ult, try to deny any more slams, but he doesn't have enough HP to tank the jump in. Now it's up to Wooey. Looks for the Dragon Slayer, not able to get it. Squeaky gonna go with the one charge berry. Same thing with Wooey. They are gonna get juggled up. Squeaky fades out, tries to find a focus attack, and now Wooey with his purple armor in a 1v3 situation versus SR. SR gonna look for the uppercut, seal the deal with the jumping aerials. Unfortunately for Hex, just slightly off on the B2 timing, and SR is able to capitalize and punish them in a nice little ISO fight in the bottom right side of the map.
Yeah, they're looking incredibly strong right now, as that Monk grab doing a whole bunch of extra work for them. They tried to get the Viper ultimate off, but Hex wasn't able to do so in time. No value off of that that Viper ult there for them. They're going to be able to come back into this game, try and rescale. They did lose their purple armor and weapons that they had, so not the greatest coming in, as we are going to see Alliance now. They've spotted out SS1. Might see a bit of a scrap off coming through here. They've got bounty on them, so they are going to be able to keep the tracking going. As SS1 Yuan high in the sky might try and go for the drop down ultimate. Yeah, we're going to see the tracking here. They don't even know that that's going on. Big play on the Jung, and there he goes. Gets eliminated here into Moonbane, being answered from the other side, but they are getting incredibly low. Yuma 1 HP right now. Going to be able to get himself a pot. And we do see the Bane coming through, so they are going to get the reds.
Yeah, Moonbane from Alliance. Both Moonbanes are going to be used up right now. SS1, decent opener for them, but now Alliance, because of the Moonbane, able to turn things around. Luye on the U-shot. Still has a chance over in. Dang with the triple dodge in. Goes for the Aquas ult. Gonna press Yuan away, and now Luye a little bit late on the ultimate as Yuan took so much damage onto Shuhan. He's trying to back off right here, but both Enor and Yushan being CC'd. Yuan's able to buy some space though, getting a parry as the backup is coming in. The slam's coming down from Luye. Yuma now, his defense is getting picked apart. You can't stop the Bash Brothers coming in with the Transformers. All's gonna be running out. Yuan onto Shuhan is gonna fall, and Wu Chen Port comes down, not able to trade out kills, but they do have a second life on their Shuhan.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to get themselves back into this game. Yuan gonna be able to come back here. There's Yuan playing Shunhan with his teammate Shuan. Oh my goodness, the tongue twisters today are coming through. Alliance's Yuma getting extremely low, but 5-2-1 jumping into the mix. The huge Tessa charm coming up from Ibim. He's gonna get the kill onto Yuma. PP is gonna get absolutely decimated with the flying knives from Ivan here, as there's one situation. Ivan gonna be able to get that elimination. SS1's Luoyi gonna go down to Pampy. It goes down to Ivan, actually. Pampy with the assist from the Big Meow. Coming out here, they're going to take that soul form, get themselves back into the zone, as they put themselves up on the 5 eliminations, having a very good start to this game, but they are in the zone, so they're going to need to get themselves out of there as soon as possible. JL guarding the edge and waiting to go into this round with Yang, as we are going to see our first Yang spawn dropping almost immediately here. This is going to be a very big fight. We're going to see who's going to keep that progression going for match point. JL fighting against GG, 4 kills on the board. Oh my goodness, the instant join. Hex joining Rama Yang. They've got SR to defeat, so that's going to be an incredibly difficult fight there. OUG versus BBE. JL versus GG, and OA versus YCG.
TXJ gonna lay down the law with his first Q up. No, we're not gonna. We're gonna get some value here. Looking for a flank right now. Looking for that scale rush. They are gonna open up instead with Kylan zipping. A little bit of a different take right here versus the Viper composition, and now TXJ gonna delay his ultimate, put down the cube. Now they have a little bit of hope to deal with the Viper stun, and now the Viper stun's gonna come up with the Cyber ultimate. Double ult is gonna come down. Zipping trying to get away from here. 1-5. Fong bobbing, weaving. TXJ comes in with the banana peel, put in a little bit of a distraction on them, and now CJS has his work cut out for him as TXJ is going to get a bit of damage on it. Now Scale Rush is going to be coming in. They're finally going to connect onto Junks. Big Scale Rush from CJS, and Junks is going to fall. The Scale Rush with the Pulsar just doing too much damage. CXJ with the bonk though, trying to pull things back, but you see GG in the background, popping the double heal, denying any type of comeback situation. The stability from GG in these spots, and then the peel coming out from LXM. Onefong doing his best to try to survive, but he is going to get trapped and parried. JL goes the distance with GG, but they can't deal with the burst of that Viper, Syra, Justina.
There we go. The anti-burst comp not doing anti-burst things, as we are going to see them heading it back to the Soul Altar, losing to the burst damage coming out here. YZG trying to get the 2v1 win against OA. Big parry going to come out. Tutek getting extremely low, but now it's a 3v1 situation. It's not looking very good. Oh my goodness, the gold focus, but the Bull Sword one charge in the back end. Oh no, Hex losing their Rumayang as well as BBE. And we're going to see OUG, SR, and Chengdu's GG, as well as OA, on that Vermilion Birdmite buff. Now, GG fighting against SR outside of the Rumayang. They've got themselves the buffs. Rico going to be able to get a huge bit of damage coming through here with that dual blades. Double charge coming through, and that Valda ultimate going to be helping so much. SR trying to keep up this momentum against Team GG, as we are going to see LXM goes down. Big parry going to be coming out. 330 forced to use that F ability, sends the 1.0 right after. Shotgun burst going to come out. Big pulse sword follow-up going to come through. 17S losing a lot of HP, but CJS is going to go down. Now we're going to see Sachiko coming in. The secret weapon coming into play. Rico going to be losing a lot of HP here. He does end up going down. Squeaky picking up that elimination. 17S is going to go down as Squeaky picks up 2. Oh my goodness, Hex are coming out with that crazy play as they manage to cleanse their Yang depletion and claim a Spirit Well.
Yeah, V2 Viper, insane character, insane buttons being pressed, denying your other opponents not to press the buttons, as we're going to go over to BBE versus GG. GG, I want this team to pick up the pace. This way we can slow down the roll, we can extend this Jacob a little bit more. They're the sleeping giants in the lobby. They're getting some things going right now on the Enor, or on their Viper Justina, and it's one of the low-key parts of GG. They're mainly known for their end games, but their Viper composition and stunning strategies have always been one of the best in the league. Looking at the kill feed, we got Balda's NY7 versus OUG right here. SS, the IGL of OUG is down. Bye-bye. For Seb.
They have Vermilions. Calm down.
I mean, I'm calm. Are you calm? YZG's not, as Baldo is going to get that double ult coming off inside the zone. The time is ticking for them as XEM is very, very low. Going to pop the Justina ult, get out of here, try to make it to zone, but leaving his teammates behind. YZG's going to be able to take advantage of them with that kind of an ult. XM Moo is going to fall down, but a little bit of a flank. SR coming out of nowhere inside the zone.
That's OUG's SS giving full prowess off of their revive. Baby U coming back in full force. Will he get the kill credit? He does end up pulling away with that elimination on to QGG. Baby U jumping back in, seeing he needs to help his teammate out here. This is fresh off of the revive. Big combo going to come out here. ZXL going to get hit, but he has that ultimate ready for him. Full weakness coming through. The 1.0 is going to connect. Gets hit with the 1.0 again, but he's got that advanced heal, group heal, helping him out onto the other side. So he is going to be regaining a lot of HP through this. ZXL proving to be a hard enemy to take down, but the entire team of OUG now jumping in, getting a parry off, taking YZG out, and OUG going to be able to pick up a lot of eliminations as we flip over to JL versus OA.
JL, no armor to the name. Conquest gonna come out with 2-dick drop down. Focus attack coming out from the Shuhan, but we're gonna see a parry coming through back to back from One Fong, creating some space right now. A little bit of opportunity, but he is gonna get taken very, very low. F gonna be invested, picking up his heal, and a parry's gonna come down.
Oh, the double!
Is gonna find the double off the parry, and JL is gonna fall to OA.
Oh my goodness, Fat Milk and Pampy gonna take out Asbon and Dofu with the kill feed as well, but OA picking up a very nice double elimination. You see him go in to try and defend that parry, but he ends up causing his demise as it gets him the double kill, and then the one player trying to get out of the way is gonna end up getting eliminated either way, as we now see the next Rumble Yang getting ready to spawn. Is Hex going in? Oh, we're going for it. Hex is going for it here, as Yang is going to get ready to drop in. I do not think they were fast enough here, as we're going to see all of these teams getting ready to jump in for SR. Oh, GG versus Hex and SR versus OA.
Wait a minute, Tactico told me they weren't going to have a lot of Yang strategy. Looks like they changed their mind. That's what I'm talking about. At 17S on the pillar, gonna go up and down, looking for the flank. Not gonna be able to connect. Tempion's gonna be invested by the end of support by Zhao of SR, setting up the nice focus attack onto 2-dick. Armor stripped. We still got Volatile ult and Monk left to go. OA though, holding on to their ultimate as well, and now SR finally releasing the Monk ult late into this Yang. Hottie ult's gonna be invested by OA, putting the cube down. We got one scoop up. Can we get a double scoop to go? No, we can't. We're gonna get healed up though by that Monk heal. Kukatu and AB staying out of line of sight, denying 17S any of these regrabs. Now 17S about to detransform. Momentum's gonna shift back over to OA. They faded out the big ult of this team. Full health right now from OA, finding the blistering edge and the scale rush. Zhao sniped out of midair. AB now blistering edge, overhold coming through, looks for the jump parry. Nah. 17S not gonna make it easy right now. And just like a bowling ball, line them up and knock them down. SR gets deleted by OA.
And Hex wins against GG. Let's go. We're gonna be seeing Hex with the Mystic Might winning that second Rumble Yang, so it looks like they're rethinking of the strategy of no Yangs is paying off. OA with a whole lot of cash going to be getting themselves.
Oh my god, they're juiced.
Oh my god, they are completely juiced. Hex looking incredibly strong. They've got gold weapons, they've got purple soul jades, they've got gold and purple armors. They've got themselves some really great energy. We're gonna get to see a live replay of Hex absolutely decimating GG, fighting against a Viper team. So they're going to be able to play this in the mirror matchup, and this is what I was saying. They're going to be able to do good against in the 1v1 situation when there's other teams in the lobby, as we are going to see 330 getting brought extremely low. I do believe GG managed to get one elimination, so we're going to have to see how this does end up going here. GG in the back end, all very, very low in HP. No ultimates left to save either one of them. Scale Rush is going to come through. LXM gets the kill onto Squeaky. Sachiko gets brought incredibly low. Goes for the heal up here. I do believe they have group heal. I don't think they have the advance on them though. As you're going to see, oh, the Unseen Current almost took it out. Sachiko does go down. CJS, the last remaining player, 1 HP in a dream, and the jump LMB is going to seal the deal for them.
Ooh-wee! F2 V2. Metas just keep going in circles. Silence V1 Viper. Little did everyone know that F2 V2 Viper, just the gimmick, the cheese is real, and GG just got cheesed on. Now in a tough situation, they are going to be going against SS1 Enor composition. Not the most ideal for GG. CGS is going to get kabobbed right now. Tyra is going to come and peel off the pressure, but XEM is gonna eat a chunky piece of damage from the Justina Full Sword. But here we go with a chunky piece of kebab for you, CJS. Big damage gonna be coming through, but out of nowhere, bow shots showing that a third party is on the horizon. GG is getting griefed up by SS1 as Valda showing up to the party. NY7 with the V1 gets a double stun off. Shumon dead. Who's else is gonna be dead? SS1 does have a little bit of Transformers left, but Bauda is gonna opt to look back and cover their teammates as BBE is gonna join the party.
Taking a look and seeing that SS1's Luo Yi going, big parry in the back end by the members of BBE. OA still trying to get full force aggressive onto Luo Yi from SS1. He does end up going down. Roy Hiki picks up that elimination. We're going to see the ultimate coming through from the zipping to save the members of OA. They're going to back out of this fight right now. They don't want any part of the mess that's going on above. OUG looks to have found everybody and seen where they are, so they're going to try and join the party. SR still trying to hold their distance. It looks like they're just going to keep to themselves in the back end a little bit here as they are jumping to and from the middle side of this area. 5-2-1 closing in as well. SR still needs to cleanse 2 Yang depletions. They've got a minute and 55 seconds to do so. Will they be able to pull it off? This is one of the more difficult comps to try and cleanse on, I do believe. I think that this is something that gets a lot harder with the Monk on your team. Being able to get the cleanse on the Monk is difficult because you have to de-transform to get that bloom. Anybody can come steal the bloom there. SS1's Yuan actually going to go down to GGCJS. So they're going to be able to get themselves a bit of an extra bloom there too. But then Baby U taking down CJS in 330. 330 is not looking too hot right now as we are going to see OUG. Big parry coming through. And 330 going to end up going down. Baby U picking up that golden fan. I believe, no, he does not have. He's got a purple jade for it, but he doesn't have that golden jade. 17S actually going to pick up the soul bloom there. Able to get himself a cleanse. He needs to find one more to come in, and we are going to see the ultimate coming through. They're aggressing off onto this team. Shinyu gonna pop that Yushan ultimate. SS still has the Enor ult available, so we might get to see that coming out here. And we do. Baby U gonna be hiding, trying to keep away from line of sight. 17S running away now. He knows that this is gonna be a difficult situation for him to survive. As Shout gonna try and scale out of this situation. Not looking too good for them right now. They're keeping their health, but 17S now demonked is gonna become victim to OUG's Baby U. As we're gonna see that coming in.
Baby U, gold fan in hand, is gonna get flanked up by Rico. They don't have any Yang depletion, but unfortunately they are gonna get hit by the Tesla ult, the Echo's ult. They're stuck in a cage. Baby U in a blender right now, no more. He pops his ultimate, he needs to dodge more, but he ends up getting shredded up. 5-1 with a perfect flank, third party, and now BBE coming in with the flank as well. Everyone's piling in to this Yang depletion area, looking to get a cleanse. We still got 4 minutes to work with. Bauda with the triple ultimate. They got 3 ults in the chamber. SR somehow surviving this just third party just bonanza, but OA with all the chaos happening in the bottom left or the top right of the map, they're going to be able to get a free flag here and cleanse and play this slow.
And they're not looking too bad right now. We have seen some very good kills coming out from OA. They're on 10 eliminations so far. Entirety of the lobby is actually on over 5 kills, which is looking really good. YZG, JL, Alliance, and SS1 are the only teams to get less than 5 eliminations, or Alliance getting 5 eliminations. As we see, OUG went out in 7th place with 10, and then we've got SR with 10 as well, as OA and 5-2-1 both with 10. Bauda with 7, BBE with 6, and Hex have got themselves 8 eliminations so far. They managed to claim that Yang Spirit well, so they've got themselves that health gain buff and that Mortal Defiance buff that's going to really help them out if they do wind up in a sticky situation here, as Hex are looking pretty stacked for this endgame here. The EU shenanigans have started to work out. We're going to see now the global shenanigans getting pushed even further as Ivan going to send a Tessa Charm out onto SR Xiao. The big Meow gets brought in as well. Xiao getting brought extremely low. The armor swap to Rico comes through. The group advanced heal as well going to be used to help out. Big parry going to come out from 17S. They leave Ivan alone though. He's able to pick his weapon right back up as 17S still on the hunt for some more eliminations.
Yeah, SR is going to make their way up this hill, but so is everyone else. SR, BBE, OA, all at the top of this hill. Moonbane is going to come down, may possibly slow things down. 80% of this area is going to be loaded up. SR wants to dial things back a little bit, but 2 minutes left. It's just the calm before the storm. They need to find a Yang depletion cure. 5-1 on the sussy cliffside terrain, but looking at their ultimates, all they got is Fat Mills, Wuchen port. Not really ideal for SR to find a kill onto them. Temi all is going to just be absolutely denied. Now Bauda on the top left, kind of eking their way up. SR coming from the top rows, look for the uppercut, not going to be able to get it down. 17S looking down, sees that all of these players are right on the edge here, but they can't be choosy anymore. A minute and 25 seconds as 5-1 feels the desperation from SR. 17S dives in, looking for an opener on someone. He is going to make his way up the hill. 8 seconds left on this Moonbane, but they're going to run into a stacked Hex. A run back from off spawn. This time gold armors on all of them. As 17S shopping for a good fight, but it doesn't look like they can find any kill for sale right now as they move down to the side. Tetsuon's going to be coming down. Nice job from 17S, but Hex around the corner. As soon as they get that ultimate, they're going to be diving in as Viper ult's going to be invested. 5-1 going to jump onto SR.
SR popping their ultimates. Hex gonna pop the ults as well. Looks like they have found the stun off onto the members of SR, but the double grab gonna come through. Oh my goodness, he drops them. 17S getting extremely low. Wooey with the peel, Wooey with the save. Is XEM gonna get the kill onto Fat Milk. Fat Milk gonna get the kill onto XEM. The trades coming out on that side. Pampi getting extremely low. Cuckoo2 gonna come through with the Phoenix Blast. Always 2-Tick gonna take down NY7. It's absolute pandemonium. Every single team is starting to fight each other. 5-2-1 gets eliminated. Xiao gonna pick up that elimination. 2-Tick with another kill. We are gonna see now they're going up onto Xiao. SR Xiao getting absolutely blitzed down, but the F ability from the Temi is gonna save him just a little bit. It allows him a little bit more leeway to get out of here, but Sachiko gonna send out this Viper ultimate, wiping SR out. They need to get back into the zone. That healing is not gonna help them much longer. Draco Storm giving them a little bit of health back. They picked up another elimination. Now they're on the low ground, getting knocked out of here. They're now out of position. Need to wait for their teammate to come through. Wooey getting a little bit aggressive up to the front. They're gonna be able to find him his armor swap and his resources back as Squeaky is gonna jump back into the mix of this fight. Sachiko nowhere to be found on the other side. He's without his ultimate. He could be a bit vulnerable there. They're now grouping back up. BBE holding the top line, preventing the rotation in, doing a really good job of zoning out with the offensive, but the Draco Storm is available for them. We are going to see the ultimates coming through. Peel's going to be coming out. Dofu landing in the backside, trying to make some sort of peel, but oh my goodness, the cube is going to come in and save them as Hex are able to get a bit of a reset. BBE want to jump back in and capitalize on this weakness.
Hex, nice job stabilizing in that situation. Both the Hottie compositions turning to the threat of the Viper, realizing it's a V2 and recognizing, remember, F2 V2 Viper picks apart your zipping and denies the ability for your Hottie to put the cube down. You got to pre-ult that situation. Now BBE has a little bit of a high ground advantage, going to pepper HX with some cannon shots, but HX been here a million times before. They're going to be kiting up and down this tree right now. Man, the boys are going to be doing it. It's looking good for them. Are they going to get the first MVP for EU right now on the Syra composition with the secret weapon, the V2F2 of Viper? Shmoo right now is going to go up and down over this. It's going to be slowed down as Hex not going to bite just yet. They're waiting to pounce right now. Roy He's the target. They want to get this hottie out of there. Bomb could be coming out, but Roy He is going to get the peel from his teammates. Efron from the zipping, going to carry him out here. And now BBE's going to be coming in. Everyone's piling into here as OA on the high ground. Going to let everyone know, if you commit to this, we might jump in right now. But Wooey going to find the kill onto Asmon, as now Hex is striking distance of a possible MVP, but Sachiko stuck against the corner as OA is going to pounce in.
OA gonna get the kill onto Dofu as he gets onto the backside. It's now OA, Vauda, Hex, and BBE still trying to fight this out. We've got Wooey still there. We've got Squeaky, I believe, is still in this fight. The Syra is available. Oh, we've got the Pulsar Jade coming out, the new one. Squeaky trying to send out some damage on that Syra. We're gonna see the powerful Dazzle come out, but no damage comes of fruition. Wooey down on the bottom side, getting absolutely blitzed down. Squeaky gonna have his bloom left to be claimed. We're gonna see them. Who is going to claim this? Will it be Wooey goes down to BBE's Roy He. XXMU goes down to Cuckoo2, and now it's Roy He versus the team members of OA. Who will become victorious? The 3v1 situation. Roy He just going to try and kite it out, but Cuckoo2 finishing it off and coming through with the win. That is an OA MVP. Is that their second one? No, it's not. Yes, it is. That's their second MVP. OA is looking incredibly strong right now.
I mean, OA, kudos to them. But EU, you know, they let OA have this one, you know. Sachiko with them, they had to choose one or the other. They ended up going with grieving the other global team, but you know, it's a tough situation. Remember, Hottie composition really benefits from cliffside situations. The Hottie and the Kylan, they can just punch you off into zone over and over. And cliffs are a scam in NARAKA. The buttery rocks lock you in animations. You can't really dodge, tap dodge against Kylan and Hottie, and you're just getting shoved in the zone in the bad positions. But kudos to Hex winning that second Rumble Yang over GG, but it's not going to matter because OA consistently throughout this game. We saw the Enors and Yushans go toe-to-toe with the Hotties. It didn't matter though. The Hotties still prevailed in this situation, getting a ton of value. And OA, you know, on Morris, it's not like Holoroth and Bredoria. It's not mainly cliffside. There's a lot of different variation of the terrains for endgame. This one goes OA's way, that the cliffs end up benefiting them so much, and it was critical for them to secure this MVP.
Yeah, no, they did a really good job at playing that on the top side. They waited till their ults were recharged. They caught BBE at full strength after they had just expended their ultimates. They caught Hex without any ultimates. Hex was being forced on the bottom side. Right? They had a huge, super huge terrain grief coming out there. And then we do see coming in, we see the other members of the team. BBE in the middle. They have their ults. They expend their ults to take out Hex. And then OA comes from the top side down. And we're going to take a look at the answer for treasures, ladies and gentlemen. Which hero did Hex Sachiko use in game number 3? Was it A, Viper Ning, B, Takeda Nobutada, C, Akos Hu, or D, Shunwan Lee? And ladies and gentlemen, I think it was pretty obvious. We saw the Viper shenanigans coming out. I meant to say EU shenanigans. I just gave it away. But Sachiko, make sure you drop your answers in chat. Sachiko had a phenomenal game. I think Hex getting the ball rolling in game number 3, exactly what we wanted to see from them. Coming out in that second place with 12 eliminations at the 13.5 game score, but OA with the 23.2, 16 eliminations, the 4 ranking points, and the multiplier, going to give them a huge lead over Hex. SR in third place with the 12.5, 521 with the 12, OUG with 11, Bauda with 11, 9.5 for BBE, 8.5 for GG, Alliance with 5, 4.5 for SS1 and JL. And YZG with 4. As we are going to be seeing OA picking up a beautiful MVP on this Kylan Hottie zipping anti-burst comp.
I told you, I wanted JL to lose some steam. I need Moxie to go for a different answer because you've already done the mathematics of my 10-1 underdog against Moxie and Duncan. studying, mapping out the zone rotation of this ultimate casting. So I need JL to slow things down for other people to think that they're down and out going into this later half of the game. Now looking at the overall standings, Hags with a massive game right here. I know the boys can do it. They're going to be jump up and being competitive, able to punch their ticket. Almost got a car, you know, almost got a car with that MVP round. And looking at the top, OUG all the way at the top. LOA jumping up there at 51.5, SR still up there at 50.5, and SS1, you know, I'm not a mathematician, but the difference here in the top 5, again, only a single game difference, but I'm going to give it to you, Seven, just to keep your hopium alive, that OUG is going to take this, but I'm not going to lie.
It's looking close. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to hopium right now. I'm going to say that it's looking really close.
What's really good, because we're both in the same boat here, is Duncan and Moxie are going to have to go to this top 6, and they're going to see there is no advantage of going second in that spot. It's practically even. Now what I'm hoping is that Moxie ends up going with a little bit of a different choice here. I don't see her doing it, so I'm just going to get griefed and not be able to win here. But speaking of grief, SR off spawn takes out Hex, and it's not going to matter because remember where Hex ends up ending up. It doesn't matter. SR, Hex is going to bring this one back for the EU boys.
Yeah, Hex having a very good day. Like the off spawn does end up losing, but they win the Realm of Yang later on. And you really like to see the win there coming out. Owe having really strong Realms of Yang against YZG here. They ended up getting a good pick off in the later game fights when it came to Yang depletion. They managed to get themselves some really good situations to help them out there. Look at this. CXZ almost had the 1v3, but the pull sword comes through. Yeah, Owe taking out JL here. Absolutely phenomenal. Look at this parry. So Cuckoo gets the parry. The scale rush comes in to prevent, but the scale rush is his downfall because the preventative measures were not able to be solved by Cuckoo 2's parry punish damage. Asbon getting eliminated here. That's super huge for Hex to be able to get that elimination right there. One last exit frag. Sachiko does end up going down, and they almost get a little bit higher placement into this game over BBE, but we have that ulted Roy Hehe in the ultimate zone for Hottie, and so he just ends up being able to kite out the situation just a little bit longer and gets them the higher placement, but not the higher points, as Hex managed to get themselves still second place, which is really good to see from them.
The stanchion from the top rope just secured that kill in Sachiko. Tough break. Stanchion providing that silence, not letting anyone get away, and we are going to go to the MVP, OA Kukutu. On the zipping, and again, Sebulous is looking down at the bottom. We got the groove heal, the sustain on the anti-burst composition. How do you kill OA in this endgame? They got the terrain, they got the Jades, they got Kukutu on the zipping, keeping his team alive. Really, really good stuff from those F1s. Remember, Tactico jumped in and they tried to get the execution onto them a little bit earlier, but even with all the debuffs, Kukutu was able to come in, peel perfectly for his teammates, landing the F1 for that damage reduction, and ended up clutching it for them. Still, I know in the EU camp, the guys are feeling it. They're believing right now, and it's a good timing for them because there's still a ton of NARAKA to be played. The lobby has evened out a lot more, kind of like what I expected. I didn't really... I remember one person trying to lock in JL for saying they're just going to win it in 4. Now he seems to be like kind of flip-flopping and front-running, hoping to win this thing. But, you know, we're going to have to pass it off to Duncan and Moxie on what their picks are going to be. And, Seb, I'm hoping we see something spicy moving forward. Now, unfortunately for Duncan and Moxie, the spiciness didn't really happen. It happened for Hex this game. And Owe jumping up the leaderboards. We've seen anyone... It's anyone's ball game right now. Anyone can drop a nice 20-point game in this current meta. You get the right comp, you get a snowballing off spawn, and you don't really need, if you have all of your strategies lined up, Hex was able to bring it back. But speaking of bringing things back, that's going to be all for us, ladies and gentlemen. Me and Seb are going to be out of here. We are going to be taking a short break, and you guys are going to be joined by the brilliant and beautiful Moxie and Ook himself, Dunkin' Donuts.
Thank you, guys.
tiêu của em năm nay là tốt hơn năm trước.
And play the tournament at our best and leave no regrets.
这是光辉的日子，终结承诺。
Em nghĩ ba người cần nên vui vẻ với nhau thì nó sẽ có khả năng quán quân.
和去年相比，感觉今年信心不会比去年少。
这是节杯，赢了一起狂，输了一起扛。
今年卷土重来，这次定要弥补遗憾，圆梦巅峰。
光辉，神秘光辉。你的破绽显而易见。
那肯定是幻想过自己节杯夺冠的场景的。我们目标是节杯冠军。 这次校队第一目标肯定还是去拿节杯总冠军。
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again in Shenzhen, China for the Trios Grand Finals J-Cup. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you and with Moxie. We are your hosts and casters for the second half of the day. We've been watching and we've been paying a lot of attention and having a lot of fun, and I hope you have too, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, and hopefully you've been scanning as well that bottom left, or rather right-hand corner for that QR code to be able to take you to the official Discord. There we go, Dunker's just stabbing that great slot over. And actually, do you know what, Dunk? when we come back to the camera, I've got another use for that greatsword for you. But first of all, we have to go and look at our 2025 J-Cup comment collection because it is the grand finals, which means that that coveted baseball cap is going to be up and available. And we've got our first Discord comment. So congratulations to Carrie, who says all the best for JL and TXJ. From watching the tournament for so long until now, TXJ really had a brilliant performance in almost every game. Let's go TXJ, the highest mountain of trios mode in NARAKA. So congratulations, and hopefully you enjoy your stuff. As too does our second comment, which is going to be able to make it through. What do you think, Dunk? The fists? OP?
The fists, well, they're pretty strong. The slapping, the blue focus, it being faster than everything else. But yes, congratulations to Oi. No weapon of spawn and your team is already fighting. Go slap them! Yeah, absolutely, because it does quite a bit of damage. We've seen a few slaps here and there today and yesterday. Definitely very, very strong. What started out as an April Fool's has ended up being a staple mechanic in the game. Love to see it, but here, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate caster competition. And the question for today, of course, if you've been watching so far today, is who will be winning it all here on the Grand Finals Trios J-Cup 2025 stage? It's a big one. It's a big one.
It is a big one, and you and I, we had a little bit of an advantage, right, than Raven and Seb, because we got to watch, we got to see the lay of the land and who exactly is walking away with those wins. And at the beginning of the day, I was like, yeah, I feel like JL, and I'm just gonna full send it. But after watching some of those Realm of Yang fights, we both know how important it is to win those Realm of Yang fights to be able to scale into the later stages of the game. I've had to change my answer, and Seb mentioned that I might be gaming the system and sniping someone. I sniped out OUG.
She has indeed. Now, I was torn because here's the thing. I have a chance of winning it all if I guess correctly. However, if I choose the same team as either Moxie, Raven, or Seb, I can't, because then we'd get the same point increase. So I'm gonna do what got me here in the first place and double down. We're voting for the boys. For EU, we're going for Hex as the Grand Finals Trios winners. Shut up. I know it's craziness, but I'm here for it. That's what got we here. You just gotta go for it.
Yeah.
We gotta send it. We're going
Hex.
Hex.
Full send it. Okay, something else that I want you to send out. I got a hold of this hideous thing, so I'm gonna ask, can you pick up that greatsword? And I'm gonna try and drop it, and I want you to try and baseball.
This is dangerous.
You
Moxie.
ready?
Oh no. Oh no. What a disaster.
There you go, just as effective as an actual greatsword in the game.
It's there. Okay. Okay. She just loves doing it. She just loves memeing. And it's...
But I'm just so good at it.
It's tilting, but anyway, we are here for the games, ladies and gentlemen, and our fourth game of the day is about to commence. We're going to be going through the ban pick phasing once again, and not all that many, I mean, a few things have shifted around a little bit, but not very much at all. You know, we've got, unfortunately, Hex still in that bottom bracket down there, OUG, OA, and SR in the top 3, but what do we reckon's actually going to get picked up first? Because it's been a little bit different.
It's been a little bit all over the place, hasn't it? Game 2, we were actually watching from Hex's room and reacting live to all of the picks coming through.
Yes.
And there was quite a little bit of exclamation of, huh? What? Why? No?
What?
There's been a lot of changes. I mean, some compositions have made sense, right? Like OUG full sending that Tianhai Takeda composition as with Alliance with ACOS. Now we get to see, again, this very much mixed bag coming on through. OUG is going for the Hardy Kylan zipping. SR's going for the Shenhuan Li Ino double transformer with Yushan. We're probably going to see Alliance and maybe veer back towards the territory of ACOS because, surprise, everybody picked everything differently, which means that nothing is made more expensive.
I think we can cue the in the player rooms right now, because that was a moment for sure. Nothing being banned out, no points added to any character is going to leave things a little bit, you know.
What do you think about Alliance having to play Jiang Jiang on the Viper with the test from Wuchen since they're spending ACOS points with the double transformer now?
Interesting. But the thing is though, it's not great for them though, is it? Because it means that they're potentially missing out on Viper Syra. You know, Viper, Syra, and the Justina, which does suck a bit for them, but you know, it's a composition they've probably got thousands of hours on. They're probably still very comfortable with it, and it still holds value. It's just that other avenues have been discovered that have, you know, steered teams away from that composition. But here, we do have the hero points increased on to Tessa, ACOS, and Wuchen, so that's going to make a lot of players think that that is exactly what was picked up for the past 3 teams, even though that's not the case.
See, this is very interesting as well. Viper, Syra, Justina in the group stages, every single time it was just a full free stack of Viper, Syra, Justina in phase 1 until JL mixed up the script and tried to sneak in that Shenhuan Li composition in first phase instead. So maybe this is how the teams are sort of reacting to everybody trying to top-heavy stack the lobby, shall we say, in a composition that's more favorable to them. But oh my goodness, I feel so sorry for everyone who was in the last round of phases, because whatever they play really, other than the Hardy, Kylan, or potentially a Tianhai composition, is going to be more expensive. So YZG are immediately going to be opting for the Tianhai, Valda, and Temi to save on hero points. Bauda is going to be going into the Cube territory. We're just missing a Hardy from NY7 getting locked in. And it looks like Hex are going to be thinking along the same pages.
It makes sense. You know, it's what you've been left with. But wait a minute.
Oh?
No way does Hex do the same thing. Squeaky?
I mean, if you're worried about top-heavy ACOS, I was going to say, if you're worried about top-heavy ACOS, then you might want to veer away from the Hardy now that we're seeing the ACOS cage being used to grind the Hardy.
Yeah. I remember seeing that and being wow, that actually.
It was Alliance, yeah. It was the first
it
one
was
that
really, really.
That tech, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's probably something that was done for a little bit, but it just hadn't been shown off on the big stage, and it makes sense. You know, if you put Hardy in the cage before he's got the cube down, before he's gone into his ultimate, the moment that he actually uses the ult, he's going to fly up into the air and then immediately get de-mech'd. He doesn't take damage and stuff. He can go fly back up again, but it's because of the chain, and he has to do it twice. So it's definitely pretty rough for him in that matchup. I think the play is simply to be, you know, Hardy needs to try and ult, or try and stay as far away from the ACOS as possible, and then, or ult preemptively and then be proactive and try and create
Yeah, but then
advantage.
the ACOS just gets to hold the ultimate until the Hardy ultimate is done and sort of go back into square zero.
Yeah.
But like, I feel as well it's a very good reaction from Alliance coming on through, because the Hardy composition with the Kylan and Zip, the anti-burst composition, has been, so far that we've seen, the most successful counter to the Ino Yueshan composition coming on from the Yushan, because even though you've got so much incoming damage, you have so much anti-burst sustainability from all 3 players. Like, Hardy gives everybody a combo break, Zip ultimate and base F as well is going to be able to keep everybody topped up, especially if you get your hands on something like Ripple Advanced Deal. Having that mobility to be able to slide in and out of that fight is going to be absolutely crucial to being able to withstand a lot of those incoming huge chunks of damage when the ultimates are in play, and then you can go back and win the neutral fight. But let's have a look and see these loadouts, because do we have anything unexpected it's going to be F1 v1 Viper coming on through on the side of Alliance. Not seeing anything a little bit different at the moment. F1 combo breaker from ZXL on YZG, so no counterbell. However, the combo breaker to be able to peel, and also I believe that was Velda V2 rather than V1 as well, which means, whew, big sigh of relief. We're not playing for the full ult dump combo.
No, we're not. We're not going for the Wombo wave of doom. We are playing with those spears as expected. It's funny that I remember sitting. I was sitting in the Hex practice room for the mirror match, and they were saying, "Oh, we may have cooked something up for this game," and I was like, "You didn't? Did you actually? Oh my!" I knew just that it was either gonna be Viper V2,
yeah,
or it was gonna be Justina V2. I mean, Justina V2, you know, we've got a certain V2 Justina enjoyer back home in EU, but a little bit too demonic for the big stage. But V2 Viper with F2, it has potential, and they were telling us about how they'd actually been doing very well with it in scrims, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. If you don't try it, you'll never know. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to kick off our 4th game of the day. Over to Perdoria once again. I'm hyped. Get excited, everybody. Let's get it. Woo! Let's go. I'm so hyped. I'm so excited. The adrenaline is peaking. How are you feeling, Moxie?
I am so excited to see whether or not we're going to have a team hit match point after this game, because we've got a few, you know, who are stones throw away. But we've also seen some of those teams fall at the hurdle and go out with a 0-point round because they're so focused on just being able to claim those eliminations necessary. And it feels like OUG are definitely inside that boat as Baby U is just fully run down upon. 3 versus 1, there's nothing he can do. Very quickly afterwards as well, SXJ entirely overwhelmed as OA just have the full numbers advantage. They've already got a Tesla ultimate as well to connect onto SS, and in the blink of an eye, say goodbye. OUG's hot drop was a cold one.
It did not go well for them, unfortunately, but it looks as though it might be going pretty well for Alliance, as they've got these players on the run. GG CJS is trying to kite away. He's very low HP. The Tessa ultimate is going to come through, but Jiang's not able to find it. But oh my goodness, what a massive Tessa charm into the Tumult ultimate as well. Everything's going down here in the just outside this door with the grief terrain. Does he get it? He does indeed. YZG picking up their 2nd elimination of the skirmish, and I'm sure they're going to be looking for more, as there's plenty more players, plenty more potential eliminations to be had.
BBE looking for an engagement. Skillrush comes on through. They might be looking for a disengagement, however, as ZXL has popped the TNI ultimate. Unfortunately for him, that hitbox isn't actually large enough to fit through the door frame, and he's also hit by the Viper V1 stun, which means even though he had a player held in his hand, they were able to spam and get out before the slam could come down. And all of a sudden, that Tianhai team is not finding exactly what they're looking for, as we can actually see the silhouette of YCG still in the Vajra state. However, everybody else, as we talked about, already taking well recover inside A's chamber, which means now we come through with the Tesla ultimate, which does not need line of sight to be able to catch. That sets up the opening for Alliance's Jiang to close it out with the Viper V1 stun. But hold on a minute, here comes the peel. BBE's Doku is going to be able to survive a little bit longer thanks to a nice little flank coming on through from the fan charge RMB, but that's just going to be delaying the inevitable, it feels like, as Alliance are on an absolute steamroll. Though Duncan, there is an element of danger to continuing this fight because that's the Moonbane! But Alliance are able to negate it! Massive Wuxian teleport comes on through, but YZG did buy back the space to be able to find that revive with the Moonbane drop. However, they're not alone. SR turn in and throw a very cheeky shot at RMB with those fist blades.
Are you sure about this, SR? Are you sure you want to do this, Buster? YZG, ZXL, he's trying his best to disengage. The Thunder Lord is on his tail. Get back here, puny monk. Come back, yeah! SR17S gonna pick up the limb. Oh, a little dangerous. You get the sub limb from the little. Okay. Loot later. We get out of that dangerous pit of Moonbane's breath, and we're going to be heading over to JL going up against Bowder. We've got TXJ going down, unfortunately, along with one Fang. Bowder looking good. Bowder was another team that when I was choosing my predictions, it was either Bowder or Hex. Bowder, because, you know, we got XCM on there. He was winning. He won last year on Wolves. And speaking of Hex as well, we've got Bowder and Hex on screen. Beautiful. 5-2-1 going head-to-head against Hex. Squeaky getting parried, unfortunately. He does have ultimate, but it might be sussy. He's inside the building, and it looks as though Sachiko is down. They do have one elimination of their belt. They could just try and disengage fully. Wooey, unfortunately. Oh, the peel. Big peel coming in from Squeaky, but wait a minute.
Into the slam dunk.
Get down, Mr. President.
Well, the good news is Hex still had players alive because Squeaky was the sacrificial goat and stepped in for the peel. The bad news is I don't know how long Woo's going to be able to survive. The answer, not very long. I've heard of a caster curse, but I think that's a little bit more of a caster hex as we move over and have a look. And I want to draw your attention, Dunk, very quickly to that leaderboard because that is OA 0.5 away from being able to close themselves up onto MVP eligibility, and they are able to get their hands on Volpoint Essence, which means that we're going to be using a Moonbane to try and summon a fight because we just need one more elimination, and then they don't need to worry about this game going any longer for the team.
No, not at all. They certainly be happy with a bag, you know, an MVP cash bag, but they just need the one. They're trying to get their hands on it, but they're fighting back. BBE is scrapping it. Oh no! Oh, the Moonbane is going to potentially take down Dofu. Can he get out of there? No, he cannot, and that's the kill they needed. OA are going to be, you know, wait, 58? They need
58,
1.5.
1.5 more.
Definitely doable. BBE.
If they can just get Asbon here, and then Roy Hihi afterwards. Oh, the Palm Lightning. Okay, that's 2 down. Just one more. They didn't get it immediately though, and neither is the risk because of dropping that Moonbane. We call it the dinner bell because you ring it, everyone gets to see its position on the map. It's going to attract so many players to look for a third-party opportunity, especially if they're on the Viper composition, as Alliance are going to be managing to take out YZG CXE and potentially looking to see whether or not he was alone or if his team was a little bit too late to position around him. But we can see CXE just going to be heading off in soul form to be able to revive with the rest of his team.
Yeah, they're 0.5 off though. They are sure to manage it, I reckon. But we will have to wait and see. For now, we're hitting that sort of lull phase. Just as, especially on Perdoria, we see a lot of teams positioning on these floating piles to try and get that little bit of extra loot to scale up their inventories, or if they're in a recovery state, you know, they've gone down and they're trying to recover their game, they're going to try and do the same thing. But because other teams are going to try and get there before you, it's very dangerous. Fortunately, though, for that team just now, they were able to secure it for free, being there early. Punctuality, 5 minutes early is on time, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, lull phase, not all that much going on. In terms of kills for this lobby, we have OA on 6, OUG unfortunately on 0, SR with 2, Alliance with 6, JL with 1. And the top half, it's, you know, it's kind of split, you know, 2 teams with 6 and then 2 teams with 1 and 0. It's interesting. Are we going to are we going to see another team other than OA potentially get to match point as well this game, and then going into our 5th game of the day have 2 potential you know, champions that could take it home off the back of that lobby?
I mean, there's a very high likelihood. We've seen some teams come on through in one game, drop a 20 bomb, get the kill score multiplier, instantly close themselves up onto that match point threshold. But the question is, will they be able to do it now? And a lot of it is going to rely off of scaling, either scaling from winning realms of Yang or going for a stash, as we can see another unique little mechanic coming on through of Perdoria, getting to utilize those catapults to very quickly rotate around the map. And it looks like OA actually are close enough to both a realm of Yang and a stash that they get to choose between going for Stash first and then rotating over to Realm of Yang, especially because now one of the big changes that was made in Immortal War a little bit earlier in the year is that it's much easier to read when people are opening those stashes to invite a fight and try and just find that one last elimination as well as all of the soldiers that they're looking for, because they've got the Wu Chen. If it goes south, they can all just teleport out, but they can also utilize the Tessera ultimate to charm so many players and then the Aegis Cage to catch them in.
Oh no, this is oogly boogly. They're going to try and potentially teleport out of here because we've got the Fire Cage knocked down, and Luoye is going to get taken out, but the Wu Chen going to come in clutch and take him to safety. Hopefully they get the resurrection off before any other teams look in and try and pick apart the remainder of that team. But here we are in the Realm of Yang, our first Realm of Yang of game number 4. GG going head-to-head with SR CJS coming out of that Thunder Lord state. We've got the Yushans still in that transformation, about to come on out. Erudition slamming his way through, but it's a bit spicy. Wait a second, we've got the opener. 330 gets hit in the back. The flank comes through from the Junhuan Lee. CJS going for the wake-up. He's threatened by the blue focus. Scale rush, he needs to be careful. Zhao gets hit by the Enor F. He's going to be able to connect it too. No tap dodge coming through. The drop down focus gets parried, and SR beautifully done.
Oh my goodness. First of all, we have to address the fact that OA were able to get that one elimination before the Wu Chen teleported everybody out. That means I believe that they're over the match point threshold, so they will be MVP eligible when we head into the next game. Next of all, SR, holy! That parry on the drop down, like, players have gotten so good at just being aware of the situation, listening for those sound cues of when a player is trying to close onto the distance and drop onto their cranium with a charged up focus attack to be able to catch them unawares in the flank. But now the unexpected has very much become the expected. As we can have a look and see all of our teams who are going to be crossing around the map with a million birds might, they have the choice. They can either try and hunt down teams, although because the stash has already been opened before the Realm of Yang victors were decided, it could mean instead of rotating over to the stashes, they rotate over to 1, find players with Yang depletion, or 2, try and find teams with the Vermilion Birds might buff, although I do believe that the teams that entered into both of the portals at the same time were not the teams that emerged victorious, so we're not going to be seeing an immediate embroilment of the buffed teams hyperscaling against each other.
What's going to come of this situation? You know, typically, you know, one of the big things that we noticed, you know, throughout the year, throughout the latter half of this year, was that teams just had started gravitating towards a specific spot on the map once the first Yang had concluded, because everybody just gravitated towards like the stashes, and they would all find each other. And right now it's a bit of a lull phase. I'm surprised it's not happening already, but as I say that, we've got Alliance pulling the trigger, jumping in. The double parry from Ivan, though, is going to save him, popping that Cena ultimate. He's going to turn around and try and fight back. Jiang dropping down, the RMB focus coming through, but the third party from YZG is going to do exactly the same thing, and Ivan goes down to ZXL. CXZ going to take down Yuma. Alliance and 5-1 losing players left and right. YZG with the beautifully timed third party right here. Going to be able to come in, clean up on Isle Imperium, but wait a minute, there might be somebody else coming in. OUG Baby U with the purple nun. He's popping the ultimate. They've already cleansed one. Can they cleanse all 3? This is Oogly Baby U crashing through all of the players. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. OUG are surely to cleanse off of the skirmish.
Yeah, the question is, can they survive the aftermath of it? However, they've got the cleanses, but out comes the Tessera ultimate from Alliance with the second cast in the fight. And OUG, they didn't have the leniency that some of those other players did, the Million Birds might, which was why they were all too happy to rotate over to Imperium, where they knew there'd be a lot of fighting. If OUG go down here, it is them out of the lobby, and because we have 3 players of Alliance all stacked up and taking this fight against SXJ, no Hardy Cube, no combo breaker for the Zip. And no zip for Team OUG.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. They came in at the opportune moment. We saw multiple teams just hawking in, just ready to vulture any possible eliminations. Speaking of, it looks as though GG is on the bird's eye view of the area, trying to find their way of jumping in to the fray and sniping away some soul blooms, as they only have 48 seconds and counting on the Yang depletion debuff clock. And it looks as though they've got their eyes on NY7.
Oh, that erudition.
No. I don't think he's making that out of this one. Surely this is gonna be this, guys.
It's Imperium. It's Imperium.
Possible.
It is possible.
It's a monk with no ult and greatsword. Get out of there, Buster. Come on, let's go.
Maybe if he finds another team, if he runs them into another team, but if he put them in the grapple fumble. Oh, the grapple fumble. Oh, GG are going to be paying for that one, because now there's just such a distance between themselves and NY7, and there's other teams, other players in the area for him to run them directly into. GG, they don't get the elimination. I don't think they got one soul bloom. Unfortunately for them, they needed 2 more, which means that we're about to see 2 players go out to Yang depletion, but those are 2 players JL will be able to claim the elimination pool with the last hit. Something that Owe is not going to be happy about. 2-tick coming on through that Palm Lightning, having to beware JL's TXJ spacing of that Tesla F1. And out of the pocket, we go over towards the bow. Bow has to be repaired, however, so 2-tick is going to be fully repositioning over towards that soaring arm instead, so that OA can remove themselves from the fight, because they know that JL have the Acres Cage and they do not want to be trapped down.
Not at all, but we have our next set of Realms of Yang. Ladies and gentlemen, 5-1 up against SR. 5-1, very, very strong team. They've improved so much over the year for such a long time, spending so much time invested into NBPL. Can they take down the EWC champs right here? SR Rico goes sky high. 17S is in Enor Ultimate already. He's lost quite a bit of his health. Rico looks at the drop down. He's gonna find the follow-up, but he's not gonna be able to catch that RMB with the whipsaw, unfortunately. Oh, can I get it now? My whipsaw! He goes down. He's getting juggled. Can he play the game, ladies and gentlemen? No, he cannot. The Yushan coming in with the peel. The pulse sword's gonna do it. He's gonna go down. The quick follow-up, and 5-1. Can they manage it? They're gonna try and find the Viper Stun, but not able to do so. 17S throwing out the RMB, gonna clip Pampy at the very end. The Yushan trying to jump in on those last few moments. He doesn't have too much longer on the ultimate. There you have it. It does expire. 5-1. They have no armors, but oh, wait a minute. Oh, goodness.
Oh, the isolation.
Pampy, he goes down.
They found the isolation with the charged RMB from that staff, and immediately the peel is there. However, they're able to even the scoreboard. 5-1. Still have to deal with 2 other players from their opponent, and it is not to be. They will be able to take down SR's Zhao and win it out in the end, but my goodness, how close it came. When Pampy got hit into that juggle with the extension off of the flying knives opportunity, I was like, oh boy, this one might be a little bit fried, as we're going to be seeing Hex try and get out of dodge, get out of this Justina V1 crashdown coming on through with that cube tech off the Hardy ultimate. Wooey now jumping on through with the Kylan ultimate as well, trying to clear the way for his team, but he does get hit by one of those Justina dashes. Out comes the Zip ultimate, meaning that Wooey is going to be able to survive, utilizing the charge state of the first place to carry him forward close enough to be able to grab a armor swap off of the ground, keeping a hold and threatening the space as well. The charged RMB from this fist place into the charged LMB, but he has to deal with the horizontal LMB from that pulse directly to his spine. And now we get the full gambit, but that was just the setup. Wooey is able to take down Roy He, and we can see off in the distance as he picks up that Soul Bloom. BBE, their hand has been forced. Out comes Tofu Sire ultimate, which means at the expiration of the 8 seconds of that V2, Squeaky is going to be expiring in the lobby, and Hex now have to go for a 2 versus 2. Huge parry coming on through, max distance of the charged RMB coming on out of that whip sword into another parry, fully sending it on out, and Wooey's able to get another one. He picked up the Soul Bloom earlier, he's got another Kylan ultimate ready to go. We've got the Keeling God for immortality, and he can fully peel Sachiko on the Zip with the dashes.
Can he manage it though? Wait a second. Wooey, he's trying to do what he can. Sachiko's under threat. The Kyling guard is going to expire. Are we going to get the stun? No, we are not. No follow-up from Dofu. Not able to jump in and secure that stun. We've got Woofy jumping in. He's the man with the parries, but maybe he's going to get parried here. He does indeed. And the parry from Dofu going to take down Sachiko to such low HP. Another parry comes through. Sachiko gets it. The silence comes in. He's not going to be able to finish him off. Sachiko with the ultimate. He's going to try and keep them alive, but Dofu, he's got on the rage, and Sachiko goes down. Wooey running for the hills, trying to disengage. Can he actually get away from them? Is he going to be able to save this fight? I doubt it. As much as I wish he can, it's not going to happen. And BBE come away with the fight. Oh my goodness, that was so close.
2 cycles of ultimates. That fight went so long, we got 2 cycles of ultimates. 2 Keelan ults, 2 Syra ults. Oh, what a turnaround for BBE. What a turnaround for OUG, by the way. They are in all of the commotion of Realm of Yang fights. BBE grabbed himself Rebirth Charms, brought the team back, and somehow they've also been able to end up with a legendary weapon as well. Which, I mean, take your eye off of a team at that level for one moment and you will regret it, because blink and you'll be seeing the entirety of them back fully scaled up and potentially ready to MVP this round. As SR are going to have Yang depletion, their hand is going to be forced. OA going to be more than happy with how this round has come out for them. Like you said, if they can get an MVP here, great, you carry that momentum forward into the next game. But if you go out now, no sweat off your back. You don't have to worry as much. But if you want to use an ultimate, you're going to have to worry now, because Forbidden Seal just got popped, which means everybody is going to know. It's not going to show up on the minimap, but if you just, you know, spin your camera around a little bit, you do see a very large glowing blue circle off in the distance, which is a pretty good indicator that there is going to be a player presence in the area. Something that I'm sure SR will just be utilizing as a moth to the light, as a beacon, and indeed there they are to try and read out where some players are, because they're about to hit the 1 minute mark of Yang depletion, and that's where things get a little bit desperate.
Yeah, they definitely want to make something happen sooner rather than later. Rico, a little squish. What you got for me, Mr. Squirrel? Nothing. Ah, nice. Okay, we're heading off into the hills. We're going to try and spot some people. Oh, eat your fruit. 5 a day. Excellent. OA in the no-ult zone in the Forbidden Seal Dome. Not going to get spotted out just yet. SR just making the rotations, trying to find something. It's looking a little sussy for them. I think they're going to head over to the Spirit Well. But wait a minute, we got BBE up against OUG right here. Dofu in a bit of a bad spot. His ultimate's not going to connect, and now he's got 2 members. Oh, wait a minute. I heard the ankles crack right then. Oh my goodness, Dofu with the skates on. He's out of there. Can he actually disengage?
Yeah, Baby is chasing him. Question is he going to... No, he's not going to overextend. He's going to go back to his team. As we can see, where is SR? Okay, there SR are. JL's right in the middle. SR's going to be moving directly into that Spirit World to try and control the space as well as get some elimination on these players. But that just means that everyone is close enough for OA to be able to drop the Acres cage onto everybody and then remove themselves from the fight entirely. So far away from both the Uno and that Yushan, as we can start to hear the sounds of Palm Lightning. But we've also got a Valda V2, which just creeped everybody. Somehow though, OA were the ones that were able to come out on top. Dunk. They don't get the cleanse on one of their players, but they do get the elimination off of an opening from a Valda. And hold on a minute, someone tried to drop a semi-ultimate on them.
Where did that come from? I mean, I know where they came from, but I didn't see him. He just appeared out of thin air.
Well, that's kind of what OA did, though, with the Wuchen teleport.
True.
So it was kind of actually OA appearing out of thin air onto YZG's position.
Insanity. But you know what, Moxie? We have 4 teams on match point threshold. 4 teams are eligible to potentially take the whole thing, take the whole day. next game. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We've still got to play out the remainder of game number 4. And it looks as though 5-1, if they keep up the pace, they might be able to do the same thing as the 4 teams ahead of them. And speaking of, oh my goodness, they spot out one Feng and just commit everything. Not wasting any time. They're on 16 kills, they're on a roll, and they want to get to match point.
Yeah, and I mean, you want to get these eliminations quickly too, because you know the desperate state of some of the rest of the lobby with the Yang depletion. Now coming on through, a fight goes on too long, you're just inviting a third party. If you can get the elimination, you pick up the Soul Bloom, you start recharging your ultimate very, very quickly. And also, players, when they rotate into you, they don't know the state of the ultimate because they didn't actually get to see the fight, so they don't understand exactly how much 5-1 just committed, which means that they're very less likely to actually take an open engagement until they get more of that information coming on through. As OUG have been able to upgrade, they've gone from 1 legendary weapon and smatterings of good armor to 1 set of legendary armor on Baby U and 2 purple that they were able to absorb from players that they've been able to fell. And that means that they're very well scaled to be able to keep up with the pace of the rest of this lobby, despite not being able to win and scale off of the second realm of Yang, something that a lot of players really looked at as being a necessity to be able to win out an MVP, as, oh, someone's gone for the flag, which means that everyone's going to be fighting. But who is up the creek without a paddle? Who's in the Acres Cage without a Wuxian teleport? It's going to be OA. Although Alliance are a side casualty as well, as YZG rolling up to the fight and just managing to absolutely take advantage of all of the action going on already.
Beautifully done. ZXL just moving, swerving in and out with the Hank Sword dodges. Beautifully done. And now, will these players who have lost teammates actually be able to survive? It looks as though, wait a minute, Alliance, why are you griefing me? Says JL. What is going on? Junks, he's like, I'm sick of it. Get me out of here. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm dead. Oh no. Oh goodness. And now guess what, Alliance? You're gonna die for this too. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to just send it. What are you doing?
Well,
see, JL dead.
JL are actually gonna be the ones that go down. I believe Alliance still have that Wuchan who was able to literally spam every F blade to be able to regen that blue armor, but there he goes.
Yep.
Say goodbye
nice.
to PP.
Good job, Alliance, says JL. TXJ with his impeccable posture. Just like, what? What are they doing? What's going on? But, hey, we shall see. And you know what else? Ivan's probably thinking, what's going on? Where am I? I've been taken away from home. The Valdespear is going to connect, but no grab, unfortunately. And guess what? ZXL, he has another Monk ult ready to go as soon as he comes out of this one.
Yeah, because they're able to pick up that buff. Double ult cycles coming on through from the Tianhai team. And unfortunately for every other team in the lobby, they're all on the low ground, which means that they have to go up to the Tianhai, which is the opposite positioning that you want. Pampi comes on through with the Viper V1. I take it that we had a Monk iframing with activation of Vajra Estate over towards the right side, and indeed, yeah, ZXL entirely uncaring of that Viper stun, just activates the ultimate, dodges it entirely, still has the jumps to be able to parkour his way up the cliff, and surprise! Where you thought you could hide has now become a much dangerous position, although everyone in the lobby has the ranged weapons out, and they have one specific target, which means out of Tianhai State now, YZG might actually find themselves pressed upon on both sides, as they are currently surrounded by 5-1 and OUG, and the teams know that they do not have the Tianhai ultimate any longer. This is where we're probably going to get to see all of the cannon fire being exchanged, that you can hypercharge up the connections with Plains Breath and Rupture Gale, the fire tick, as well as the increased AoE splash damage. Managing to find the connections onto multiple players means that your ultimates are going to be able to come back so much faster. At the moment, we're in the middle of an arms race.
Are they going to be able to come out on top with the strongest arsenal? See, YZG, they are down that Monk ult, but I think everyone's a little hesitant. 5-1, look at their kills. 20 eliminations under their belt. They're actually 0.8 points away from match point eligibility as well. We're going to have potentially 5 teams at that threshold off the back of this game. YZG, it's going to be a few more than 0.8, but still, Big game from them. 12 kills. OUG, they're just happy. They know that they're over the line. They need to just survive. Because at the end of the day, even if they, I somehow doubt they'll be able to surpass the 20 points that 521 has accrued. But still, they're not 100% sure exactly as to who has the most number of kills. And they're going to try their best to get their hands on the MVP regardless. It could be possible. We shall see. Who knows? I'm not doing maths on cast.
CXE did get parried, although it was max distance, which meant that no one actually wanted to fully commit into the team, because that would mean full sending it into both Temi and Evaldo, who still have their ultimates up and ready to go. I know you're so happy right now. You've got great sword gaming coming on through from Ivan, which would suggest that we've got a soul jade specifically for the great sword in play over the full sword. Or maybe trios have just started adapting to the great sword style, as we have one lone tree left in the final zone, which means that it's going to be the most popular tree ever. Everyone's going to be grappling off of it to try and keep themselves off of that low ground for as long as they possibly can, so they can save their ultimates for when we go to a heal-off situation. That heal-off situation is going to massively benefit YCG, Tianwei and Balder being able to go for the health reset, as now we get the aggression coming on through. YCG guarding against all the range pressure, just sitting in the middle of that Temi ultimate, but that does mean that now they have to worry about the Syra V2, but that tree comes into play. YCG keep themselves out of the max range of the Syra ultimate. However, someone doesn't! We just got the powerful Dazzle expiring, and oh my goodness, Ivan is full sending it with the Great Sword, full sending it with the ultimate too. First dash doesn't manage to find the connection. He's getting peeled as well by the Hardy ultimate, meaning he has to spend one of those other dashes just avoiding players on the low and going up into the high. Bambi might temporarily put the lobby on pause, but we're going to see YCG speed it back up into motion, because yet again, ZXL is able to dodge the Viper ultimate with activation of the Marshall State, gets the grab into the throw, into the follow-up damage from a different team's Kylan ultimate, as everyone is looking for the kill, and OUG are able to find it.
Kablam! ZXL just stomping his way through the lobby. OUG SS is going to get slammed. He goes into the zone. ZXL going to come out of the ultimate, trying his best to survive. Forced to use the bell, the parry, the next parry. Get out of here, son! He's going to go down, but is his team going to survive? No, they're not, unfortunately. But who comes away with the W, ladies and gentlemen? Who managed to get enough points? Who overtook 521, or was it not the case? 521, ladies and gentlemen, they weren't able to catch up to the massive number of kills that they managed to get throughout that lobby. Props to 521, they get the bag, they get to match point eligibility, I believe, surely.
Off
and
of
now,
that, yeah.
5. We have 5 teams, Moxie.
We went from 0 to 5. Woo! Woo! Spicy! I mean, there's a reason when we were talking to players, we're like, how long do you think it's gonna last? Most people said 5. Most people were like, yeah, we're probably gonna be seeing teams hit match point eligibility on 4. I believe actually in scrims, teams hit it in 2.
Yeah.
And then won it in 3. So already we can see a little bit of a discrepancy, and I mean, that also explains why everyone played so safe.
Yes.
Parts of it.
Very true.
Because like everyone played either super safe or just full sent it, so that you would be able to squirrel away as many eliminations as possible to deny other teams from picking up those big numbers and trying to push up their potential of hitting match point eligibility super quickly as well. But now the question is it over in 5, or do we go further? 5 teams on match point means that it's going to be very hard for you to pick one specific team and snipe them. So, everybody who's on match point eligibility has been given a little bit of a moment of grace, at least when it comes to the hot drop positioning, because, oh boy, we've got a very spicy number of teams on it, but we also have the teams that are into that match point threshold eligibility. Some of that playstyle is very specific per each map, right? They all have very specific drop locations, they all have very specific hunting paths and rotations, as well as desires to take those Realm of Yang fights, which does make it a little bit easy to read. But now, because there's so many of them on that match point, who do you go after?
It's going to be a tough one, but you know what's not going to be tough? Make sure, ladies and gentlemen, we were just talking about how it potentially could end soon. Make sure you get this done. love of all that is good. We've been telling you the entirety of Jacob. If you haven't done it by now, you are certainly slacking. So make sure to get your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account so that you can get your hands on these lovely drops. The Karumi can't look trios did.
I can't see.
I cannot see. But here again, you know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. It's answer for treasures time. If you want to get your hands on a special gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many teams have reached match point threshold by now? How many?
How many? How many could it be? Could it be A2? Could it be B3? Could it be C4? Could it be D5? Once again, we're not going to be testing your comprehension skills. We're going to be testing these because Dunk and I have said it. In fact,
just a couple times.
Here you go, chat. Actually, we were wrong.
Wait,
5-2-1
they didn't
so
make it.
Close.
Aha,
They
get baited.
What? Never do maps live on broadcast.
I mean,
psych. It's
technically, we said that surely they've reached it. Surely.
Do you know what? If Dunk didn't become a caster, content creator, and streamer, you could have made a killing as a lawyer. As turns out, it's 4 guys. Sorry, our bad.
Well, if you were paying attention and you didn't copy off your neighbor, you will have gotten that prize potentially uncontested, but who knows what you managed to get your hands on. I want to know what the points were actually looking like at the very, very end there. Was it close?
22?
It was kind of close. You know, OUG, they went up quite a lot. They were on 5 going into the last moment, so they pick up another 5. You know, they managed to do quite well for themselves, getting the multiplier as well. Very solid indeed.
So now the question becomes, if you're one of the 4 teams who are actually MVP eligible, do you full sender? Do you look at the hero points that you have left and spend it all? Or do you full send it when it comes to looking for that MVP immediately? Because I don't know, Dunk, I feel like MVP eligibility with 5 teams, that's already a tough ask. MVPing with more becomes even harder.
Oh, absolutely. Once you get to that point, it becomes so difficult. Everybody scrapping. You know, leading up to that point, it's certainly a task to try and stop the teams that are at that match point threshold. But it's almost like slightly easier than because you know that everybody else is also going to try and slow them down too. So we saw it yesterday rather evidently, and rightly so. You know, Spider getting slowed down, T225 getting slowed down. It happens. It makes sense. You can't blame them. But now, in this situation, we're probably going to see something similar if the teams that pick before these 4 teams in match point eligibility, if they're able to deduce what these 4 are going to be able to play. But there you have it.
It was so close.
0.8. 0.8. They didn't get a single point. They didn't get anything in those final moments. That's what I was thinking. Surely they get 0.8.
1 elimination. If they'd just been able to find 1 elimination, but even though we were seeing like that endgame close and they already had so many eliminations, OUG were the one that was for the most part benefiting because they just came over with the Kylan ultimate. They waited for YZG's Tianhai ultimate. They saw when the Tianhai would throw the player and they kept a track of that trajectory and came over with the Kylan dash to be able to claim the eliminations. But let's have a look and see how that game went down as we have a look at our replays brought to you by China Unicorn, because oh boy, Dunk, is that only one way to describe that start, and it was oogly.
Oogly boogly indeed, Moxie. It certainly was. And so was this. I'd been talking just before we saw this about how, you know, teams gravitate to one spot and they just scrap it out when they all have red buff and they all got Yang depletion. And it's exactly what happened right then and there. And then here, the final moments. Beautifully done by Baby U, able to take advantage of the enemy monks' grabs and the slams and just do the juggle.
Yeah.
Do the little juggle. And come on through. Oh, he tries to get back in. He does manage to, but good for 5-2-1 regardless. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get to match point, but still, that's a big bag for them under their belt and in their pocket, and I'm sure they're proud of themselves as, you know, one of the non-CN teams getting a dub on the big stage. That's something to write home about.
Well, it's also something that they're very accustomed to because, I mean, we were both there last year when we got to see an SEA team become incredibly close to being able to walk away with the J Cup title for Trios. As we have a look and see 5-2-1's Ivan going to be taking his second MVP on the Grand Finals J Cup stage, coming on out with 21,462 points of damage, 17,210 points of healing, which, I mean, when you've got group heal and advanced heal, anyone on your team can cosplay his Karumi.
Absolutely. But he was the one running around with the greatsword. And he did indeed have title upheaval, but it wasn't why he was using it. I mean, granted, it was a bonus. But more and more, my deduction, my statement that greatsword is being utilized specifically for Justina's is being cemented, because it is the case. Okay, stop. Everyone's they're rage baiting.
But that's just a theory.
No, it's not a theory. It's true, Moxie.
It's a hypothesis until proven correct.
I mean, at what point am I proven correct? How big of a sample size do we need?
Gotta to the players.
We need the greatsword. You saw him doing it. Ivan, he was running around with the greatsword LMB hold. He was looking for the one hit off of the Syra Dazzle. He was looking for it off of his own ultimate dashes.
Okay, have your greatsword. Probably don't eat it too. Dunk's a very happy boy. He got Taka and solos yesterday. He gets greatsword meta becoming a thing in trios that now has a certain use.
We shall see. I mean, the Jade has certainly helped. You know, it's nice to have the title upheaval Jade. I will say though, even though, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. But at the same time, it is gold, so it's very hard to get your hands on. Whereas certain Jades come to mind, like I don't know, Blazing Cyclone.
Blazing Cyclone,
no,
yeah.
Engraving. All of these purple Jades that certainly deserve to be.
Aerial Dash, Shabbing, previously Phantom Step, no more.
Phantom Step, Velocity. Okay. Enough. I'm gonna start ranting if I continue talking about this. Let's talk about the game.
We're gonna redirect the conversation because now, like we said, we have 4 teams on match point eligibility. Do you think it closes out here, Dunk, or do you think it goes on longer? Because I'm just saying, one team that the casters predicted as being able to win the entire thing is currently sitting on MVP eligibility and had a very good game despite not going into a realm of Yang. So will OUT be able to do it and finally get their hands on a J Cup title, because they've come close so many times, but always been pipped to that post.
They certainly have. OUG is one of those teams that's always there. They rarely have bad games, bad series rather. Every team can have a bad game, but it's rare to see them down at the bottom. They're always relatively consistent. They, as you said, have come close so many times, and for their sake, it would certainly be lovely to see them, come away with the W today, because I mean, they've worked very hard for it, but as have everyone else. JL has certainly worked a lot for it. They're known as the GOATs, but it's...
They're 5 away, I believe. JL are currently on 53.5, if memory serves. So, as long as they don't have a 0-point game, JL could very well also find themselves on match point eligibility. And it wouldn't be unheard of for a team to go into MVP eligibility and then immediately after that game actually win the entire thing, especially because, as we said, JL, they're known as the GOATs for a reason. They've literally got a guy who is known as the God of NARAKA. That's not a title that we gave him. That's a title that players on the CN side gave him. Speaking about giving away, we're going to be giving those jerseys away as well as that MVP trophy weapon skin.
What was that?
Yeah, that was spicy.
What is that? What weapon is that, though?
I don't think
I couldn't actually tell.
It's not a pole sword because we've already had a pole sword MVP trophy. It's too thin to be a great sword. I think it's a spear. But we've already had a spear too. And a staff. So maybe we've just cycled all the way back through.
Wait a second. I don't know. I'll have to do some research. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head into our 5th game of the day, of the series, the Trios J-Cup Grand Finals 2025, live from Shenzhen, China. Ooh, it's about to get ugly. OUG, can they do it? The coach striding back and forth behind his players. We've got the notebooks out, ready to go. We're massaging the eyes. Let's not get dry eyes. Just locked in, stay locked in. Keep blinking, keep blinking. We keep going. Alliance trying to best to lock in, as is every single other player here. Got OA. No, OA. So here's something that we've heard from Hex, from the scrims. OA actually, I believe, won 5 out of the 6 scrims, I think it was, and JL won the other.
Yep. Insane. But some teams, you know, in scrims, you don't want to reveal your strategies because there's still the opportunity for everyone to go, oh, hold on a minute, that actually looked really, really strong. Let's copy that. Something that, unfortunately, JL have found themselves running afoul of multiple times in both the MBPL and J-Cup scene. Like, they always seem to do so well on regular week, but then everyone just hyperfixates on their gameplay to work out why they did so well. And give it 2 weeks, these players, they can improve so quickly when they understand the direction that they need to be aiming for. And all of a sudden, JL get overtaken with a strategy that they devised themselves. It's been a curse of theirs in the past. It's been a curse that's haunted poor TXJ throughout his entire career in both the MBPL and J-Cup scene. As we, like Don said, get ready to head into Game 5, which potentially could be the last game of the day. Having a look at some of these fans, it's so great to see. And hear the crowd as well. They're on absolute fire every time an elimination or even just a parry comes on through. Just full eruption from the stands.
Absolutely. You should have... When Hex was fighting BBE there and Wooey, I think that's a clip for sure. That even though they didn't actually end up winning the fight, even though they're not doing as well as the other teams, that was still a clip and a half from Hex Wooey. The crowd exploded when he kept hitting those parries. It was magnificent to behold. But so is TXJ's posture right here. Oh, we are getting, every time we see him, he's just sitting up straighter. Will he be able to actually take home the MVP this game? I reckon so, potentially. I reckon, Moxie, that we will go to game number 6.
Do you think JL MVPs it here and then we go game 6?
I think so. Or at the very least, I think that JL will successfully grief the team that is actually close to the MVP this game, that's in match point eligibility.
I feel like they're going to grief OUG. I feel like for sure they go for the group in OUG, just because of the history between those two teams. Though Bauda also has serious history with quite a few teams as well when it comes to getting beaten out in terms of titles. SR being one of the rivals off of EWC. As we spin away from player POV and get to see the player portraits, which means it's time for hero picks. Our 5th map of the day is going to be Holoroth Sunny, so plenty of verticality and not all that many weather effects. We don't have increased fireflies, we don't have the meteor showers, which means no easy way of traveling and getting those ultimates back nice and quick. But you can still travel over to Salvation Podium and pick your hands up a legendary weapon to start scaling up immediately. That is the strategy that OUG has been known to do. So JL, ooh, hello. Akos, Tessa, Wu Chen, SS1 gonna be coming in for the Tianhai, Valda, and Temi. I mean, for JL it makes sense. This is just a composition to get eliminations very, very quickly, hit and run style, because they know they're so close to hitting that match point threshold. They're gonna be counting the eliminations until they're in the clear.
Absolutely. I think it's, you know, SS1, you know, it's a solid composition. You got the Tumulk on the Holoroth, got the Valda, definitely durable. Along with the Monk, it's definitely solid. We've seen its prowess; it can do very, very well. Same thing with the new the new like face roll composition with Li Junhuan, Yushan, and Eno1 right here. I think we need to come up with a name for it. We need to come up with a name for it, Mugsy.
It's Double Transformers 2.0.
No.
Transformers 2.2.0.
No. We're gonna come up with something else. We'll think about it. We will think about it. But regardless, going into our second phase, it looks as though we've got 2 more of those compositions getting picked up immediately. And wait a minute. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of Ooga Booga face roll this lobby, Mugsy.
4 Yushan compositions coming on through, which means that everyone in third round, ooh, what do we go? OUG, SSA almost locked the Viper away from SS. Ooh, that would have been spicy, but no, they will be able to put SS on his desired role, baby. You're gonna be playing that Justina, so we're going for the full CC composition from OUG's end. Hex looking a little bit unsure about what they're gonna lock in. Hold on a minute, Bowder. We're gonna combine cubes, so we've got the face roll potential of the league. We've got the peel potential as well as transformer unit of the Yushan. And then we have the Hardy to give everyone even more mobility as well as combo break. Interesting.
Hex gonna be locking in the Akos, Tessa, and Wuchen composition once again, I believe. The big boss delegating, just signing the characters. Wait a second.
We're gonna have 5 Shin Huan Li compositions. Remember when I was like, does a team just full send it and splash out all of their hero points? Yeah, Owe decided to splash the cash.
When in China, get to skewering. They love their skewers up here in China. They certainly, you literally can't turn a corner without a skewers, you know, shop. They are delicious though, absolutely tasty. As well as this composition is gonna be rolling through, stabbing through the competition. But are these players gonna actually be able to, you know, discern who is on MVP and who isn't? Because we've got so many Yushan, Eno, and Junhuan compositions, and we've got a little bit of everything else as well, just sort of thrown in there. So this is gonna be quite the task for the want-to-be griefers of our MVP gamers.
It's a hot pot. It is a hot pot. 4 different compositions, all divided into areas. I mean, we can't call it the skewer composition because then it would just be confusing with the shish kebab composition. Remember that we saw from EWC with the Impale Yushan loadout and the Matari to be able to get
the hidden kebab.
Yes. I'm so sad we don't get to see that composition more, but again, Yushan's found a new home now in a more valuable composition. So sadly, both Matari and Zython as well have been just fully pushed out of the trios meta as we get ready to head into Game 5, and we're going to be getting to see those hot drop locations real soon to understand which of our 4 MVP eligible teams are going to be having to take fights very, very quickly to try and stabilize their game once this Holoroth round truly begins. But first of all, we have to see what skills and abilities they're going to be running. Is there any Valda V1, for instance? No, that is still a V2 from SS1's and F1 V1 for Alliance's Jiang on the Viper, so no changes there. We're still going for both the stun and silence as we get the Akos Cage, which is now the trio's Akos loadout meta. V1 on the Justina for OUG, no surprise. V2 coming on through from their side. As it's going to be very interesting to see how the Hardy performs with that composition. I'm really interested to see how Alliance decide to pilot this.
Yeah. Also, one thing I did notice actually is that we've sort of, it seems as though we may have come to the consensus that F1 Zhun is superior, or at least it seems as though the majority are choosing to equip it. Because beforehand we had a mixed bag and it was actually more favored on F2. But F1 seems to be the play, and here are our drop locations, ladies and gentlemen. Hex, BBE landing rather close together alongside YZG fighting one. Then we've got SS1 and Alliance in the city of Tang. SR and JL going to be dropping in Plume Castle. Bowder, OUG and OA. 3 Oogla teams are going for Metab. And then GG on their lonesome in the north.
GG, they're so stuck to this Imperial Village spawn that they opt for it even when it's not a high loot tier area, but I mean they will be able to rotate over to Waterfall, and Waterfall always has a very good horde of goodies. OUG also, to be noted, not dropping on Salvation Podium, like you pointed out, going for Metab instead. There's JL and SR could very well have looted up into Plumed Castle and then decided to head a little bit further down south and timing attacks to spoil OUG's beginning, as we're going to be starting off Game 5 following Bowder's POV, as we know that OUG and OA are both going to be in that area, and OA's Cuckoo already off to a great start, being able to pick up a purple weapon. Here comes the city of Tang fight, and this is always a scrap fest. Alliances, Jiang catching the disengagement of a lone Luye from SS1, finding the isolation, finding the elimination, very quickly swapping over to the boat to be able to ring the bell and get an information read of how many players are in the area to understand whether or not they want to commit to that fight. Hold on a minute. That's the salty res. Luye just ran right past Jiang because he just came back from the soul altar.
Oh my goodness. Let's be oogly, but let's not be suboptimally oogly boogly, ladies and gentlemen. Alliance very happy to take that one, and they're currently leading at the scoreboard with 3 eliminations under their belt. SS1 does have 1. Wait a second, we've got some more coming through on the kill feed. OA going to pick up 2. Wu Wei's going to pick up 1 for Hex onto Roy Hee. Ibin going to take down Dofu. OA going to take down SXJ on OUG, and Jiang may be able to take down U1 on SS1. Beautiful! That was very nice from both of them. The delayed Stoneform release, but the delayed parry, expecting it coming out from Jiang. Very nice indeed. Going to pick up their 4th elimination of the game. Now heading over to the other side. Got PP and Luo Ye scrapping it out. The 1, 2, 3, send it, son. Get in there, Luo Ye. PP's had enough. It's time to get fabulous. It's time to dazzle. Just get back in.
Oh, maximum sodium intake achieved for Luye, because the salty res results in probably a very salty exit, as he just gets put into a 1v1 against Asara, who has the V2. Rather unfortunate to have to try and win a fight against a microwave beam, as YZG and Alliance not going to be amicable over the control of shop. Instead, we're going to be seeing a full scrap for control of it. Jiang does have that Viper V1, as does Alliance have a Moonbait, and it comes out now. Here's the Viper V1 looking for the stun if any of these players gets hit by it. That's going to result in follow-up AoE damage, and we can see on the kill feed that Yuma gets to take full advantage of both the front of the Viper V1 and the connection of the Moonbane, converting into an elimination. But now Jiang doesn't have a combo break, which means that he gets put into the blender with the uppercut catch coming on through from those dual blades. The Moonbane still going to be in play. YZG ZXJ going to have to try and navigate out around it, just barely manages to dodge the last hit of damage from the AoE, which would have done him in. And Alliance, they don't commit the chase, instead they commit to the revive.
That was crazy. The fact that he actually lived there as well was absurd.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, beautiful. I also, when they parried against each other, I knew the second interaction was immediately going to be another parry from both. I was just, I called it in my brain. Oh, it was absolutely hilarious. Just love it when that happens. It's just like, the great minds think alike. But You know, speaking of great minds, we've got OUG looting up, doing the smart thing, and they've got purple armor and purple spear on their Viper. But let's take a look at how they will manage to get their hands on such an inventory. We've got OUG coming down from the top ropes. SS, we've got the crash. 3, 2, no need. We drop it in. Kablam, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. Boom! Hey, Tutik, where's your team, buddy?
Oh, that was so smart as well, committing the silence F instead of committing the slam down of the charged RMB from the spear first to make sure that they don't have access to ultimates or combo break. Very smart stuff coming on through from OUG with a very traditional strategy of the Viper. We call it the nuke, the drop down. Traditionally seen over on Morris Isle when you played in the trees or on the very high bones of Sunwing's Rest with the drop down and that V1 just snapping onto players' heads that split second before the tether activates, so they get so little time to try and position out of its line of sight. There's another greatsword gamer coming on through, although it's not going to be a greatsword connecting if SS1 have anything to say about it. It will be Tianhai and the hands, but unfortunately for him, he hasn't been able to find a grab, which means that that health is not getting sustained. They've already lost as well, Xuan. So Luye is not being able to peel for his team in terms of threat or zoning potential with this Vajra estate. Instead, now it has to be Yuan coming on through the Valda V2. But that's a lot of ultimates committed for not a lot of value. And GG still have the Shenwan Li ultimate going fully strong.
This was a sussy bucker. Oh my god. So was that. Oh, but wait a minute. Lo Ye, do it to him, buddy. He's going to get hit by the Tessa Charm, but no one's going to be able to chase him except TXJ. TXJ jumping in. JL Junks going to be able to pick up one. The Ballista's in play too. We got another. Lo Ye, my goat, is going to go down, unfortunately, to JL. But JL picking up some kills and beautiful little third party, getting ever closer to that match point threshold. Now BBE jumping in, trying to pick up the scraps. GG. LXM looking like a snack. Get over here, Buster. Give me that purple armor. I want it. I need it. He's trying his best, but the grapple whip gonna ruin his chase down. And it looks as though JL, they like the look of BBE. You guys chasing that guy?
Well, they've got the Wuchen teleport, and they have the Tesla ultimate, so they can play aggressive, and if it goes bad for them, teleport out with the Wuchen, although it's going pretty well for them right now, at least until now. Now you have to deal with a Yushan Terracotta Warrior on the field. Out comes that Tesla Charm. No way of escaping it. It's going to be able to create enough space to be able to come through the Wuchen teleport, and then we get the shield activation as well to start regenerating that shield, which means that TXJ will be able to survive the crash landing on the ground with that blue armor coming on through from the Wuchen F. This SR are going to be coming on out with a Viper V1. It is going to come at the cost of Zhao getting hit by that Tesla Charm. Oh, wait a minute. Did that mean that Zhao's ultimate didn't connect?
I thought that was the case. That's why I was like, oh. But I'm not 100% sure because we did still see, you know, Akos and Wuchen die there.
Yes.
There's still see two of them go down. So I'm not sure if that was the reason why they died or not. But it looks as though Hex, fortunately for them, they do still have their resurrections. They are going to be able to go over to a Soul Altar and resurrect shortly. But will they be able to actually recover moving forward is the question. But back over here, we've got JL and BBE going in for round 2. TXJ getting the wrong end of the electric kebab right here. Oh my goodness, the electric skewer is not going to matter though. The ult's over. Junks throwing those knives, sending them at the board, and JL take down BBE.
I think that's enough to be able to qualify JL onto the match point threshold.
Yep, it is.
If we go another game, because a lot of the teams who are leading the scoreboard right now in terms of kills, they're MVP eligible, as we're going to see everybody piling on through into the realms of Yang. The Justina's utilizing the F2 to make sure that there is no shenanigans and letting their team immediately break out from that blink state into the realm of Yang. As we're going to be getting to see Alliance versus OUG, a very important matchup for both of these teams to be able to determine who doesn't have to have that Yang depletion. Out comes Jiang's ultimate in response. The Syra also going to be popping out that V2, so if anyone gets stunned, the healing from that Syra should be enough to siphon their health right back on through. And out comes the Justina ultimate. Freeze into Hengstad RMB, but Alliance were withholding their own Syra V2 to try and even up the scoreboards. Unfortunately, it doesn't come out in time to save Alliance's Yuma. We get a 2 versus 2 situation. Ultimates invested from both of these teams, which means we're getting a heal coming on out from Jiang before he looks for that flank engagement with the F, but he gets parried into the full follow-up damage. Tries to swap to the dual blades and send out the cavalry bloom, but OUG expected, anticipate and find the parry, and they're not even going to play with their food. They're going to take PP down with Stormform. Wait a minute, no one was looking for the parry. Baby has got to sacrifice the Justina F2 to be able to find that recovery. Out comes the charge LMB from the Hengstad to be able to get the catch from the uppercut, and OUG are able to win it out.
They are feeling it right now. You see the cameras on the right-hand side? We just had him just clapping like, yeah, get it, let's go. His heart rate going to 171. His teammate 180. It just they're just going crazy right now. Love to see it from OUG. Hopefully for their sake they can manage it, because they've been working hard to try and get there for a very long time. But so have plenty of these other teams. SR, perfect example, pop up on screen as I say it. They did extremely well, taking an EWC festival, you know, being able to take that dub, very nice indeed. 08, they've been performing super well in the scrims. 5-1, they put in so much work. We've got all of these teams. This is literally every single team in the lobby. And it's such a hard decision to say who deserves it more. I don't think anyone deserves it more. We'll see. Regardless, OA 5-1. You know, I don't really know what to say right here. It's just a match fest, isn't it? Just like,
apply vulnerability and let your Transformers try and find the elimination. It's currently what's going on between OA and 5-1. Both of these teams with Vermilion Birds Might, both of them respawning from those Realm of Yang entrances, very close to each other, and that's what we said, right? When these teams spawn out from those Realm of Yang portals and they see another team that won, they will take the fight because they know ultimates will be traded, which is then going to domino impact into how aggressive that Vermilion Birds Might team can be a little bit later. But it also means that you can potentially get one of those players and teams out with a Vermilion Birds Might buff. But no long-term consequences, because hey, they get to respawn back in the lobby with all of their loot regardless. As we get to have a look and see OUG also with Vermilion Birds Might Essence going to be currently locked down inside that ACOS cage, having to contest. Out comes the Syra ultimate, beaming them down, as well as SS will be able to escape out from the ACOS cage with 2 of those tether snaps. Someone's on the ballista. OUG are going to be very mindful of those positions. SS manages to dodge the Tessa charm as well, coming on through from the side of JL. And unfortunately for Jun, he gets parried by the spear, which means Dragon Slayer is converted into Nezha's might. He doesn't have the combo breaker available to dodge out of it, and now they have to contest with both the ballista pressure and the Viper ultimate. He's at least got the pulsar to be able to utilize his momentum and carry him forward. We're going to see Assault Smolder as well attached to it, as Jun will be able to separate himself from the fight, because here comes SR. Zhao going to be looking for a drop down with the Viper V1, but he gets scouted out. The grapple intercepts the Viper before the ultimate can come on through, and SR's engagement plan just got scuppered.
It did, actually, so rough for Zhao. Yeah, JL on point, denying the drop down. Very, very aware. Good presence of mind to see that one coming. But here we are with Alliance, another Viper in the lobby, going head-to-head with Bowder. Bowder, unfortunately, along with Alliance, both of them have Yang depletion currently. And I mean, I don't know who's coming out on top of this one, but I reckon Alliance have got a pretty good shot considering that the enemy has already utilized their Yushan ultimate, and Viper ult V1 is ready to go. XXMU, he's running away, kiting on 1 HP, but the Alliance are going to turn their attention to the other members of Bowder. But wait a second. Oh no! They don't hold him down, and Jang, he's slapping his teammates the face bar. What are we doing?
And it's a Hattie as
well. Oh wait, Hex is jumping in.
Yep, Hex is jumping in, looking for the last hits. Unfortunately, they didn't get the last hit onto GG, but they might be able to find the last hits onto Alliance. And there we go. Hex starting to claim those eliminations. Alliance should be able to claim some of their players. I don't know how long PP's going to be able to remain in this lobby, though. That is Syra under pressure, being forced into invest in the V2, and that's just going to be a disengagement option. But everyone is going to be looking for that elimination once the 8 seconds has expired. PP not going to be able to make it to the top of that rooftop, gets interrupted before he can charge up the scale rush and disengage everyone from Bowder, and that's just going to be salt in the wounds. Blazing Cyclone stun lock coming on down against the Syra. Bowder are able to find the elimination, but not bring back NY7, so they do have to run fully from a full stacked Hex.
It's rough for them, absolutely rough for them, but good for Hex. Unfortunately, only able to pick up the 1. Bowder, they lose a member, but they cleanse, and they're gonna be able to afford themselves a rebirth charm from the Darktide Rift dealer. But here's the question, will they be able to actually resurrect them safely and soundly so that they can actually look to contest moving forwards in the late game? That's always a struggle. Once you have the rebirth charm, you know, that's only half the battle. You actually have to get him up and get him looted so that you guys can actually fight a 3v3 or more. But now, speaking of 3v3s, we've got SR going up against 5-1. One of the big dogs of the lobby right now with an enormous number of kills, and it might become a few more, Moxie, because they're rolling through right now.
No execution stance applied currently to Zhao. Syra ultimate doing big work from Rico to be able to keep everybody up against that Ina, as we can see the charge RMB just claiming space with that purple whip sword, claiming the pillar as well, looking for the scale rush, but the Yushan peel just keeps the Viper up of him. Huge parry, but again the Yushan just prevents SR from capitalizing on it. Now though, that V1 doesn't manage to find the connection because Pampy still has the time to cancel the ultimate and iframe through it, but we get a huge parry into the follow-up, but it's just not enough. 5-1 are able to beat the Viper composition out. What a huge Yushan ultimate and inactivation of the ultimate coming on through from Pampy.
5-1, unleashing the beast right there. Oh my goodness, we got the Yushan they were able to apply just enough pressure, take down 1, the parry comes through, but it ends up getting covered, and then the Yushan, the V2, the CC immunity, keeping them from being stunned by that Viper ultimate. Beautifully done by 5-1. Very clutch, to say the least. And you know what else would have to be very clutch? XCM's escape right here, being caught off guard by OUG. The silence coming on through, all on his lonesome. His teammates only just arriving later on. It's looking rough, it's looking tough. It is gonna be the end of Bowder for this lobby, unfortunately, with only 3 eliminations under their belt. But speaking of eliminations, let's have a look, Mox. You got 10 for OUG, 9 for OA, 14 for 5-1, 8 for SR, and 8 for JL, and 2 for Hex.
Remember as well, 5-1, 0.8 off of MVP eligibility. If they MVP this game, we go another. As JL coming on through, locking everybody down with that Acres V2. TXJ gonna be coming under fire, but the Tesla Charm should be able to keep most people off his back. As Junex sliding in and out while that Acres ultimate is still going to be active, but once it's gone, we look for the Acres left 2 to continue the fight into the Aurora Burst silence effect. And OUG, Baby U silenced entirely. He had the ultimate, he didn't get the opportunity to use it because of that Hanks on Soul Jade. The Tesla Charm into another cast of Aurora Burst, and OUG wipes out of the lobby in the blink of an eye by a very happy Team JL.
Absolutely, they're bound to be over the moon if they know it's Oyuchi. It's, I mean, it's JL, they might do, but we've got plenty more to play, ladies and gentlemen. 5-2-1, 14 limbs, JL 11, neither on match point eligibility. But wait a second, SR certainly is, and they got Yang depletion and they need some kills. And wait a second, Sachiko goes down, he's dead. And the Wu Chen port gonna take them away, but can they resurrect him without, oh, wait a second, this is looking ugly, this is looking sussy. We've got the Justina crashing in, we've got the Viper coming on through. Are we gonna get the stun? No, we're not. Squeaky tries to grapple away, illegale. The cavalry bloom, he's gonna get parried, he's gonna go down. They get the bloom and SR cleanse 2.
Cleanse 2, but not the full team, although they might have enough money. In fact, they do have enough money to be able to buy one player back. The question is, are there still rebuff charms left in the store? They're not going to be able to purchase one now. They have to wait for that teammate to fully go down before they get the opportunity to use it. But there are only few amount of rebuff charms available in Immortal War. They might already have all been bought out, but they've still got a little bit of time to be able to find that cleanse, as everyone is going to be moving over, rotating now. It looks to Plumed Castle, which unfortunately for players with Yang depletion is going to be one of the worst positions in the map to lock these players' positions down and try and find those eliminations, because the kite potential, unlike the rebuff charms, is almost infinite in that area.
It certainly is. Will we see it, Moxie? Two teams. Two teams on MVP eligibility, still alive, still standing. Or at the very least, SR, you know, they've got two still alive. One is on the brink of potentially going down. We will see if he survives the night. But OA, they're looking pretty good. They're looking pretty scaled. And they're playing what, if I may say so, one of the most fun and interactive comps we've seen for a while. It's insane. You know, I played it, you know, I was playing it, first time playing it, you know, it just absolutely rolled. It's just insane. This comp is nutty. But will they manage it? JL, wait a second. SR, are they going to commit here?
I mean, they kind of have to. 40 seconds left with Yang depletion. They're looking for that engagement. Out comes the Viper, but oh, never mind. It misses. It does still lead up into the Cavalry Balloon connection, though, as Xiao is also going to be able to roll away from that Tessa ultimate. It does still set up, however, to catch on to 17S, but unfortunately, that's not going to be enough to slow him down and find the elimination onto June instead. As we can see, wait, did 5-2-1 get this for free? It's not going to be for free. They lose Fat Milk. Wait a minute. 5-2-1 tried to sneak possession of the well away, and it comes at the cost of one of their players, the 17S, recovering that one bloom needed from eliminating one of JL's players. Grab the possession of it instead. 5-2-1 abandoning the fight, in control of just taking Fat Milk back into the fold, and he does have his ultimate, so the moment that they pick him up, boom, doesn't matter if everyone was camping the body, he gets the health reset.
This is very close, to say the least. OA spot out Fat Milk. Fat Milk in all the trouble, and Fat Milk is dead. That was quick.
That was very quick.
That was pretty speedy.
Did 5-2-1 just sacrifice Fat Milk? Because as we talked about, they had to go for the revive. He had to burn his ultimate to be able to survive the revive. I think, especially given the positions of the players on the minimap, when we saw SL's perspective, we didn't see anyone else from 5-2-1. They might just have sacrificed that one player in priority of the other two surviving and carrying the points that they've got forward.
They certainly could. SR, they do look to jump in here, but I think they may have bitten off more than they could chew. OA, very spicy, very willing to fight back. They commit the Yushan ultimate though, so this is actually really, really bad. OA, they know they've got SR on the run right now, but SR, unless they get engaged upon by Hex and JL right here, they need to, you know, they need to run away, because SR still has that Viper ultimate, still has that huge threat, and without their anti-CC from the Yushan ultimate, they don't have all that much to potentially fight back with. But we've got a little dance of the Wuxia, you know, sword gamers here. What was that? That was just...
Well, that was 5-1. This is where Ivan has ended up, still having that Shen Huan Li ultimate, but I don't know for how long he's going to be in this lobby, because everyone sees the fighting, and there goes the third parties. Test the Charm invested, Enor ultimate invested, everyone a little bit too close to the zone at the moment. Some of those players might just decide to full send it so that they don't give an elimination away, as Hex and Squeaky is going to be spotted out trying to go for a heal, and that Enor ultimate is still going to be going up, but maybe not with the Yushan. Ivan is out of the lobby, out comes the Cavalry Bloom coming on through from Zhao, slowed down though with the Tesla Charm, but they still find the elimination. Now we get that enchantment 3-second window. Pampy is the last surviving player from 5-1, the last remnant of hope for the team to be able to slow down the MVP eligible teams, as it's currently a contest between JL and 5-1 to keep us going.
They need to lock in, they need to unleash the beast. Can they do it? 5-1, one man alive. Wait a second, that's a lot of blue circles. Oh my goodness, Kuka 2. Get out of here. Oh, I'm feeling fancy. Fancy feet. Hello, Sachiko. Oh, get down here. Kuku 2, he's going, he's gaming. He's trying to stay alive, but oh my goodness. What is this Jade? One Feng, he's jumping in. Kuku 2, he's dodging away. Dodge, weave. He's going to be able to get the activation off once again, but the wind wall's going to block it. Can he survive? Movement error. No one saw this. It's okay. Kuku 2, we're still alive. And SR, speaking of still alive, they're looking pretty strong standing on that spirit well, Moxie.
They're going to be contested though. JL move in to compete, and out comes the combo breaker from the Tessa, and I mean JL with that. JL immediately dipped. Wuchen teleport immediately invested. Looks like SR are going to be able to claim this one for free, as it now becomes everybody else trying to run away from the team, and an absolute cannibalization of all of the spaces far enough away from SR so that everyone fights to not be the team turned on to a team that has Mystic Might. Out comes the Aurora Burst, finding the connection. Cavalry Bloom, but again, stopped in its motion directly by the Test Charm. However, it's JL who get to capitalize on the opportunity, finding that elimination. Now we get the first cast of the Syra V2. Rico starting to beam absolutely everybody down. This could be the moment that SR are looking for. They find the elimination onto Always Cuckoo. They found an isolated player from JL. The Cavalry Bloom starts it up. Tutik puts himself into the zone to take the elimination away.
No.
But I don't think it's enough. And SR should be able to walk away with the win.
Did they do it? They did indeed, ladies and gentlemen. SR, your Trios Grand Finals J-Cup 2025 champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Trios champion of 2025 J-Cup, let's congratulations to SR! Please raise the trophy in the middle of the stage. Plus to SR! Everyone sitting here watching over the camera, let me hear the applause and the screaming here.
好的，有请我们所有的选手以及教练员来到我们的台前。哇哦！今天的3排比赛，最后通过他们的表现优异的发挥，最终
So for
捧起
today's
了属于你
competition,
们的
through
节
their
杯冠
hard
军。
trying,
此时此刻
they get
最想
the
对
champion
支持你
belongs
们的
to
人说点
themselves.
什么？小豪。
So right now, what do you want to say to everyone, Exhale? I want to thanks for
这场比
everyone's
赛
support.
在最终的决战时刻，怎么样和自己的队友做到抵
At
住
the
压力，
last
拿下比赛
second,
的？
how did you guys
相信队友。
undertake the
相信队
pressures?
友。那么接下
I
来要
believe
问
in my
一下
teammates
其实
all the way.
从 EWC 归来，在
Also,
整
we're
个的
gonna ask
这个秋
17
季
as
赛
so after
也是遇到了难题，
EWC
那也是留下
in
了
the
激动的泪
autumn,
水。
I
问一下
think
周涛，
you
此时
may
此刻
had some
最
problem
想
with
对
your
支持你
team,
的粉丝以及
but
队友
you
们说点
soaked
什
it
么？
up here. What do you want to say to your
喜
teammates?
欢和支持
I want to say to my fans, thank for the support. Also, I want to say, even though we did not that good in the autumn, but everyone's still supporting us so long. I really want to say thank you. We're gonna do it better.
生力军的俱乐部，从 EWC 的捧杯到捷杯的捧杯，
Also, I
自己是
believe
怎么样和自己的队友做到的？
you get the champion of EWC, also get this second champion. How did you do that? Because I think me and all my teammates, we trust each other so well. Also, we had a really good atmosphere in our team. And besides, what I want to say, QGG,
说起这个
did
心
you
态
see
啊，今
me?
天其实跟大家说一个在幕后的小故事，在准备期间，
Also, we're
选
gonna
手化
share
妆期间，
an
没有人
interesting
比
things
他
to
的心态还好
everyone.
每一个场间，我们都可以看到
When we
Rico
were
跟
doing
自
the
己
makeup
支持他
of
的
all
粉
the
丝们
players,
比心比验，
Rico is
比
the
出
one
自
who
己
is
的好
really
成绩
chilled
怎么做到
down.
在这么关键的大
Keep
赛，心态
like
会这么好的 Rico？
with his fans, taking pictures. How did you do that? Like so chill, so relaxed.
没有变，并且涛哥跟我说过，如果我们谁失误了，我们互相帮。
Because I trust my teammates
那
very
今
well,
天
and
夺下
we
了
worked
这
together
个
so long
年
time.
中
Even
最重要
17S
的奖杯，有
said
什么
you
话对教练
can
也说
trust
点
me, I will do that.
他太厉害了，我只能说他也天天线下跟我一起玩，他是个很好的教练。
Also, I want to
好
say
的，
to
那
my
么
coach,
接下来
I
我
think
们还是
he
要让我
is
们
the
的教练
best.
再跟支持
And
的
we
你的粉丝
played all
以及
of
你
the
的
game, all of the
爱将们
competition
说
every day.
拿下这个奖杯，此时此刻最想对
Also, we want to
队员们
ask
说点什么？
to the coach of
你们是最棒
SR,
的。
what do you want to say?
除此之外，
I think
还
you're
想
the
对
best.
支持 SR 的粉丝们说点什么？
Excellent.
感谢你们的支持吧，没有让你们没有辜负你们。
Also, I want to say to
有没有话
all
对
our
单排的
fans,
选手说点
thank
什
for
么？
everyone's support. We didn't let you
失去了把
down.
你拿回来了，明年加
And
油！
also for
失去的
solo,
帮
we
他
just
拿回来，
take
一
it
家
back
人整整齐齐。那么我
intros.
相信这也属于 SR 在这个赛季给我们展现出自己的超高水平的竞技实力。那么同样，接下
I
来我们
believe
将会进
this
入到
is the
本次
big result for
2025
ISR for the whole seasons of the J Cup.
让我们请出的是
Now
王
we're
一集团
gonna
高级副总裁
invite
成龙先生，有请。
Mr. Chen Long to award the prize
朋
to
友们，
SR.
本次的3排的总冠军也将会获得他们的冠军战袍以及冠军奖牌。同样，在稍后我们也会揭晓本场的 FMVP。
Also, we're gonna award the medal and the
那此时
closest
此刻的话呢，
to
其实
our
今天也有很
Trios
多坚守
champion.
到最后的现场热爱永劫无限的玩家朋友们，在台下，其他11支队伍也值得大家的掌声和喝彩。
Besides, I think every player did a really good job today. So everyone, please give the applause to all the players in J Cup.
如果镇，请深圳。那这一次的深圳2025 J Cup 单排3排2天，也是再次让所有热爱永劫无限、热爱
Also, I
NBPL、
believe
热爱 J
everyone,
Cup 的
every
玩家以
audience
及电竞观
who
众朋友
likes
们
NARAKA,
感受
like
到了永劫无限的
NBPL,
魅
like
力。
J Cup,
也希望
enjoy
借着
the
这个
whole
魅力，
competition
接下来
yesterday
在游戏里
and，
在
today.
赛事里，如果爱，请深爱。
I hope you can keep your love to NARAKA. Thanks for everyone.
穿上冠军战袍，带上冠军奖牌，有请我们的颁奖嘉宾和我们的冠军战队共同看一下
Now
前
let's
面。
take a
我们站得
picture.
集中一点，让我们用镜头记录下这值得纪念的时刻。现场所有的铁粉们，拿出你们的呐喊声，让我们恭喜2025 J Cup 3排冠军 SR。同样有请我们的李小姐拿过我们的 FMVP 的信封，让我们的成龙先生来
Also,
宣布
right
本
now,
场
we're gonna let
的
Mr. Chen Lun to announce
FMVP
who's gonna be the
谁家
MVP.
17S 周涛。
恭喜
Let's congratulations to 70S to be the MVP of 2025 J Cup
让我们用
Trios
镜头记录下值得
competition.
纪念的时刻，有请2位共同看一下前方。让我们用镜头记录下值得纪念的时刻。现场所有的玩家朋友们，让我们一起恭喜 17S。好的，感谢成龙先生，请入席观礼，谢谢。哇 ，SR 战队，他们作为整个2025年的生力军，也是作为黑马。 他们给
SR,
大家带来了一
this
场
is a very
又
new
一场
team to
印象深刻的比
2025,
赛
but they bring us
EWC
one more
他们做
and
到
one more
经过了
excellent
整个
competition.
捷杯小组赛的起
Through
伏
the whole
他们又做
competition
到
of
了。
J
那
Cup,
么同
they
样，我们接
did
下来问一下
again.
台上的 SR 战队的3排以及教练组成员。
Okay, so we're gonna ask more.
有什么话对自己讲？
After you get this MVP, what do you want to say?
就是自己的话，我确实前面有很长一段时间在怀疑自己，然后今天也是给了自己一个答案吧。
To be honest, sometimes I doubt myself and I question myself. I think this is the answer for myself.
我要跟你们说谢谢。
Also, I want to say thank you again to the fans who support me all the way.
也都是在拼尽全力。有什么话跟其
And
他
I
队友讲？
believe every team today did a really good job and they tried so hard. What do you want to say to them?
继续努力，
Just keep
继续加油
going and did it better.
那问一下 Rico， 哇，此刻 Rico 也有点眼含泪光啊。那轻松的
Right now
心
we
态
can see
拿
some
下了
tears
重要
in
的
the
冠
eyes
军。那
of
自己的接下
Rico.
来下一个目标
I
和
know
计划
this
又是
is
什
a
么？
quite important champion for you. What's your next
不说
target?
目标吧，就是保持现在状态，保持初心就可以了。
I don't want to
最后
say the
来到我
target
们
by
的
myself,
小
but
豪
I
身
want
边
to say
那
just
同样
do
接下
myself.
来
I want to be
有
me.
怎么样的自己的在这个赛场上的一个目标，包括自己接下来的计划
Also,
又是怎么样？
Axel, what's your plan
继续努力，
next?
继续
What's
加
your
油
next target?
有什么话对
Do
冠
it
冠说点？
better and play
我们
better.
做到了。他们
And
做到了。
we
那
did
么
it.
同样，接下来有请 SR 所有的选手以及教练员再一次捧杯，享受你们的荣耀时
Also,
刻
we're。gonna
现
let
场所有
all
的
the
热爱
players
永
of
劫无间的
SR
铁
and
宝
the
们，
coach of
让我们
SR
再次
raise
恭
the
喜
trophy again.
2025永劫无间
Everybody,
世
ladies
界
and
冠军赛
gentlemen, let's
三排总
congratulations
冠
to
军
the Trail Champion
SR。
of 2025, Jacob SR.
Hello and welcome back. What a momentous occasion to be here. I am truly blessed, as we all are, to be here with all of you. So it's a great time, isn't it? But you know what else? Real quick, since it is indeed SR who are the victors here on so after 5 games, none of us were none of us had the correct prediction, which means I have a prize to award to Ultimate Caster. God Moxie, here you are in all its glory. The prize. Let me. Oh.
Oh, sorry. First casualty.
I'm dead.
Attack mode, Moxie.
Oh yeah. I don't know how I'm gonna get this home.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
It's almost bigger than me.
Wait, turn it on.
Huh?
Yeah, it's got lights on it.
How?
I
know the
Oh.
Oh.
Wait, I found it.
Oh, there you go.
I think.
Alright.
Did I? We're faffing around with this. This is going to be very difficult. I found it. Yeah, look at that.
Oh, heck
Wow.
Wow.
Moxie pulled a Redskin in real life.
The luck box after all, ladies and gentlemen. But there you have it. And there you have our finals winners. What a day. 5 games. It could have gone more. What were you thinking back when you were watching? Did you think it was going to go 5 or did you think it was going to go more?
I thought Moxie was well played going with the OUG overlap on Sebulus, who schemed all of last night, practiced everything, but the zone rotation was cut off by JL's TXJ Moxie over here with the overlap. The quick pick and securing the victory was no surprise to me because Ultimate Casting is a state of mind, and that's what Moxie is, the Ultimate Caster.
I mean, let's be honest, right? we all thought JL coming into the day would have a huge advantage, but then looking at how the first games went, it was like, oh, they're losing Realm of Yangs. Oh, they're losing the hot drop fights. That means that they're not getting the opportunity to be able to scale into the mid to late game, and they're probably not going to be able to hit match point eligibility with the rest. When we get to see, you know, that immediately go from 0 teams on match point eligibility to 3 or 4. So it was unlikely when we have 5 or 4 out of 12 teams on MVP eligibility. There's a high chance it's going to end the day early. So that was a lot of evidence to suggest why I went for OUG. And I really did think that OUG had a very good chance at it. But my goodness, SR just played it perfectly that last game. When they got control of that last Spirit Well, the writing was on the wall.
I was really hoping to see a 5-2-1 victory in that last game there. Hoping to push it to 6 games, maybe see some more crazy stuff coming out from JL. It was close. It was very, very close, but SR just found a way to stick with it. And they ended up coming away with a picture-perfect victory. First EWC and now J-Cup. We have, ladies and gentlemen, our final answer for treasures of the J-Cup 2025. Which team is the 2025 J-Cup Trios champion? Is it A, SR, B, JL, C, OA, or D, VN's 521? Make sure you pop the answers in the Twitch chat, and one lucky person will be selected to win a nice little prize.
I think you should probably know the answer to that one, since it was right up on those very bright banners behind us not long ago, and we've been yapping about it for quite a while.
Yeah.
But oh my goodness, what a day. What a game as well to end it on. It was close.
It was very close.
5-2-1 and JL almost stopped it, almost did it.
But then they got turned on to by Cavalry Bloom when they were too close to the zone. Like, when all of that fighting began popping off and we saw SR take control of the Spirit Well to be able to get the buff, everybody just cannibalized each other's chances of being able to survive by taking fights against teams that were hiding inside the same buildings as them. We can have a look for the last time today in our 2025 J-Cup at our highlights brought to you by China Unicom. Take it away, Raven.
SR, you know, the EWC champion. It would have been my pick outside of JL. So I was going to go with my heart first, but they go when they went to the world stage at EWC. They didn't start the day red hot, but consistency is the key here. And when they got in position on the meta position, you can hear how collected these guys are. Able to secure the kills into this endgame, finding the Wu Chen, the weak point of the Yakko's position. No getting out for Mr. Wu Chen here. That's ult comes down, Yakko comes out, but you can't stop the freight train. SR stays on top of where they get onto, sticking to them like glue. This endgame goes back and forth. We're rooting for 5-2-1 to make this keep going, but SR clutched it up. Just one kill, and a really big surprise to me, at least, to see the Viper composition. We went full circle, we went away from it early in J-Cup, and we went back to it to end J-Cup, and SR deserve it. They are the new generation. The old guard looking a little bit old today, as they all got beat off spawn today by the new generation.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy seeing the fact that we were going into this after group stage. We were looking at JL, we were looking at these other teams, OUG. We were looking at them with such confidence. We were looking at Mike. We were looking at these Spider with such confidence coming into these grand finals. And this match point system has allowed teams to really prove their worth as soon as they hit that match point threshold. And they're able to come through. And if they can MVP that last game, we see it happen. SR end up sniping it out. They don't have the fastest day, 8.5, 15, 12.58. It's a very good, very consistent day, but it's nowhere near what we've seen from before. we're going to take a look at the trio kill leaderboard, though. Ivan actually in first place with 28 kills. This is going to be our Bloody Yama winner for our most amount of eliminations. 59,000 total damage and 28 total eliminations. Our FMVP, however, is going to be SR17S, who's going to be taking away that extra FMVP prize as well. Very, very crazy finalists.
Absolutely. Did you any of you guys actually figure out what the prize is? Because when we saw it displayed in that very nice
the weapon
case,
skin.
I couldn't tell which weapon it was or what exactly it was. It looked very dragon-like. Regardless, this is gonna be the prize pool, or the prize received by SR. And something to certainly note is the fact that since they ended the day before the 8th game, they get every MVP bag for Game 6, or Game 5, 6, 7, and 8. And let's see what it comes to, Moxie, because that's still ticking upwards.
Yeah, this org is making bank this year. First EWC and now J-Cup. And I mean, that's something that we have to talk about, right? SR and EWC were able to finish it out in 4 out of 8 games. So it goes to show, this is a team that knows how to close the deal when that window of opportunity is open. And now, when we head into 2026, the question remains. We came into the beginning of J-Cup saying, is there going to be a composition that dethrones the Viper Syra Justina? We thought for a moment it was going to be the new Yushan Shenhuan Li composition. 'Twas not to be, however. Viper Syra Justina remains just as dominant as it was before. Is there any composition that can beat it out, or is that just going to be the meta moving on forward once more?
$500,000. The owner of SR, he got into this business just because he was a fan of Spider. Little did he know that he hit the absolute jackpot. Spider doing epically amazing at EWC and now J-Cup. And now the Trios team taking one of the biggest prizes we've ever seen at a J-Cup. That's a lot of Ferraris, $500,000. I mean,
You stole my line.
I'm absolutely blown away for the owner of SR. Like, he followed his passion. He really just wanted to make a team around Spider. And the story behind SR, they were the B team of OUG. They showed their worth at Koi Cup. They immediately take the storm of NBPL, and they don't shy away. They play what all the strongest teams do, but they played it faster. And at this current meta, it shows that aggression is going to be rewarded in the future. Non-stop action, going for everything. Fortune favors the bold.
It certainly does. The most diverse, the most potentially exciting version of esports NARAKA that we've ever had here. It's just amazing. And thing is, I reckon they've got more things up their sleeve to throw at us, to throw at the players. I'm sure everyone's waiting to see, what are they gonna add next? You know, are we gonna have the shuffle map and it just be, you know, what? There's like 5 different maps together. It's gonna be hooply. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to it.
It's gonna be so amazing. Like, can you imagine Plumed Temple and Celestra and Sunwing and Matab all in one map? Would be wild. Or, as Seb says, we could get all of the unique points of interests, which relates like Salvation Podium, Arcadia, and Imperium all on one map. Meaning that you could get Legendary Weapon, Extreme Weapon, and Vulpine Essence. But hopefully you've had yourself a very fun time, as we have had the absolute pleasure of getting to bring you through all of the NARAKA 2025 J-Cup action. This has been Seb, this has been Dunkin' Donuts, the one, the only, Raven PLZ, and I reign supreme as Got Moxie. We'll see you all in 2026. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.